Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the fanfiction guy. Back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Deku Had Rabbit Density Quirk? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Izuku made his way to the UA entrance exam. He was very excited. Even if he didn't get in, his favorite hero ever worked there and he might actually meet him. UA had the only non-human hero and Izuku wanted to meet him so much. He had been pacing and bouncing a little when someone on the bus crouched down and got really close to him. "Hey there buddy, are you lost? How did a bunny get on the bus?" Someone else spoke up, "He's so cute though, he's even got a little backpack, maybe he's on an adventure." He tensed up and was ready to kick as they reached for him. Then his human came and yelled at them before they tried to pick him up. "Back thief Deku had better things to do than deal with your bullshit." "Sorry dude, didn't realize that was your rabbit? You shouldn't just leave it on the ground." A tiny explosion escaped his human's hands. "He's not mine you idiots. But if you try to pick him up he'll probably knock you the F out." This was true. Izuku didn't like being touched by strangers. They got off the bus and walked up to the school. Did he mention that he was excited? Because he is. He ran ahead and jumped up onto the counter where he was supposed to register for the exam. The loud man with blonde hair seemed surprised by Izuku. But it's not like he could have filled out the papers from the ground, so Izuku wasn't sure what was surprising. He ducked his head down and wiggled so his backpack came off. Then he pulled the zipper open with his teeth and slid out his phone, which he mostly used for the text-to-speech option. Everyone around him had mostly stopped what they were doing to watch him sign up for the exam. Izuku has just accepted that humans are very weird and like to watch him do mundane tasks and he doesn't really get why. Maybe it was because he was green? There weren't a lot of green rabbits. Then his phone started talking as he typed into it. "Hello. I'm Izuku Midoriya. I'm here to sign up for the exam." The loud man with blonde hair seemed unsure of what to do and asked him to wait. Then a very tired man came over. "Alright, apparently my coworker doesn't know how to do his job. What's your name, middle school, quirk and address?" After some rapid typing the phone spoke up again. "Hi, I'm Izuku Midoriya. I didn't go to middle school because I'm a rabbit. My quirk makes me super dense. That means I'm really strong and smarter than a lot of rabbits." He smiled up at the tired man and typed in the address for Bakugo House over his burrow. The tired man sighed. "Is there a reason you end every sentence in exclamation marks?" More typing. "I'm very excited." He bounced back and forth as if to prove his point. He was worried that the robotic voice from the phone didn't get his excitement across. "Whatever, head over to the written portion of the exam. Here's a paper explaining everything you need to know about the exam and your examinee number." He put his phone away and wriggled back into his backpack and grabbed the paper in his teeth before bounding down the hallway with the other students. A lot of people stared at him. He did not care, he was too excited. He got to his seat and put his backpack on the desk. He pulled out a pencil and held it between his teeth. He was ready. Then he got the test and started to answer the questions. He was not ready. These questions were very hard and it took a long time for him to circle the right multiple-choice answer. He barely got to the last question before the time was up. He was worried. Then they announced it was time for the practical exam. He was excited again. The loud man was at the front of the big room. "Everybody say hey." The room was silent other than a very loud squeaking noise that came from Izuku. His human in the seat next to him laughed a bit. The practical was simple. They needed to break robots. He was good at breaking things. Sometimes people got upset because he was too good at breaking things, but these people wanted him to break things and that was also very exciting. He got bored of listening and started tapping his paws on Kaken's leg. He got a grunt in response, but he kept it up until he was given a carrot stick. Izuku liked his pet human, he was well trained. Someone was saying something and was pointing at him, but he was very happy to ignore them and enjoy his snack. He stood in the waiting area and was so ready. He was gonna smash robots. He was gonna meet Nizu. He was gonna be the first rabbit hero. Wait, what's that shiny thing? That seems important too. There were shiny tubes in a man's legs. That's a weird place to keep shiny things. Maybe he just likes shiny things a lot and keeps them in his legs so he doesn't lose them? That makes sense, they must be very important to him. Then, the shiny leg tube man started talking at him. Why is there a rabbit in the exam area? That seems highly unprofessional. He walked closer, then started to bend over like he was going to pick up Izuku. He bared his teeth and growled at him. He did not say Tube Leg Man could touch him. That made him back up for a second, which was good. Then he hopped over towards a girl with brown hair. She seemed nice. Hello there, are you taking the exam? He didn't have his phone with him for the practical, so he just hopped up and down in excitement. She laughed a little. Well, I'm sure you'll do great. He thought she would do great too. He made sure to run in a circle around her while squeaking to get this point across. Then the loud man told them to start, so he started running into the test area. There was a green robot coming right at him. Amazing! He jumped up and kicked it really hard, making it explode a little. That's so exciting! He ran around kicking and exploding the robots, and it was very fun. He had a friend who exploded too. He jumped from one robot to the next as he kicked them super hard. Wait, is that a flower? He came to a sudden stop and ate the flower growing on the training ground before continuing on his spree of robot destruction. He bounced from robot to robot when he heard a really big sound. That's a big robot. He saw the nice girl with brown hair under some rocks. It seemed like a weird time to make a burrow, but who was he to judge? Wait, Mitsuki said humans are bad at burrowing and being under rocks is very bad for humans. He ran over to help the stuck human. Oh no, the human is very stuck and hurt and the big robot might step on her. So he did the thing he was the very best at. He got real low to the ground, focused on the robot really hard, wiggled his butt for good measure, then jumped. The teachers and students alike watched in awe as a rabbit-sized hole appeared in the robot. Then another and another. Every time he jumped through it, it made a very loud noise and sometimes exploded a little like the tiny robots, and that seemed like a good sign. When he was done jumping through it, the robot fell down in a big heap of green metal. Green was a good color. It was the color of grass and trees and flower stems and him. Now he smells like oil and gross, because robots smell bad and there was no grass to roll around in to get the smell off. Loud Man told everyone that the exam was done. He went over to check on the human that got stuck. Maybe he could teach her how to burrow better so she didn't get stuck under rocks? Then he saw she touched the rocks and made them float so she could get out. Amazing! He'd never seen floating rocks before. So he did the reasonable thing and went over to smell them to see if floating rocks smelled the same as regular rocks. They apparently smell the same. Amazing! He'd need to write this down in his journal when he got home. Floating rocks smell the same as regular rocks. Do they taste the same? Unfortunately, they stopped floating before he could find out. Oh no, he had gotten very distracted by the floating rocks and didn't notice the lady talking to him. The tiny and wrinkly human was asking a question. Hello there, dearie, are you hurt at all? Was he? He kind of ached all over since he spent a lot of time throwing his body through robots. He nodded to the old human. Okay, my quirk lets me heal by giving you a kiss, but it will make you tired, would that be okay? He liked this human already. She asked before trying to touch him, unlike a lot of humans. He nodded again and she bent down to give him a little kiss on the forehead. Now he was very sleepy. He looked around and saw that all the rubble made a lot of really good burrows. So he wiggled his way under a big piece of broken building and curled up to take a nap. The teachers in the observation room were conflicted over the applicant. Personally, Nizu was thrilled. He would absolutely fight to have a quirked animal like himself in their hero program. Unfortunately, he couldn't just make that decision on his own, he would need to convince the other hero teachers as well. Present Mike seemed to be more in the camp against the applicant. I don't have anything against the little guy, but he hasn't gone to school before, so are we even able to accept him? Aizawa grunted in response, technically it doesn't matter. We usually just assume that if you can pass the written exam you already passed middle school. Midnight seemed to be somewhere in the middle. Well, the little cutie scored well enough to get in if he passed the written too. But I don't think I'm the only one worried that he stopped more than once because something distracted him. He probably would have the top score if he didn't stop fighting to eat some flowers. Netsu respected Aizawa for not caring about the species of the applicant. So what? If he gets enough points he passes, if he doesn't get enough points he fails. I don't understand the need for debate on this. We haven't even decided rescue points and he's in the top 5 for the practical, so if he passed the written he'll be in my class. They might have continued the discussion, but Recovery Girl called him to notify them that the student in question was healed and promptly took a nap under a pile of rubble. That is an issue. And I'm assuming he won't come out when asked. Yes, he is responsive, but unfortunately I don't speak Rabbit. I'll head over there now. I'm not fluent in Rabbit, but I know enough to get by. As he approached the rubble, he heard the quiet squeaking sound that translated roughly to, "I'm tired, go away." He was rusty at best, but talking to rabbits was fairly similar to any other rodent language. He responded in a squeak that essentially meant that it wasn't a good place to sleep. The moment the rabbit heard him speak, he exploded out of his impromptu burrow and ran around Netsu in clear excitement. He calmed down enough to the point he was bouncing back and forth while rambling so fast Nizu was barely sure of what he was trying to say. But it seemed that the general idea of it was that he was absolutely thrilled to meet Netsu and that he was the rabbit's favorite hero. That made him smile. He remembered the frustration of looking at the ranks of heroes and not seeing anyone who was like himself, so he was glad he got to inspire the deceptively powerful bunny. Then from behind he heard one of the other applicants shouting, "Hey! Shitty Deku, you gonna make me wait all of a day? You know Mom is gonna be sad if I leave you behind." Netsu turned and saw the applicant who got the most villain points by far. He was holding Midoriya's tiny backpack that had been left behind so it wasn't in the way during the practical. "I can't believe you forgot your FNG backpack again. I don't speak your goddamn squeaky nonsense, so you better not lose this sheet." Netsu smiled and walked up to the explosive boy. "Hello. My name is Netsu. I take it you know Midoriya?" "Unfortunately. The little sheet set up his burrow bullshit around my house and my mom took a liking to the green idiot." Netsu nodded. "I was wondering why his name could be read as useless green. I assume you had a hand in naming him?" He smirked and seemed to hold pride in the name. "Well, I wanted to just have his name be Green Blockhead, but my mom made sure it read like an actual name, so she changed it from Deku Midori to Izuku Midoriya." All he could think was that they were an odd family. Izuku had pulled out his phone again and quickly went to work tapping out what he wanted to say. "This is Kaken, my pet human." I'm not your pet. Would you be so kind as to explain why he believes you are his pet human?" Bakugo groaned loudly. "It started because whenever we were around each other people assumed he was my pet, but he didn't know what that was. So I explained it was an animal you trained and kept in your house, and since he burrow surrounds our house he's decided that we all live in his FING home." Izuku chirped and squeaked to Netsu to explain that he trained him and let him stay in his burrow, which apparently included the Bakugo household. As if to prove his own point, Izuku stretched up and patted Bakugo on the leg, who gave him a carrot stick out of habit. Then, immediately realizing what he'd done, shouted at the rabbit in question, "You're the most annoying rabbit I've ever met." After explaining to the young rabbit that calling people your pet is rude, he sent the two off back to their home and was already looking forward to the chaos those two would inevitably cause. When the two boys got home, he shot across the grassy yard to tell his mom about his day. His mother was a green rabbit like him, except a bit more plump, and she had a different quirk. She could pull things to herself, and that was super cool. He knew she wasn't as smart as him, since she could only speak rabbit and didn't understand a lot of things he did, but he still loved her a lot. She sat quietly while he rambled about his day, and even if she got confused about a lot of things, she still showered him in love. Inko showed how much she cared by grooming him while he talked, and it definitely made him feel very cared for and happy. It always confused him that humans didn't like getting groomed. Having family or friends help groom you is how you show love. Humans were dumb for thinking it was gross. After being properly groomed and nuzzled by his mother, he bounced his way inside the big house. After hopping around a little bit, he went and found Kaken's mom, Mitsuki. She was loud like her son, but she gave Izuku food like her son too, so she was okay. "Hello there, little Izuku. My brat says you both did well at the test today?" He hopped up onto the counter and went through the process of wiggling out of his backpack, getting his phone, and typing out his response. Yes. We broke so many robots. I am worried about the paper test. But I'm still excited even if writing is hard and questions are confusing. She laughed as she listened to the phone reading out his words. I'm glad you're excited, but I don't think I've ever seen you not excited. Why would I ever want to be not excited? That's an excellent point. Well, I left out a bunch of lettuce for you and your mother. Make sure you eat up, I'm sure you're hungry after today. She was right. He was hungry. Today was going to be an even better day than usual. He and Kaken had gotten into UA and today was their first day. He had gotten first in the practical, which was very great, but passed the written by only 2 points, which was not great. Which, by Izuku's rabbit math, one very great thing and one not great thing still averaged out to things being great. UA had sent him uniforms that fit and he felt very fancy in his tiny tie. Mistuki helped him put it on. He'd only worn clothes once or twice before, so it was very exciting to have fancy clothes. Izuku hopped alongside Bakugo as they walked into the school. Everything was so huge. The door was super tall, which must have been great for super tall students, but he was a very small student who wished they had a very small door as well. Or maybe a flap. Flaps are much better than doors. He was so excited to see his future classmates and already had so many questions for them. He jumped onto the desk behind Bakugo's, deciding it was a good spot. Then he pulled out his phone so he could start talking to everyone, since no one spoke rabbit. I speak rabbit. He turned and saw a very tall and rocky-looking boy who waved shyly at him. Amazing! Sorry I mumble a lot. Usually no one can understand it, so sorry if I annoy you. But it's very exciting that you can hear me. The girl from the entrance exam and the boy with shiny leg pipes came up to him. Hey there, I just wanted to thank you for saving me during the exam. I'm so glad you got in. Yes, I agree. It would seem I misjudged you. I apologize for doubting your worthiness as an applicant. He started typing into his phone. Hi, I'm Midoriya Izuku. I'm very excited to meet you again. After they introduced themselves, he saw a frog person and decided to say hello. He hopped away and onto her desk. Hi, I'm Midoriya Izuku. Are you a frog with a human quirk or a human with a frog quirk? My name's Azui Tiu, but you can call me Tiu. And I'm a human with a frog quirk. I think everyone but you in class is human. His ears dropped a little. That was less exciting than the alternative. He thought that maybe another quirked non-human got in. He thought it was dumb that humans made up so little of the animal kingdom but got to be almost all of the heroes. He was still very excited that there was a frog person and a bird person in class. A voice cut through the chatter and everyone went to their seats. If you're here to socialize, then get out. Their teacher had a portable burrow with him, which was very smart. Maybe he should get a portable burrow, it seems very comfy. Then he saw the man pull a juice box from inside his yellow burrow. It even had food inside. This is clearly a very smart man. Most humans weren't smart enough to have a burrow, let alone one stocked with food. Izuku was glad they had such a smart human for a teacher. He got changed with the other students. It took him a little longer than everyone else because he wasn't nearly as used to wearing clothes, but he still got outside just in time. He didn't have a place to keep his phone, so he left it in his locker. So he was a little worried that talking to most of the humans would be hard. But luckily there was a human who could speak rabbit just in case. They all stood in their gym uniforms as their homeroom teacher explained the exercises. A kid with blonde hair that had a black lightning bolt spoke up. Is no one going to mention the rabbit? Am I the only one who doesn't know why it's here? Aizawa waved off the question. He's a student like everyone else. And he'll be going first since he got the highest score on the practical. Midoriya, I want you to go into the circle and without leaving the circle, make the ball go as far as possible in that direction. Aizawa had been working with Nedzu for years and knew how important it was to be clear when talking to animals. They tended to take things very literally and would only follow the rules you explicitly state, so he put an effort into making sure his instructions could not be misinterpreted. He watched as the green rabbit rolled the ball into the circle with him and stared at it for a few seconds, seeming to be thinking of a strategy. He pushed a front paw under the ball and shot it straight up. For a moment Aizawa thought he might have explained it incorrectly or the boy didn't understand the exercise when he realized what he was doing. As the ball came back down, Izuku turned around and kicked it with his back legs as hard as he could, launching the ball across the field. The device in his hand beeped, registering it as 720.3 meters. He gave them the usual threat of expelling last place, but he wasn't sure if he'd need to follow through with it this year. They started moving them to the first exercise when he realized that Midoriya was still in the circle, looking very anxious. Oh, he forgot to say he could leave the circle after throwing the ball. Midoriya, please join the rest of the class. You can leave the circle. He immediately perked up and ran to join everyone else. He was observing the students doing the long jump when he heard a shriek from behind him. Mineta was the one who shouted. His hand was bleeding and seemed to already be crying on the ground. The perpetrator seemed to be Midoriya, who had bloody front teeth and was standing protectively between the small boy and a few of the girls in the class. What the hell is going on? Mineta pointed at Midoriya. That animal is crazy, he attacked me out of nowhere. The rabbit responded by squeaking, growling, and hitting the ground. All he got from that was the rabbit was angry about something. He was debating how to go about this when the quiet student Koda came up to him and began signing in JSL. He was very glad that he had been required to learn it, as the student explained what Izuku had been saying, as he could talk to animals. Izuku said that the small boy, Mineta, was making people smell scared. So he bit him in warning when he tried to touch a scared person. He heard Bakugo laugh from behind. Piece of sheet is lucky Deku gave him warning. He turned to the student, filing it away that he understood either sign language or a rabbit to some degree. What does that mean? It means he's a fucking rabbit. He sorts everyone into two categories, friend or threat. He clearly put Mineta into the threat group. So you're effing lucky he got away with a little bite, because from his perspective Mineta might try to eat him or anyone else who seemed scared. How do we explain to him that Mineta isn't a threat? Oh, that's easy, just have people not be scared of him. But that's probably not gonna happen since he's a perv and a creep. Aizawa sighed. We'll handle this after class. Anyone who doesn't complete these exercises will be expelled. That got people to start participating again instead of focusing on the drama. Things were tense after the exchange and Midoriya seemed to keep a constant eye on Mineta, but they got through it all without any further incident. Midoriya had gotten fourth while Mineta came in last place. Well, that made this easier. Alright, everyone go pick up your syllabuses from the class, except for Mineta. If you want to be transferred to general education, you can speak to the principal about that, otherwise you're expelled. I don't teach those without potential. He also didn't teach students who frightened his other students, so it was an easy decision on his part regardless of students complaining about it being unfair. Although, he did notice that a lot fewer students complained about this particular expulsion than usual. Today was less great than usual. He was on the bus and someone stepped on his tail, then they acted like it was his fault and started yelling about pets being on the bus. He really didn't like that people always talked to Kaken when they wanted to talk to him. They just assumed that he didn't understand them, which was dumb. He was a very smart rabbit who knew exactly what they were saying. Then someone else stepped on his foot. So now he's on Kaken's shoulder so no one else steps on him. He only lets Kaken carry him because everyone else drops him. Because his quirk makes him dense, he is a very heavy rabbit and not everyone can handle 75 pounds of rabbit. But he found another person who was big, strong, and nice to animals. Now he's curled in Koda's arms and getting pet until class starts. So far, only Koda and Kaken are allowed to touch him. He's not sure about everyone else yet. There was a loud ringing sound, so Izuku did the reasonable thing and flung himself over to his desk before class started. He realized afterwards that Koda was nearly knocked over by his jump. He was just excited to learn. Then, all of a sudden a very large man came into the room. He yelled about coming through the door and smelled like blood. Big, loud, and smells like blood was pretty suspicious. So he got low and growled, this man might be one of those super bad humans. Kaken called those villains. Katsuki was mature enough to admit that he was a bit starstruck when his idol burst into the room. But then he heard the very familiar sound that was like a car engine and a squeaky toy mixed into one. The high-pitched rumbling meant that stupid Deku was angry about something, but the only new thing in the room was All Might. He turned back to see Deku ready to fight. His ears were straight back, he was crouched against his desk, and his eyes were laser-focused on the hero. But what the F, Deku? Why are you trying to fight All Might? He scrunched his nose and swatted at it with his paws. He'd known Deku long enough to know that meant something smelled bad. You have got to be shitting me. You were about to attack All Might because he smells bad? He typed on his phone, but never took his eyes off All Might for long. The robotic sound of his phone spoke, big, loud, smells like blood. Probably villain. At this point All Might had walked over to them and crouched so he wasn't as intimidating. Hello there, young Midoriya. I can see how that would be scary for someone who didn't recognize me, but I'm not a villain. I probably smell like blood because I fought villains this morning. Izuku seemed hesitant, but calmed down a little and nodded. Alright. With that settled, we can start your first heroics class. Your costumes are ready, so go get changed into your hero gear and meet up at Gym Gamma. They all head over to the lockers and he tries to carry stupid Deku's briefcase, but the stewborn rabbit drags it across the ground, holding the handle in his mouth. Bakugo Fanji loves his costume. He looks like a walking explosion and there are giant grenades on his arms that make even bigger explosions. It came out perfect, and he had to admit that a lot of the extras looked almost decent. Izuku came over and nudged his leg. The F, do you want Deku? He looked down and saw the miniature helmet in his mouth. Oh, of course those dumb FS made a costume that you need hands to put on. Overall, he had a simple costume. It was basically a HRNS you would see on a pet rabbit, except it was made out of a thick Kevlar that was colored green and super smooth, so he was hard to grab. He bent down and attached the helmet to the rest of the costume. It wasn't too flashy and only covered the top of his head, but that was probably because his favorite attack was just smashing his head into things. The only thing really that special about the thing was it had a small keyboard that could pop out so he could talk to people. Stewoid but rabbit, can't even put your own costume on without my help, Deku. All he got in response was a happy honking sound as the idiot jumped in circles. They met up with the rest of the class and All Might explain the battle exercise while some of the girls fawned over Deku's costume, apparently thinking he was cute or some shit. He was already thrilled for battle practice, then he finds out he's fighting Deku, which means it'll be even better. He'll make sure that little sheet knows he's the strongest. Izuku is very excited for their game. It's a pretty simple game. He has to either catch his friend or get past him and find the hidden thing before time runs out. Everyone starts getting into their teams. His partner is the girl who made the floating rocks. He has to fight Kaken and Shiny Tublegman, which means he gets to play with Kaken. Kaken likes to play by fighting and yelling and usually exploding. He tries to catch or explode Izuku, but he is a very fast bunny. His mommy said he was the fastest bunny. Floating Rock Girl is talking to him. Hey there, are you ready for the match? He pulls his little keyboard out. Yes. She laughed a little. Do you have a plan? You seem like you know Bakugo, so I thought you'd have a good idea. I have a great idea. I'm going to kick him. While I kick him, you go find Shiny Legman. She tried her best to stay serious. Alright, so, where do you think they are hiding the fake bomb? Probably at the top. He thought really hard for a second. I'll start at the middle floor, you float and start at the top. I fight Kaken, you fight Shiny Legman. She paused. What do you mean you'll start at the middle? At that moment the booming voice of All Might told them to start their game. Izuku shot through the air like a furry mortar round. He was super excited to play with Kaken. The wall of the third floor crumbled as he broke through it and landed with a crash. He shook off the dust and sniffed the air to try and find Kaken. The wafting scent of burnt sugar made him hop around in excitement, then hide behind a big chunk of cement. He could hear the sound of Kaken grumbling as he walked to the hallway he was hiding in. The F, is that stupid rabbit? Once he was a little closer, he kicked the rock really hard at Kaken to surprise him. F dash. Izuku honked happily and bounced back and forth. He did a good job surprising Kaken. There was a big explosion as he destroyed Izuku's projectile and came charging at him with another big explosion about to go off. Izuku ran right at him and dodged the explosion by getting really low and sliding between his legs. He jumped up and kicked Kaken in the back before he could turn around. They fell into a familiar rhythm where Kaken tries to catch him while Izuku runs around super duper fast. They both landed hits, but this was just how they played. Then he heard a floaty girl's voice in his ear from the tiny machine. "Hey Deku, I found the bomb, it's on the 4th floor in the middle of the building. Think you can help me get past Ida?" He chirped and honked in response. "I'm gonna assume that's a yes." He honked again, and ran away from Kaken. "Where do you think you're going?" He ran in a zigzag so he was harder to hit, bouncing off walls as he made his way to the middle of the building. Kaken entered the room not far behind him, but it was too late. Izuku already had a great plan. Kaken was talking to someone on his ear thing, something about how Deku could handle it, then he pulled a metal thing out of his big grenade arms. Izuku flipped into the air right as the fire started to come out of the grenade arm. His feet landed on the ceiling. He pounded his feet against the ceiling as hard as he could, shattering it. It also shot him down through the explosion that was filling the room. That's not good. Fire isn't a good place to be. The good news was he didn't stay in the fire since he broke through the floor, and the next one. Ouchie. Now his body hurts. Probably because of the explosions and throwing himself through so many walls. They should make walls softer so they are easier to break. The big man, apparently called All Might and not a villain that would eat them all, told them that the hero team won. That was his team. He ran in a circle for a little bit because he was excited he won the game. Then he saw a bit of grass growing in the cracks of the concrete. Since the game was done, that meant it could be snack time. Izuku was happy to just eat grass for his snack after the game, but Kaken says it isn't snack time. That's stupid. Now he has to sit with the old lady human. She gives him kisses that make him tired. Apparently smashing your body through explosions and through a bunch of floors is bad for your bones. So he takes a nap until it is time for not napping. Kaken comes in later, after nap time, to tell him class is over and it's time for lunch. He is very excited for lunch. The hallway has so many people in it, so he runs really fast between them. Food time is the best time and he won't let a bunch of legs get in his way. He kept running until he got to the food area and jumped up on the counter, then he realized he forgot Kaken. Kaken is smart though and will catch up. "Hello Midoriya, my name's Lunch Rush. I have a note here that you are one of our students that have a special diet. I'll go grab your lunch real quick." He looked up and saw the odd-looking human and nodded, following him as he walked around the counter. Lunch Rush pushed an entire bale of hay into the lunchroom for Izuku. "That's fantastic." He chirped happily and started pushing it across the room so he could eat it outside. "Oh, and by the way, in the future you really should wait in line instead of just jumping over people." "Oh, so that's why so many people were just standing around." A bunch of people stared at him as he walked outside, but he figured it was just humans being weird again. The boy who was cold and had 2 hair colors sat outside too. He must be pretty smart since the outside is almost always better than the inside and most humans aren't smart enough to figure it out. Izuku happily munched on his food when a very loud noise happened. He looked around to see what the problem was and saw that the gate was broken. The school was like a giant human burrow, and when someone gets in your burrow you have to either run, fight until everyone else has run away, or hide. He couldn't run because the intruders were already past the gate. The exit was blocked, so fighting wouldn't help his friends escape. So he decided it was time to hide. He dug a small hole in the ground and pulled his half-eaten bale of hay over himself. He was sad most of his new friends were going to get eaten, but that's what happens when something breaks into your burrow. Kaken would be okay, he's strong enough to get out and start a new burrow, but he wasn't sure about the rest. So for now he just had to hide until everyone either escaped or was eaten, then he would leave once the intruders left. Aizawa was not in the mood for any of this nonsense. He already disliked the media and now they had broken in, causing so many other problems. Apparently there was a stampede in the cafeteria until Ida and Uraraka dealt with it. Plus he has to deal with making sure it was just the press and not additional bullshit for him to deal with. He walked back into the class for them to get back on track after that brief chaos. Then he realized the rabbit was missing. Great, another headache for him. Has anyone seen Midoriya? Everyone paused and looked around, realizing that their tiniest classmate was missing. Uraraka spoke up first. I saw him going outside to eat, but I'm not really sure after that. Todoroki nodded. He was going to interpret that as him agreeing with her statement. Whatever, could someone go inform him lunch is over so we can move on? Bakugo laughed, which was never a good sign. Deku's probably already run home, that or he's hiding. Why would he leave? HM? Oh, he probably thinks we're all dead. It's what happens whenever someone shows up unexpected. He's been convinced me and my parents have been eaten more times than I can count. Ashido gasped in a mix of surprise and horror. What? That's terrible. Don't worry, he'll get over it in like 10 seconds once he sees you again. Aizawa simply sighed. Ugh, you all stay here, I'll get this figured out. He marched down to the principal's office and walked in without knocking. Ah, Aizawa, always a pleasure. What seems to be the issue? Midoriya is missing and Bakugo claims that he probably left or hid since he would interpret the break-in as all of us being killed. Nizu nodded. Ah, that makes sense. Midoriya reminds me a lot of myself when I was younger. I too had the difficulty of realizing the stakes tend to be a lot lower for human situations. He moved over and looked through the security systems. I didn't get any notice of someone other than the press leaving campus, and it would have notified me if someone jumped the wall. So, it is likely that our rodent friend is still on campus waiting for the threat to pass. Should I have Hound Dog track him down by scent? Nizu responded in his typical chipper manner. Huh? Absolutely not. Sending a teacher that smells like a vicious dog after a frightened superpowered rodent is a good way for us to have a dead teacher. I shall join you on this search. I suggest we start where he last was. Aizawa didn't know how to respond to that, so he just followed his boss and tried not to think too hard about the idea that Nizu thought that Midoriya would have killed Hound Dog. As they walked outside, his boss kept talking. I must say, Aizawa, I appreciate that you have been patient and understanding with him. He has a good heart, but will need someone to explain things that your other students would consider obvious. I can't wait to see what kind of hero you help him become. He suddenly stopped and sniffed the air. Ah, it would seem we have arrived. All that Aizawa saw around was some hay and an alarming amount of rabbit feces given the amount of time Midoriya had been outside. He kept walking forward and started to move the hay bale. I don't know what you're talking about, he's not Dash. Only years as a pro-hero gave him the reflexes needed to avoid the teeth that nearly ripped out his throat as his student shot into the air at him. The moment he landed, he seemed to finally realize who was there before chirping and honking happily and bumping his head into Aizawa's leg. Rather than deal with whatever this was, he turned and walked back to class with the sound of happy squeaks following him. Izuku was very excited. No one ate his new friends. He ran around the room to check and make sure everyone was safe. His rocky friend Koda told him everyone was safe, but he needed to double-check to be sure. Once he had sniffed everyone and made super sure, he sat down at his seat. See, told you stupid Deku would be fine. The teacher coughed to get their attention. Well, now that all of that is over, it's time for English. A very loud blonde came into the room and shouted about learning. This was a different loud blonde than the one who taught fighting. Were all blondes loud? Kaken was definitely loud and he was blonde. The teacher kept talking and Izuku got very confused, so he raised his paw in the air like the other students did when they got confused. Yes, Midoriya? You have a question? He quickly typed on his phone to ask his question. I learned a lot of Japanese words, but I don't know what an English is. Oh, English is another language. It's the most spoken in the world, so it's important to learn. Izuku felt very not excited. But I spent so long learning human language, and it's not even the one most humans speak? He batted at Kaken with his paw before typing, why didn't you teach me this human language if more people speak it? Are you really throwing a fit right now because I didn't teach you a language I don't even know? Yes. You are the worst rabbit I've met, Deku. Now shut up and learn. He was quiet after that and tried to learn. He still thought it was dumb. Izuku already learned human. He wanted to run around and eat flowers, not learn more human words. The moment school was over, Izuku shot out of class. He was done sitting still and wanted to run. He ran through the halls and was very excited to be done sitting still. Izuku looked around and didn't know where he was. Oh no, he got lost. So he did the reasonable thing and kept running around until he got to somewhere he knew. Are you lost, young Midoriya? He was. The man he nearly ran into was very tall and skinny. He didn't recognize the skinny man at first and was ready to run when he sniffed the air. The man smelled like the loud blonde, the strong one, and also smelled like blood. He sniffed again to be sure. Yep, this was definitely the loud one that Kaken called All Might. He must have a quirk that makes him skinny, that must be helpful for making good burrows and getting into small places. Since he was mostly sure he wasn't a villain, he pulled out his phone to talk to him. Hi All Might. I got excited to run around and got lost. The man coughed really hard and a lot of blood came out. That was too much blood. Bleeding is bad for you. All Might is dying. He didn't know how to stop humans from dying, so he started letting out a distressed squeak while looking for a smart human who could fix All Might. He ran full speed down the hall until he found 3 people walking. There was a boy with blonde hair, would he be loud too? A boy with black hair, and a girl with blue hair. The boy with blonde hair bent down and looked very worried as Izuku ran up to him while screeching. Hey there buddy, is something wrong? He didn't have time to grab his phone and write a message, so he just bit on his sleeve and started to pull the boy back the way he came. Guys, I think something is wrong. We should follow the rabbit and see what's going on. Good, the human is a smart one. He started running back, but then he remembered that most humans are slower than him. To his surprise, the blonde human was glowing with lightning around him and keeping up just fine. They reached All Might quickly and Izuku started squeaking loudly again while typing. All Might is dying. Save him. The blonde boy looked confused and wasn't doing anything, then he turned to All Might. Are you alright Yagi? This rabbit seemed very worried about you. Yes. He surprised me and saw me cough blood. He typed some more, because these humans clearly weren't getting the point. Blood was coming out his mouth. That happens when you're dying. All Might is going to die. Young Midoriya, I'm not dying. I was simply hurt a long time ago, and now this happens sometimes, I'm okay. Though I would like to know how you know I'm All Might. Now Izuku was super confused. He was 90% sure humans weren't supposed to cough blood. He figured this fell into the 10% of not being sure. He typed out his response to the weird question. Kaken said your name was All Might in class, and everyone else knew it too. Why wouldn't I know your name? The blonde he found in the hall bent down to talk to him. I don't think I introduced myself. Amirio. Can you keep it a secret that All Might is skinny like this? I thought turning skinny was his quirk? Wouldn't everyone know his quirk if he's a hero? Izuku was beginning to doubt again that this All Might was a real hero. All Might sighed. This is apparently going to be more difficult than I expected. Young Midoriya, how about we go sit in the teacher's lounge and discuss this further? He thought for a second, then nodded, since there would be other teachers there, so that would be safe. Izuku walked home feeling very overwhelmed and a bit confused. All Might explained that he was known for being super strong and didn't want people to find out he wasn't like that all the time. But heroes weren't supposed to lie? That seemed like lying to Izuku. Now he wanted Izuku to lie about something really obvious. Or at least Izuku thought it was obvious. All Might also said that most people don't identify people by smell. But apparently Mirio also knew the secret, but he didn't find out by smelling. So that meant that All Might told him? Did that mean telling was or wasn't okay? As soon as he walked inside there was yelling. Deku, where the hell have you been? You left before me but got here an hour after me. The hell were you up to? Izuku did the reasonable thing and told him everything. Izuku was very excited. They were on a bus and going on a trip to learn about rescuing. Learning was extra fun when he didn't have to sit still. He was practically vibrating with excitement as they sat on the bus. He hopped into Koda's lap and made sure to tell him how excited he was. Koda smiled and gently pet him. Koda didn't talk much, but it was nice that he was a good listener. Koda had definitely started to be one of his favorite humans. The frog girl croaked and looked at him. Midoriya, I usually say what's on my mind, and your quirk doesn't really make sense, ribbit dash. The rock boy nodded. Yeah, your strength is really manly, but I don't get how that makes you smart. He pulled out his little keyboard and typed out his answer as he chirped and honked happily. I'm super dense. So I have the muscles and smarts of a lot of bunnies smushed into one super bunny. The boy who smelled like static laughed. I wish my quirk made me smarter, mine just makes me stupid sometimes. They all started talking about quirks and being flashy, so he decided it was a good time to take a quick nap until they got there. He was woken up to Kaken shouting and swearing that it was time to go, which was pretty normal. He hopped off the bus and sat inside their big dome while the Hero 13 talked about some stuff. He may have gotten a little distracted while they talked about safety and started grooming himself during the speech. He wanted to be super clean and ready for rescue training. Izuku froze when he felt the air shift. His ears shot straight up and his whiskers twitched as he focused on the fountain where a weird purple thing was forming. Then people started to come out of the purple thing. That was definitely bad. Aizawa got ready to fight the intruders and told them to run. Izuku liked that plan. There was still a path to the exit and no places to hide, so it was the best plan. Oh no. The purple smoke person showed up at the door. Maybe fighting first, then running. Kaken seemed to have the same idea, making explosions at the Misty Man with his friend Kirishima. But then they disappeared. The Mist Man had been saying words for a bit, but Izuku hadn't been listening at all, instead trying to find a way past him. Then the mist spread out and he started falling. As he fell, it looked like he was in the same building, so he'd need to find his friends and run away. Then he hit the water. He stopped thinking. Bunnies survived by being fast and being good at hiding. Water made you slow and easy to see. Water was the worst place for a rabbit to be, and that fact was drilled deep into his instincts as panic overtook every thought in his mind. It didn't matter if he was the smartest bunny in the world, a panicked rabbit is still a panicked rabbit. He was too scared to think, but he wasn't too scared to fight. He kicked, clawed, and bit anything and everything that moved as he tried to get to shore. A big tongue tried to grab him a few times, but he wriggled out each time, not letting himself be caught. One villain came at him from below, but that meant he had the chance to jump off of him and get a lot closer to ground. Ground was much better than water. By the time he got there he was covered in blood and only some was his. He tensed and got ready to fight when someone landed near him. But it was Tsuyu, not a villain, so he didn't need to fight her. She was saying words, but he wasn't paying enough attention to translate human right now. He was focused on the fight in front of him. Aizawa was bleeding on the ground. Despite what All Might said about him being fine even though he was bleeding, Izuku knew bleeding meant dying, and he didn't want Aizawa to die. Aizawa was nice and that meant he needed to stop the big thing that was hurting him. And with that he was flying through the air and kicked the big thing, but it didn't move. So he kicked it again. Nothing happened. This time he tried scratching, because his claws were very sharp and strong. Clawing worked, but he healed after. The big thing tried to catch him but he was too fast. The big thing was very fast, maybe even faster than him, but he was very good at not getting caught. He shot right between his legs and jumped up, sinking his claws into its back, hanging on where the big thing couldn't reach. Then the big thing's arm came through purple mist and grabbed him. Don't get caught. Then he was thrown really hard into the wall and it turned into sleepy time really fast. Bakuga didn't know why everyone was getting so excited about rescue training. He thought that fighting was the best part of being a hero. Apparently everyone else likes this stupid bullshit too though. He mostly zoned out the bus, not particularly caring about what people were talking about. Then Frogface and Pikachu had the ball to insult him to his face. He eventually let it go, but he was still said. Deku, being the idiot he is, almost forgot to get off the bus. So he had to wake the fucker up since Koda was too much of a coward to do it, even though the idiot was sleeping on him. Then they went inside and All Might didn't even show up, which blows. All Might was the most badass hero ever, and instead they got stuck with their hobo homeroom teacher and this marshmallow-looking beach who is lecturing them on safety. Deku clearly agreed it was a snooze fest of a speech since he was actively liking his a-hole. No one wanted to call him on it, and Deku had no idea everyone kept glancing at him while he cleaned himself. It was absolutely hilarious. He couldn't think of a better way to insult someone than to lick your own but during their lecture, though he didn't plan on using that method. Then all of a sudden some bullshit went down where a warp gate opened up and villains started to pour out. If that sheet wasn't bad enough, as soon as he tried to punch that misty BSRD, he ended up in some rundown building filled with villains. So, At least he enjoyed the destination. After beating the shit out of some villains and impressing the cute boy with red hair, he heard a horrifying sound. He'd heard it once before and knew it only meant something horrible was happening. It was the screeching of a rabbit in distress. Sheet, we need to go now, shitty hair. He'd already started moving, not waiting for the idiot to realize he needed to follow. What the hell was that sound, man? That was Deku losing his sheet. We need to get over there before he kills someone. He wouldn't do that, would he? The last time I heard him make that sound was the day I met him. A pack of dogs found their burrow and killed everyone in their colony except him and his mom. And I found the dogs ripped to pieces by Deku. So you tell me what he can do when he's scared enough. They got to the central area to see Deku leaving the shipwreck area soaked in blood. After nearly attacking Frogface, the crazy fucker goes flying at the monster that had Aizawa pinned to the ground. The fucker with hands on him yelled for the monster, apparently called Nomu, to kill Deku. Shitty hair started freaking out. Midoriya's gonna get killed taking that thing on. No, he won't, he probably won't win, but have you ever tried catching a wild rabbit with your bare hands? Let alone one with super speed. I'm going after Portal Beach so they can't get away. You and Frogface get Aizawa out of here. The idiot seemed to understand there was no time to argue and took off to their injured teacher. Katsuki himself charged straight at the misty fucker and got him pinned by his neck brace. Which worked great until Creepy Hands McFuckface charged him and tried to hit him. As he watched one of his gauntlets turn to dust, he realized that he had been distracted by the threat of being disintegrated while Misty F escaped. Two things happened at the same time. That Nomo fucker reached through a portal to grab Deku, who'd been latched onto his back. He threw Deku across the entire USJ and Katsuki couldn't do anything but watch as the rabbit crashed into the staircase like a cannonball. The second thing was All Might finally showing up. Showing up a second too late. For once in his life, he completely ignored All Might. He ran across the USJ to make sure that useless Deku didn't get himself killed. His breath caught when he saw the unmoving bloodied form. But to his relief, he could still feel the naturally rapid heart rate within the small body. Sure, Deku was an annoying little sheet, but he was basically part of the family, and Bakugas don't leave family behind. He held the deceptively heavy rabbit in his arms while he moved as quickly as he could without making his condition worse. The raging battle behind him seemed to end with All Might declaring victory, but the villains didn't buy his bluff. But Katsuki was the only one who knew it was a lie, that he had a limit, but right now he had to choose between saving his rabbit or his idol. So he steeled himself and kept moving to the exit and away from the fighting. He would not lose his friend today and would have to trust All Might to handle himself. Luckily, it didn't matter. Because Snipe shot that fucker before he got a chance to do shit. The heroes made quick work of the remaining villains, and Recovery Girl alongside Nizu came up to him with panic in their eyes at the sight of Deku. Lady, unless you suddenly became a master of rabbit biology, get the F out of my way and tell me that there's a vet somewhere among those paramedics. Nizu nodded and pointed at one of the emergency responders waiting outside, specifically one who looked different than everyone else. We made sure to have a veterinarian on call for situations like this. He ran over and laid the rabbit down on the gurney and looked at the vet. You better Eddie save him or I'll explode your face. She seemed impressively unfazed and left in the ambulance with Deku. It was official, rescue training FANG-SEKD. It had been a few days since the USJ incident when Uraraka finally got news on Izuku. Apparently he was now resting at home and could have visitors. It had taken a lot of asking around, but she found out Kirishima had Bakuga's number and with a lot of pestering they finally got their address. They weren't really sure what a good, get-well present was for a rabbit, so they just went with the standard card and flowers and hoped for the best. It was her, Ida, and Kirishima who went over to the Bakuga household. Kirishima knocked on the door, since he was the most Bakugu-proof of the four of them, and was immediately met by a woman who seemed like a taller female version of Katsuki. Oh, you must be Izuku's and Katsuki's friends. Give me 1 second, I'll go get my idiot son. She turned around for a moment. Oi brat. Your friends are here. Only to be answered by, shut up you old hag. They're here for Deku, not me, so it's not my problem. Well, what are all of you standing there for? come in. They walked in and introduced themselves, then Uraraka asked, your son made it sound like Deku lived in your yard rather than your house, is that where we'd find him? Usually, but since he's still healing he's been staying inside. Oh, and his mom has been inside too to take care of him. Ida nodded. That is for the best. Is his mother intelligent like he is? Not in the same way he is. But she's definitely more mischievous and clever, I suppose. Mischievous? Mitsuki just laughed, like stealing your flowers as a snack. She looked down at the bouquet they had brought and realized a good portion of them were gone, with a daisy floating across the room into the waiting paws of a plump green-haired rabbit hiding under the couch. She is the reason we can't have any food that is left within line of sight. She will steal all of your snacks without remorse or concern for her weight. Do you have any idea how hard it is to put that lady on a diet? Kirishima pet his head to the side. How does telekinesis turn into density? The two seem like they have totally different quirks. She smiled. I'm no scientist, but as I understand it, Inko can attract things and Izuku's quirk is basically an internalized version of that. He's attracting himself to himself, making him heavy as sheet. They were about to respond when they heard a subdued but happy honking sound as Izuku came out of the side room and into the living room with them. Their rabbit classmate was immediately met with his mother hopping over and showering him in affection. The three of them felt much better now that they had actually seen that he was okay. All of them felt guilt over his injuries in their own ways and for their own reasons, so it was a relief to have him in front of them and in good spirits. Even if things had been hard, they were looking up and she had faith in herself and her friends. Izuku sat at his desk for the first time since his fight with the big thing, which was apparently called a Nomu. He bounced back and forth a little as he waited for class to start. He was worried about their teacher. He had gotten hurt real bad. Then their teacher showed up to class. That was great. But he was still hurt real bad and covered in bandages. That was bad. I'll be fine, but you can't relax yet. The fight isn't over. Izuku thought that was obvious. The fight's never over since there's always something else ready to eat you. The sports festival is coming up in a few weeks. Well, now he was confused. Izuku knew what festivals were, and he knew what fights were, and they definitely aren't the same thing. Izuku raised his paw to show he was very confused. Yes, Midoriya? I am confused. Is it a fight or a festival? It is a festival that has fighting and competing between the students. He was very anxious and hoped he was wrong about what this meant. Is it real fighting or just playing? Aizawa just sighed. I suppose you would call it playing, but it is still very important. Heroes will be watching and you can get internships based on your performance. This was very exciting and much less scary than if they were real fighting. The next 2 weeks went by fast. He trained a lot to make sure he was extra good at running fast. He ate lunch with All Might, who he's decided is a nice human. All Might explained that when something is a secret, like the obvious fact that All Might is tiny most of the time, then you're not supposed to tell anyone, even Kaken. Izuku eats lunch with All Might a bunch now and likes to keep him close. The reason was very simple. All Might is sick and hurt, and any rabbit knows that if one of your herd is sick then you keep them close so no one catches them. So he would have to make sure that All Might didn't get eaten while he was tiny. And one day there were a lot of people outside the door and they were talking to Kaken. Well, they were talking, Kaken was yelling. But it would take more than a bunch of legs to keep him from lunch, so he just ran past them. Now the day is here. It's time for the games and playing with his friends to show how strong of a bunny he is. They were waiting and Todoroki, the white and red one, came up to him. I think I'm objectively stronger than you. But you have some connection to All Might, so consider this a declaration of war. Well, that was confusing. Todoroki can't jump or kick nearly as hard, so he's not stronger at all. And they all have All Might as a teacher, not just him. And Kaken said war happened between counties, and Izuku is a bunny not a country. This is the first time they've talked, so maybe he never makes sense and Izuku just never noticed? Well, Izuku knows it's important to be nice to all people even if they have a hard time. So he will be nice to this boy even though he doesn't know how to talk. So he jumped up on the table and liked his hand to show that it was okay. He got confused. He might have said something, but he didn't bring his phone since he wouldn't need it for playing games. So he didn't have a way to speak human. No one else said anything, except for Kaken laughing. Kaken was mean like that sometimes. Then they were called to the field to go play games, so he'd worry about the confusing boy later. Izawa sat in the commentator booth with present Mike when he realized something. Hey Mike, you told Midoriya that he was doing the opening words, right? Huh, I thought you were doing that? Well, this will be an interesting disaster. Moments later all the classes were on the field and Midnight snapped her whip. Alright everyone, to start us off we'll have an opening speech from the student who got the top score on the entrance exams. Izuku Midoriya. He looked down and could see that the rabbit was confused for a moment but seemed to figure it out as he hopped up to the stage that Midnight stood on. The entire crowd went silent in confusion and surprise at who the speaker was. There was a horrid sound sent through the speakers as Midoriya knocked over the mic stand so the mic was at the right height for him. Then he began his speech, which was entirely made of squeaks, honks, chirps, and the occasional thumping of his foot. Some of the crowd laughed at how ridiculous this was, some just seemed confused still, there were a few who were taking things too seriously and had gotten angry. But one person stuck out to him. As the surprisingly long speech reached the 2-minute mark, he noticed that Mirku was leaning against the guardrail and entirely enraptured by whatever he was saying. With a closer look he realized that she was actually shedding tears. Did she speak rabbit? Was the speech actually good? Was it that emotional? He seemed to stop for a moment and sat on his hind legs before squeaking as loud as possible at the same time the rabbit hero screamed the words, "Plus Ultra." Woo, now that's a fucking speech. Well, that answered both of his questions, especially if it was good enough to impress Mirko, who's not exactly known for being friendly. Regardless of the surprising revelation of a top hero being able to speak to rabbits, it was time for the first event. Izuku was so excited about the first game. He was supposed to run in a big circle and he loved running. The speech was fun too. He was nervous at first, but he thought he did a good job. He was nearly vibrating in excitement at the idea of running and playing with all of his friends when the signal to start was given. It's running time. Then right as he started to run, ice started to cover everything. Some people got stuck and others slipped on the ice. But not Izuku. He was really good at running on ice because he had little rabbit claws. He ran super duper fast next to Kaken and Todoroki. They were fast too. Then there were robots. That was very exciting and they were very fun to break. He forgot to keep running and got distracted breaking robots. He started running really fast again and jumped over a big hole in the ground. Then there were explosions. But not the usual explosions that Kaken made, these ones were pink and hiding in the ground. There were little bumps everywhere the explosions were hiding. They were pretty easy to notice since he was very close to the ground. So he ran super fast making sure to dodge all the pink explosions. Though he did jump on one just for fun. Then he ran past Kaken and Todoroki who were fighting each other. Then he ran through a tunnel and when he got to the other side everyone in the stadium got really excited. So he got really excited and started jumping and squeaking. This was lots of fun and he understood why people like festivals so much. Apparently the next game was a team game, so Midnight gave him his talking keyboard. It wasn't too complex of a game. Find 3 friends, you have a headband, every group wants more headbands, and one of you isn't allowed to touch the ground. He hopped over to Uraraka. Hello friend. We should work together. She smiled at him. Sure, that sounds great. Who else should be on our team? He pointed at Tokoyami. We should have him. You get twice as many friends. She laughed a little. All right, I'll go ask him. You wait here. He nodded. Then all of a sudden a girl with bright pink hair ran over. She was very excited and wanted to show off her invention babies. He could respect anyone who was as excited as he was. Which was not a lot of people since he was incredibly excited. Now that they had a team they needed a plan. He would be the rider since he was too small to carry anyone. They got ready and he was perched on Dark Shadow's head when they were told to start. It was time to put their very smart plan into action. They ran away as fast as they could. Everyone tried to catch him, but Izuku had very fast friends. They flew around super fast and got away. Then another team started to run at them. Oh no, Ida is also very fast. It was time for plan number 2. Uraraka put her hand on him to make him all floaty, Then Dark Shadow threw him really fast at their attackers. His plan was to only kick him a little bit and try to take his points, but then a big surprise happened. He was expecting ice, but instead there was fire. Is Todoroki okay? Why is he on fire? Then they were told that time was over and he plopped onto the ground with his gravity back. But they won the game. That was super exciting. And Todoroki wasn't on fire anymore, which was good. It was time for lunch, and that was great. He was given a bale of hay and was munching away, and Todoroki came up to him. Can we talk? Izuku nodded. He didn't mind talking to Todoroki even if he seemed to have a hard time with it. He didn't see a reason to bring his keyboard to lunch since he planned to eat not talk, but he could listen. Alone. What was alone? Oh, he wanted them to talk alone. Todoroki should learn to put more words in his sentences. He nodded again and followed behind him while pushing his hay bale. He was sure Todoroki wanted to talk about something important, but he doubted it was more important than lunch. They ended up in a hallway and Todoroki just stared for a while, so Izuku started to eat while he waited for him to figure out the right words. Are you an escaped experiment that was spliced with All Might's DNA? Izuku shook his head no, because that didn't make any sense. Not everyone who is strong is related to each other. But you are connected to him somehow. Izuku nodded, because it was obvious that All Might was their teacher, but Izuku would never be rude to someone who got confused. Izuku got confused sometimes too. I see. No matter. You made me break my vow. A vow? Like the marriage kind, or a different kind? My father is the flame hero Endeavor, and I have pledged to never use my father's fire. Well, that seemed polite. If it was his father's, he shouldn't use it without asking. Do you know what quirk marriages are? He shook his head. Then he started talking for a while, and some things made sense and some things didn't, which he figured was an improvement from nothing making sense. His dad is Endeavor the hero, this makes sense. His dad the hero hurts him and his family, this doesn't make sense. Kaken said that villains hurt people and heroes help people, so maybe Todoroki got confused and called his dad the wrong one? He'll ask someone smart about it later. His dad married his mom because she was strong and complimented his quirk. This makes sense. Kaken said marriage is like picking a mate but with paperwork, and his mom said it's always important to pick a strong mate. His dad apparently bought his mom. This doesn't make any sense. You can't buy mates unless he means bringing them a lot of gifts to impress them. But it sounded like his mom didn't want to be bought. He said he was bred to defeat All Might because his father couldn't. This makes the least sense. All Might is a sick old man who coughs up blood when he laughs. Who makes their life goal beating up weak old men. Maybe his dad really is a villain and wants Todoroki to also beat up weak old men? He kept saying that he wouldn't use his father's fire, but he also said he didn't want to use his right side where his fire came out. Maybe he got confused about his fire being his father's fire. Usually he would consider the idea of forgetting that your body is yours, not your parents, to be ridiculous, but Todoroki already declared war on him, showing that he thought that they were both countries, not people. So maybe Todoroki has a hard time remembering what he is? By the time he was done talking, Izuku had finished his lunch and was very worried about the confused human. He would definitely talk to someone about this because he doesn't understand humans well enough for this. He did his best to comfort the confused boy by liking his hand, but he's not sure if it worked. Hopefully the confused boy gets less confused. Izuku was very excited. It was time for the third game. There were two ways to win the game. You either had to catch your friend or you had to make them leave before you. This was a lot like the games he played with Kaken, where it was important not to get caught. He was excited to wrestle with his friends and people who weren't his friends yet. When it was time for the games to start, he hopped outside and bounced around and squeaked in excitement when everyone cheered. He took one very big jump and landed on the square that they would have their game on. The grass would have been better, but he figured it didn't matter too much. The person he got to play with was a boy with purple hair and looked like he wanted a nap. Izuku knows naps are very important and hopes he gets one after they play the game. The boy seems very upset about facing Izuku, something about his quirk not working on animals. But that didn't matter because the game started, so Izuku started to run and jump around the other boy while honking happily. Aizawa honestly felt bad for Shinso. He could absolutely relate to a student that had a quirk that didn't do anything against robots. Now he was up against one of the only students that this quirk didn't work on at all. He tried to talk the kid up a little bit by saying a bit about how the entrance exam was flawed and explained how powerful the kid's quirk was. But that only did so much when everyone was actively watching his opponent toy with him. He knew that Izuku didn't mean any harm and most certainly didn't think it was rude to simply run around your opponent instead of just winning what should have been a quick fight. Midoriya was clearly here to have fun today, and maybe the other students could learn something from him. Sure, it's important to show off to the heroes and get internships, but this is a festival, not a gladiator ring, and some students seem to forget that. He watched as Shinso dove again, trying to catch the rabbit that was clearly enjoying what had turned into a game of tag with Shinso doing everything he could to try and get a hold of the tiny creature. Finally, Shinso tripped during his most recent attempt to catch Midoriya, and the rabbit took this opportunity to sit on Shinso's back, completely immobilizing him. He knew this would be a humiliating loss for the Gen Ed student, but Aizawa would still be submitting his recommendation for the student's transfer into heroics. Izuku bounced back and forth as he watched his friends play their games. Todoroki didn't seem very good at having fun. Instead, he just made a lot of ice. But that's okay, he was with Todoroki next, and he would try to help even if the human seemed confused a lot of the time. He chewed on some lettuce while Ida ran around with the girl who had funny eyes and was very excited. She was good at having fun. Ida wasn't as good at it. He could tell because only the pink-haired girl was smiling and laughing, and that was dumb. Everyone should be smiling. He saw Momo play with Tokoyami and Dark Shadow. But Momo seemed very sad when she left. He would find her and make her less sad. Izuku bounded down the halls, paused and sniffed the air, then he kept running. After running around a lot of halls, he found her sitting on the floor and crying. That's not good. He quickly went over and curled up in her lap. Oh, hello Midoriya. She wiped tears off her face and tried to smile. He nuzzled into her to help her feel better. It's what his mom did when he was sad. You don't need to worry about me, I'll be okay. He looked up into her eyes before nuzzling her more, because she was definitely still sad. I guess that wasn't very convincing. She started to pet his ears and it felt very nice. It's just really frustrating, you know? My parents never wanted me to be a hero, they wanted me to join the family business, but I told them I would be an amazing hero instead. And then I lost so easily. How can I convince them I'll be a good enough hero if I can't even prove it to myself? She sighed as she continued to pet him, but I suppose it was never enough for them anyways. Never smart enough. Never charismatic enough. Never pretty enough. So why would I be heroic enough? I guess if nothing is good enough, then I'll just have to do my best. He looked up at her and liked her hand. She laughed softly. Thanks Midoriya, you should definitely count as a therapy animal. But I think it's almost time for your next match, so you should head to the waiting room. He had no idea where he was, or where the waiting room was, so he just looked at her with his head tilted to the side. Alright, I'll show you how to get there. He hopped alongside her, but they stopped when they ran into a very large flaming man. The man didn't seem upset by the fire, so maybe it was supposed to be there? Disgraceful, I can't believe UA has lowered itself to the point of letting vermin compete alongside my creation. Izuku didn't like this man, and the smoke he made smelled funny, so he sneezed on him then kept walking. The fireman kept yelling words, but he decided to not listen and instead move faster away from him. Momo chuckled a little. Well, here we are, when they call your name you go right over there. Now try not to sneeze on any more heroes while I'm gone, okay? That man was a hero? He didn't think heroes were that grumpy. Izuku bounced around a little bit, and was very excited and ready once he was called out. He hoped he could have fun with Todoroki too. He seemed like he needed fun. Once he was outside, people started cheering again. But they were so excited. He was also excited because they were excited. He looked across the field to see his new and confusing friend. Todoroki wasn't excited. Izuku just assumes that is because he is a confusing person who doesn't make sense. Then they were told to start, so he jumped up into the air toward his new friend. There was a lot of ice now. He kicked the ice really hard so it broke. He tried to run at Todoroki again, but then a lot of ice came at him again. There was a lot of throwing and breaking ice going back and forth. Wait. Todoroki looks bad. He was too cold and Izuku had lost an uncle to being too cold. But Todoroki could make fire that would make him not cold. Izuku thought really hard, trying to make sense of the situation, then he figured it out. Todoroki was odd, but had always been polite, so being polite was important to him. It's impolite to use someone else's things. Todoroki has a hard time remember what his body is, has previously thought he was a country. His father apparently has fire too and made the mistake to think they were the same flames. He thinks that his fire powers are his father's, not his own, and won't use them because that would be rude even if it hurts him to not use it. Izuku realized he needs to tell Todoroki that the power is his or else he will get too cold. He doesn't have his keyboard for speaking human, so maybe if he speaks rabbit loud enough Todoroki will figure it out? At first it doesn't work and he just keeps breaking ice so he can get closer. Then it works. A hero with bunny ears stands up on the railing and yells down at them over the rest of the crowd. He's saying it's your power, you idiot. Todoroki paused, staring at Izuku with his eyes wide, then he looked down at his own hands. Todoroki seemed to think for a little bit before smiling. His left side was suddenly very much on fire. You must be crazy, helping your opponent in a fight. Todoroki seemed to still be confused, since Aizawa told them they were playing games, not fighting. But at least he figured out that he was in his own body and that his fire was his. Izuku thought Todoroki's fire was prettier than other fires, which were all scary and not at all pretty. Then the fire started coming towards him, and he changed his mind back that all fire was scary. He didn't get hit by the fire, but he was suddenly launched really fast after there was an exploding sound. Then he hit the wall really hard and it became nap time again. He woke up next to the small wrinkly lady who gives sleepy kisses. "Hello there, darling. Did you have a nice rest?" He chirped happily, because he did have a nice nap and he felt very rested now. "That's wonderful, I made sure to give you a healing kiss, but please let me know if anything hurts or feels bad. Unless you have any issues you can go back to your friends." Fantastic. He hopped away and followed the signs this time and found all his friends. He jumped up in Koda's arms so he could tell him about how excited and happy he was in case he didn't know. Apparently it was time for Kaken and Todoroki to play their game. Kaken was yelling a lot, but he was pretty sure that just meant he was having fun since he always yelled when they played too. There were a lot of loud noises, which made sense since Kaken was a loud human. Eventually Kaken won, but seemed mad about it for some reason. That also made sense since Kaken was angry a lot. When it was time for the award ceremony he was very excited because all of the winners were friends. First place was Kaken, his loudest friend. Second place was Todoroki, his confused friend. Third place was Tokoyami, who was two friends in one. Apparently Ida, his fastest friend, was also supposed to be there but had to do something important. Wait, why was Kaken tied up? Was someone trying to hurt Kaken? He clearly didn't want to get tied up, but no one was doing anything. Izuku started squirming in Koda's arms so he could go down and free Kaken. Then he heard Koda's quiet voice. "It's okay Izuku, he's safe, they just don't want him to run off before the ceremony is done." Izuku whined a little bit more, but calmed down and just watched the rest. Then they were all given shiny things. He wanted a shiny thing. He would have tried harder if he knew he could have gotten a shiny thing. Shiny things are fantastic. Izuku was excited for class. Since he did a good job at their games he might get to work with a really cool hero. He didn't really remember a lot of heroes, but he still thought they were cool. He got on the bus as usual with his Kaken and tensed when someone pointed at him. They better not be planning on picking him up. "Hey look, it's the bunny from the sports festival." "Oh yeah, I think his name was Midori or something like that. You did a great job, I can't wait to see you debut as a hero." He beamed at their praise while Kaken glared back at everyone who commented on him being tied to a post. A tiny human, who was probably only 4 or 5, tugged on his mom's leg. "Mommy, can I go pet the bunny?" "Well, only if you ask first." They weren't very loud, but he had very good hearing. "Hi Mr. Bunny, my name's Taka, can I pet you? You look very fluffy." He normally wouldn't let strangers touch him, but he made an exception for cute kids. And this one called him Fluffy. He nodded and rubbed his head on the boy's hand. The boy smiled as he rubbed behind his ears. "You're a really good bunny, mister." He was a good bunny. By the time they got off at their spot, all of his hair was messy, but he was absolutely glowing from the many compliments and good head rubs. He hopped up onto his desk and binkied a little when Koda said good morning to him. Then Aizawa walked in and looked all healthy again. "That was good. Alright, quiet down. Today we'll be giving you any offers you got from your performance at the sports festival." A bunch of numbers showed up on the board. He got a bunch of them. He got 15, which is an excellent number. He doesn't really know the heroes on the sheet though, but Kaken and Yagi know lots about heroes, so he'll ask them. Then the teacher started talking again. "Now, we're going to be talking about hero informatics." Everyone seemed as worried as he was. He knew a lot of words, but he didn't know that one. Was informatics scary? Everyone else seemed scared. So he thumped his foot and got low so he'd be ready to fight this mysterious thing. "We're picking hero names." Izuku was confused. Humans already gave him so many names. He had 2 names for everyone to use, and another name that Kaken used. That wasn't even counting the name his mom used. Why did he need another one? He raised his paw and asked Midnight, who had just come into the room while yelling and swinging her weird rope. "You need a name for the public to call you as a hero." He was still confused. "I thought Izuku Midoriya was my name for the public to use? Why do you humans need so many different names for one person?" Kaken spoke up. "Just go by Deku since you always ram into stuff like the blockhead you are." Izuku liked that idea and just scribbled that down on his board. Now he doesn't need to remember an extra name. Midnight asked him if he was sure if he wanted to be known as Deku, but he wasn't really sure why she was asking something he had just told her. After that they learned about math, which wasn't very exciting, but learning is important. Then it was lunchtime, and lunchtime is much more exciting. He pulled his bale of hay outside like usual and sat with Yagi, who usually just had a weird drink since he was sick. This time he also brought his internship papers instead of just his lunch since Yagi was super smart and his mom taught him it was important to learn from your elders. "Ah, young Midoriya, it's good to see you." He honked happily and showed the old man his papers. "Oh, what's this?" Then he read it and smiled. "Ah, need some help picking an agency?" He nodded. "I'm surprised Miruko didn't send you an offer. She seemed quite impassioned by your speech at the festival." He started tapping on his keyboard. "She sent a letter saying she'd take me on once I had my license, but that she didn't work with newbies." Yagi laughed and coughed up a little blood. "Ah yeah, that sounds like her. Well, you should be able to get your provisional license in the next few years. But enough of that, what are you looking for in a hero to narrow it down?" He thought a second. "Someone like me. Small, fast, and good at jumping." Something like fear crosses Yagi's face. "I might know the perfect hero for you to learn under." "Why do you smell scared?" "Well, he's an amazing hero. He's also a very strict and tough teacher. He was my teacher, in fact." "Is he good at jumping?" He laughed again. "Young Midoriya, he may be one of the best jumpers in the world." Wow, Yagi had been a hero for a really long time and must have met a lot of really good jumpers, so this guy must be really good at jumping. "Yes, I want to learn from him." Yagi gently pat him on his head. "Alright, I'll give him a call and see if he'll take you on." Izuku smiled and hopped around as they got to the train station. His friend Ida seemed much less excited than everyone else, but hopefully he would be more excited once he got to train with a pro hero since he knew Ida liked heroes. Kaken was going off to study with a man who controlled clothes. That seemed really strong since all humans wore clothes for some confusing reason. His friend Koda is learning stuff in the forest with people dressed like cats since he wants to do forest rescue too. His confusing friend Todoroki continued to be confusing by going with his dad, the person he didn't like and hurt him. He would need to talk to Nizu or Yagi about these confusing people since they are smart. And now he was going to go learn from Gran Torino, the best jumper Yagi knows, and then Izuku will be the best at jumping. Since his costume was small, it fit in his backpack and he didn't really need any other clothes. Riding the train was fun. He got to look out the window at all kinds of new places. Once he got there, he hopped up the steps and found the door already open. That didn't seem very safe, but if he was as good of a jumper as Yagi said, then maybe he doesn't need to worry about that. When he quietly stepped inside, he saw the old man Yagi described laying on the floor surrounded by food and sauces. He must have fallen asleep while eating. Izuku does that too sometimes. He couldn't smell any blood and he could hear him breathing normally, so he was probably fine and just needed rest. Since naps are very important, he decided to let the man sleep and liked at the sauce on the ground since you shouldn't let food go to waste. It was a bit sweet for his tastes, but it was still good. He heard the man grumble. When is that kid gonna show up? Then he turned and saw Izuku. Huh? When did you get here? Why didn't you say anything? He pulled out his little keyboard. I thought you fell asleep during lunch and didn't want to bother you. The old man seemed to look him over and think for a moment. Then he crouched low and jumped. Izuku just barely dodged when he came flying at him. Come on. Show me what you're made of. Prove I'm not wasting my time. Well, if the man wanted to play this game of chase, then Izuku can do that. He would show him just how good he is at jumping. This led to him getting kicked a lot. Yagi was right. He is the best at jumping. Izuku has never been. I'll jump before. They spent the entire night jumping around the house as Izuku worked to learn from his technique. He got way better at jumping off walls and ceilings instead of the floor. I guess you're not entirely hopeless, but you've still got a lot to learn. Tomorrow we're working on communicating while you fight. That sounded really hard, but it made sense. Talking is important, though it would be easier if people would just learn rabbit. He was sore and tired and slept a lot that night. Then he ate a big breakfast of lettuce and carrots before starting the day. As promised, they spent the day with Gran Torino chasing him around the house while Izuku tried to use his keyboard without getting caught. His keyboard also had a panic button on it, so if he was in trouble he could press it and all his friends would know he was in trouble. It was a really good idea since calling for help can be hard if you don't have time to type a message. After lots of running, jumping, and typing, Gran Torino was satisfied. I guess that's good enough. Get some rest, we'll be going out tonight to patrol, that way you don't get used to just fighting me. That was exciting. He was going to go out and save people from getting hurt. After a quick nap, he got on the train in his hero outfit. He even got to text a couple friends about their internships. It was weird that Ida wasn't responding, but he was probably just busy. Uraraka was having fun learning about. Wait, what was that noise? Something was coming at them fast. Before he was able to type out more than something dash, a big monster slammed into their train. With a hole in the train, he could smell all of the things happening outside. The fires and broken cars were very smelly. Gran Torino was very fast as he jumped and kicked the big thing, which was a lot like the big thing from school. There were a lot of big things in the city and a lot of fire. That meant people needed help. He shot off into the air as Gran Torino shouted something about him and the train. He jumped from building to building, then stopped and listened really hard. There were so many sounds. Wait, that sound was important. It was the sound of someone looking for Ida. That meant he needed to find his friend. He ran down the street smelling extra hard for Ida until he found the unique scent of his orange juice engines. Izuku followed the smell to a scary-looking man with lots of knives and a sword pointed at his friend on the ground. That's not good. And he had his friend's blood on his mouth. That's extra not good. He had tried to warn his friends about villains trying to eat them, but no one took him seriously. And now there was a villain cutting up heroes and drinking their blood. It seemed he would have to remind his friends about the dangers of villains eating you. He shot forward and kicked him hard, making him fly off of Ida. He typed quickly as he stood between Ida, a hurt stranger, and the scary man. Why are you trying to eat my friend? He also made sure to press the panic button since he was a smart bunny. The man slowly stood up and walked towards him with his sword drawn. All false heroes must be purged, and your friend there is one of them. Anger built up in his chest. How dare he try to take his friend from him? He thumped his back leg hard against the ground, cracking the asphalt. No. You won't hurt him. The scary man laughed. I won't? And I suppose you'll stop me, little rabbit? Why do you even want to be a hero? Izuku kept talking since he wanted to buy time so his friends could get there and help him. So he did his best to just be honest. Helping is good and hurting is bad. So I help people. He paused. Your simplicity is something beautiful, no desire for wealth or fame, just being good because it's the right thing to do. But if you don't get out of my way, you'll be cold as well. His foot started to move forward and Izuku knew it meant that it was time for fighting. The scary man was very fast and Izuku couldn't do much more than just dodge. Ida kept saying something about it not being his fight, but he really didn't have time to pay attention to him right now. He had dodged a particularly close swing of the sword when there was a painful sting on his ear, probably caused by that knife that flew over him. Scary man had cut his ear. Rude. He thumped the ground in anger and was about to jump back into the fight when he stopped being able to move. That's bad. Even knowing you couldn't win, you didn't abandon your allies. You're worth leaving alive, but I can't say the same for these two. He kept trying to wiggle his way out, but he couldn't do anything but squeak loudly. Then there was a lot of fire. But it was flames made from friendship. His friend Todoroki stood at the edge of the alleyway and helped keep the scary man away from his friend and the random human. He kept trying to move until he suddenly could. He didn't really know why he stopped being trapped, but he was excited about that change. His two friends kept yelling at each other about something, but Izuku was focused less on their conversation and more on kicking the scary man. There was lots of running, jumping, kicking, and fire until Ida got up. Then there was extra kicking and the scary man stopped moving. But now that the fighting was done, he was very tired. Todoroki was taking all of the knives off of the scary man and pulled out some rope. Don't worry, the pros will be here soon so we can hand him off in a few minutes. He curled up on Ida's feet while he rambled about not getting involved in his fights and apologizing for something. Izuku had to admit he wasn't really listening. He was sleepy and his ear hurt. Plus he was a bit confused about Ida talking about how the fight was his since he did the least fighting and mostly just laid on the ground while shouting with Todoroki. If anything, the fight was Izuku's, since he did the most kicking. Then the pro heroes finally showed up and Gran Torino came over and was very upset about something. I told you to stay on the train. Oh, so that's what he was yelling about. Wait, is that the hero killer? Did you fight Stain? He typed slowly as he was still pretty sleepy. Yes, I kicked him many times because he tried to eat my friends. Tried to eat them? Ida spoke up. Allow me to clarify, he had a paralysis quirk that activated through drinking blood. Alright, well, we're gonna need to get you to a hospital, since you got yourself stabbed. Izuku, did you get hurt other than the cut on your ear? Not really, Wait. His instincts screamed in alarm at the presence of a large bird coming towards them. He needed his burrow. Birds can't get into your burrow. But he didn't have a burrow nearby and there weren't good places to hide from a bird here, so he bolted. He was very fast, but he was also tired, and birds were also fast. He screeched as claws curled around him and lifted him into the air. The bird was going to eat him. Then they were falling and he didn't know if that was good or bad. When they landed he was mostly fine and saw that the scary man killed the big and scary bird thing. Oh, the scary man saved him. That's very confusing. The scary man pointed his sword at the heroes while Izuku just laid down since the scary man had stopped hurting him and started helping him. Then the scary man started yelling for a bit. All of you are fakes. The only one that can kill me is All Might. He paused for a moment before pointing at Izuku, and that rabbit. And with that, Stain collapsed and was captured. Within the hour the video had gone viral of Stain shouting his ideals. But more than anything else, it was the single frame of Stain declaring a green rabbit a true hero while the rodent's tongue was half out of his mouth and seemed mostly asleep. Izuku sat in the vet's office again. He recognized it from after the USJ since not a lot of people knew how to heal rabbits as fantastic as him. The vet lady was very nice and gave good head scratches. She also gave him a bunch of blankets so he could curl up in them while he healed up. These blankets were very fluffy and good. Since he got extra hurt by the big bird claws, he had to stay wrapped up in bandages. He also had bandages on his ear since the scary man hurt his ear like a meanie. Luckily he could still hear super duper well and it would all heal. Then a person with a dog head and human body walked in with Nizu. He made sure to be polite and introduce himself with his phone. Hi. My name is Izuku Midoriya. Are you a dog with a human quirk or a human with a dog quirk? My name is Kenji Tsuragami and I am a human. Woof. That was less exciting. Nizu spoke up. Tfurigami here is the chief of police and needs to talk to you about what happened in Hosu. Oh, like with the detective man after the USJ. It makes sense he needs to tell police people what happens after he fights villains. Okay. I was on the train, then the train had villains in it and the city was on fire. I jumped out of the train because helping people is important and people in the train didn't need help after Gran Torino kicked the train villain. Then I heard my friend needing help so I helped them and kicked the scary man. Then my confusing friend Todoroki showed up after I asked for help. Then we worked together to stop the scary man. Then the big bird grabbed me and the scary man killed the bird. Nizu smiled at him. Thank you for the explanation, though that's not actually why we're here. He paused for a moment. Why do you call Todoroki your confusing friend? Oh, because he says confusing things. Like how he said his dad bought his mom, but that doesn't make sense because he said his dad is a hero and that's against the rules. So I'm pretty sure he's confused about his dad being a hero. Everyone in the room had gone quiet, so he thought they might need more examples. He also wouldn't use his fire because he got confused and thought the fire was his father's. I get confused sometimes too though, so I yelled at him that the fire was his until he figured it out. See, he's very confusing but still a fantastic friend. Nizu put a hand on his head and pet him a little, which was very nice. I can see how that would be confusing for you. Can you tell us exactly what Todoroki said so I can help explain it? That sounded like a great idea. He explained everything that Todoroki said at the festival, which was when he was the most confusing. The police chief sighed. This makes things much more complicated. Because it's illegal to use your quirk without a license, we planned on giving credit to Endeavor. Woof. Izuku did not like that. But that's lying? And lying is bad, so heroes shouldn't lie. Nizu sat down next to his little blanket nest. You're right, they shouldn't, but sometimes they need to in order to stop bad things from happening. And some heroes do things they aren't supposed to. He scrunched his nose as he thought really hard before responding in rabbit to Nizu. Then I'll be a hero that never lies. Nizu turned the police officer. I believe you should keep in mind that, as we have just seen with the reveal of Todoroki's home situation, Midoriya is not well versed in keeping secrets. If we have him keep anything a secret, it will likely not stay that way for long. The dog man growled a little. Well, he'd better learn how to woof. Heroes can't be going around spewing secrets to whoever asks. Of course, but keep in mind that deception comes much less naturally to the rest of the animal kingdom than it does to humans. My suggestion would be to tell the truth, which was that he acted in self-defense and that his quirk cannot be turned off, making him blameless in using his increased strength and intelligence to survive. The policeman seemed to think about things before nodding and leaving, but he definitely smelled upset. Nizu turned to Izuku. I know that humans can be very confusing at first, so I want to make sure something is very clear. Izuku gave Nizu his full attention and pointed his ears towards him. Parents should never, ever hurt their children. If they do, then heroes need to go and arrest that person. And if that person is a hero, then they won't get to be a hero anymore, because hurting your family is bad and against the rules. He was confused again. But Kaken said it wasn't my business? What isn't your business, Midoriya? When I asked Kaken about why Mitsuki hits him, he said it wasn't my business and that I shouldn't get involved with things like that. Nizu was unsure whether or not to address his student's inability to lie or keep secrets. On one hand, it was an important skill when working with humans, especially in this industry. On the other hand, though, it just made him aware of 2 cases of abuse. However, right now he's trying to figure out how to explain why humans might protect their own abusers. But the little rabbit is already confused enough, so maybe the intricacies of domestic abuse can wait for another day. Sometimes people don't realize they need to be saved, and those people usually need to be saved the most. Izuku was clearly thinking hard on this matter. So Mitsuki hitting Kaken is bad and we need to stop it because we're heroes. Nizu understood that this concept was very clear to humans and wouldn't need so much clarification, but he remembered a time when he too found humans perplexing at every turn. Yes, that's right. Except you are not a hero yet. So this time I will do the saving, and once you are a licensed hero you can save them too. The bunny seemed to be thinking something over, so he simply sat back and let him work through whatever was on his mind. Does that mean Mitsuki is a bad person? Because she is nice to me and my mom and gives us lettuce and blankets. But those are nice person things? I'm confused. No one's a totally good person or bad person. Someone who did bad things and hurt people can still be nice to other people. I bet you can think of times Mitsuki was both nice and mean to you, and one doesn't cancel out the other. Aha, sometimes she yells a lot and throws things, but other times she gets lettuce. See, even if she is nice and gets you food, she still needs to get in trouble for the bad things. There was another pause as the rabbit hopped in a circle and thumped in frustration. Do nice people who do bad things go to jail for less time than mean people who do bad things? No, they go to jail for the same amount of time. Think of it like this: Endeavor has helped a lot of people by being a hero, but he should still be punished for hurting his family. Izuku was apparently done with this difficult conversation and burrowed under the blankets he was given. I'm resting now because the nice lady told me to. He laughed a little. There weren't very many vets that specialized in quirked animals, so he was quite familiar with Dr. Ito. He would have to tell her later that Izuku remembered her as the nice lady. Of course, Izuku, we can talk later. Nizu left and knew that the coming days would be difficult but important. One case would be much more impactful on society, but both needed to be taken seriously. Though he imagined getting Bakugo to admit that he was in a bad situation would be very trying. That boy's pride would always be his biggest obstacle. He was also concerned about how Izuku would be affected by this. Being a major witness in both of the cases would bring him even further into the forefront of the media. Midoriya wasn't even halfway through the first semester and was already on his way to becoming a celebrity. His blatant honesty and acknowledgement by Stain could turn him into an unexpected symbol for reform within the hero industry. However, in the end, all Nizu could do is try and protect his students and trust Midoriya to be himself. Izuku finally got to go home and was excited to see his mom. He was going to give her so many snuggles. It had been a few days and he had talked to so many people. He was all done talking and wanted snuggles instead. He knew he was supposed to pay attention, but he was sleepy and bored. People in uniforms came to ask about his Todoroki friend and Kaken. A lady with a microphone asked how he beat up the scary man, apparently called Stain. The answer was simple: Izuku was the better jumper and kicker, and the scary man kept getting distracted by his friends, even if they didn't do much fighting. She asked a bunch of other questions too, and he did his best to give smart answers. Nizu also came and talked to him more, and that was fun. Apparently they would be getting to live in dorms instead of houses. He didn't like the idea at first, but then they said he could share a room with his mom. He was excited to live with all his friends and his mom. Well, it wouldn't be everyone yet apparently, just him and Kaken and Todoroki. The teachers would be living there too, so that meant his friend Yagi would be there. He was very excited about having a bunch of his friends together. The whole thing had been something about being wards of UA. There had been a bird at the window while they explained that part, and Izuku found the bird much more interesting, so he only remembered some of what he was told. Birds were so cool. Flying was like jumping, but for a really long time. He wished he could jump for that long. Maybe if he put wings on his costume, he could fly while jumping. Someone was talking to him and he should probably pay attention. Yagi gently pet the top of his head. Are you ready to leave, young Midoriya? I think we've got everything in the car and I think your mother would like to go. His mom sat in a bag meant for carrying small animals. Technically it was sold to carry pets, but his mom was his mom, not a pet. He was bringing his favorite blankets and toys, his school stuff, and his bag of fantastic shiny things, which included the metal Kaken tried to throw away. Izuku had wanted to say goodbye to Mitsuki and Masaru, but apparently they weren't supposed to be there while he was packing up to leave. Kaken wasn't there either, since he was mad at Izuku for some reason and wanted to go at a different time. Not long after they drove off and went to the school. There were a lot of people outside the school with signs. Was it a party or a riot? The windows were closed in the truck so he couldn't smell if they were mad or not. He asked Yagi, who just laughed and coughed. It's definitely not a party, my boy, but not quite a riot either. They are protesting the school for taking a stance against Endeavor as well as the Hero Commission for hiding the things he's done. And that other group over there is protesting the other protest. Well, that was confusing and didn't make a lot of sense. Why would they get mad at Nizu? Nizu's fantastic and great at explaining confusing humans. They parked and got out, and that meant it was time to make the best burrow ever for him and his mom. It was gonna be so comfy. He hopped up to the room with Yagi trailing behind with his mom and found that his door was the best door. His door had a handle near the ground, so it was easier for him to reach. Izuku went inside and was super excited to see that there were lots of blankets and pillows instead of a mattress. Izuku and Inko immediately got to work pushing the fluffy material into the perfect positions that would probably look arbitrary and random to humans, but made perfect sense with bunny logic. Wait. He stopped as he smelled something delicious from outside the door. It opened up to show Todoroki holding a bag of something that smelled fantastic. He could tell his mom agreed that it smelled good, because he saw the bag getting psychically tugged in her direction in a failed attempt to get it out of Todoroki's hand. Todoroki crouched down and held him close. "Thank you. I never thought that telling people would help. So thank you for proving me wrong." If bunnies were able to shed tears, he would have. Instead, he just binkied in happiness that he was able to help his friend. His friend wiped his eyes and chuckled under his breath as Inko pawed at the bag. "Ah, the class wanted to wish you well, so they got you gifts. Since they aren't allowed in the dorms, yet they asked me to bring them to you." He set the bag down and revealed that the bag had a mix of cards, a stuffed bear, and a few packages of rabbit treats, the source of the good smell. His mom joined him in jumping in excitement. She grabbed a few treats before burrowing herself under the blankets. Izuku liked his friend's hand and grabbed his little keyboard. "You are a good friend and you are less confusing now. If anyone else hurts you, I will kick them." He smiled softly as he pet the green rabbit that had saved him, and for once believed that a hero would protect him. Because what was Midoriya if not a hero? All across the country, this small rodent brought out emotion in just about everyone who heard about him and his exploits. The defeat of Stain and the outing of an abusive hero while standing steadfastly behind honesty no matter the consequences. People read quotes he forgot saying but had inspired hope for many. Because calling for the removal of any hero that was dishonest or not heroic was obvious to him but a controversial point to others. Some said he couldn't be good because he was endorsed by a villain, others thought he would be the best hero because even villains believed in him. Many discredited him on the basis of not being human, but others saw it as a step forward in equality. For a serial killer in a high schooler uniform, it was a new obsession to fall in love with. What could be better than a fluffy little bunny that was Stain approved? For a man named Spinner, it was hope for the future. It was a light in the darkness that told him that he wasn't the only person fighting for justice. It was a sign of who to support now that Stain was gone. For a villain with burnt skin and blue eyes, it was freedom. And it made him want to bring that freedom to everyone else hurt by these false heroes. For a man wearing the hands of his dead family, it was something else to hate. It was someone else taking the spotlight from him and something he needed to destroy. Koda had spent his week deep in the forested mountains, and the closest thing to action that he faced was helping heroes find a man who got lost while hiking. He definitely learned a lot about rescue work and how to do search and rescue, but it was a very calm internship. So it was quite a shock when he realized that his friends had been fighting serial killers and smugglers. He was glad that all of his friends were safe though. But that was another thing. He had also seen the news and found out that his friends hadn't been as safe as he wrongly assumed. Endeavor's abuse was being discussed by nearly every news station, whether or not they believed the accusations. To make matters worse, documents had been released by Nizu showing that this abuse had been covered up by the Hero Commission. More people would have doubted the claims except some top detective friend with a lie-detecting quirk got involved and backed it up, which let them move forward in getting the students out of these situations. The downside was that the entire world now knew that 2 students had been badly abused and were brought into UA dorms. And it didn't take much for the press to see which students were suddenly moving onto campus. He hated how everyone's eyes lingered on Bakugo as they waited for class to start, but there was no way he would want any sort of help from Koda of all people. Or any people for that matter. He just felt useless compared to his rabbit friend who was already becoming famous for defeating an A-rank villain as a mere intern and taking a stance against any and all corruption. He even told a reporter that he didn't really know how to lie. Between that and the events of the last week, some people started referring to him as the symbol of truth. Granted, that was a pretty small group that Koda only found because he spent hours looking into what people were saying about his friend. Maybe that hadn't been a great decision though in hindsight, since a lot of people were saying mean things about his friend. Most simply used his status as an animal against him, but some were actually creative in trying to discredit his claims. He read that some people apparently thought that the phone he spoke with was hacked by villains trying to discredit the heroes. His train of thought was derailed when he heard the pitter-patter of small feet coming towards the room along with the muttering that only he could understand. He couldn't help but smile as he heard the words, "Time to see my friends," chanted in his friend's native rabbit language. Then, after a few tries, Izuku opened the door to the classroom and flung himself through the air into Koda's arms. "Hello, friend." He whispered back a greeting that made the little hero wiggle in delight. He enjoyed talking to Izuku because even if both of them had issues talking, they didn't with each other. Koda got nervous about speaking, but whispering was much easier, and Izuku could hear him no matter how quiet he got. And Izuku didn't need to translate his thoughts into Japanese and could instead just ramble away with happy squeaks and snorts. But after saying hello to Koda, Izuku bounded off to greet the rest of his classmates that he hadn't seen during internships. But it didn't go unnoticed that Bakugo was giving Izuku the cold shoulder and refusing to interact with him. It was a little heartbreaking to see since he knew how important Bakugo was to Izuku, and it didn't take a genius to figure out what had made the explosive boy so upset. It was clear that the small rabbit only wanted to help but was now dealing with the backlash of having a friend that didn't want help. Koda was relieved though as he watched as Izuku bounced around in Kirishima's lap, clearly distracted from Bakugo's silent rage. "Oh, you've got a totally manly scar now on your ear. It makes you look like one badass rabbit." He bounced back and forth and typed in response, "Yeah, I'm the toughest bunny ever." Koda felt a bit like a wallflower as he watched. His classmates talked to each other, but he was okay with that. Talking to people was stressful, but just watching his extroverted friend talking with others was nice. Ida seemed particularly upset about Kirishima's comment and stood up to bow deeply. "I'm sorry that my mistakes have caused you to be hurt." It wasn't very difficult to figure out what had happened based on the information that Izuku explained in his interview. Ida and the pro-native were there first, and it didn't seem like there was a reason for Ida to be there outside of trying to avenge his brother. So it made sense that Ida felt guilty that Izuku had to save him, but Izuku had not come to realize that. Izuku's telling of the story was that he didn't think Ida did much and Todoroki mostly just distracted the scary man. However, he also admitted he wasn't really paying much attention to anyone but Stain, which caused him to miss any possible vigilante activity without lying to the press or the police. Koda had to keep from laughing as Izuku responded to the class president. "You are very confusing, you're not Stain or the Big Bird person and have never attacked me." He liked talking to Izuku for the same reason others had difficulty with it. Izuku was so straightforward and literal that it did wonders for his social anxiety. Then his friend launched back across the room to his seat as Aizawa came into the room and glared at them into silence. Izuku was excited to see his friends again. But Kaken was still mad, well, more mad than usual. When he asked his friend Yagi about what to do, he said to give Kaken space to be mad. So he's trying not to talk to him, but it's really hard work not telling his Kaken about his day. He's also trying to get better with people, since they are apparently very complex. He had thought that helping was always good and hurting was bad, but now he'd hurt Kaken by helping Kaken. And that was just confusing. Izuku loved getting help. To him it meant that the person cared about him. But Kaken thought he was being a meanie. "Midoriya, pay attention." Izuku squeaked and went back to taking notes as Aizawa was talking. They apparently had finals coming up and he needed to pay extra attention to be ready for it. He was very worried. Izuku was a very smart rabbit, but he felt less smart when compared to humans. He was very close to the bottom of the class rankings and that was not good. There were plans to study as a group, but it seemed like Kaken was going to be there with his friends. Izuku didn't want Kaken to get more angry at him, so he'd just have to do something else. He didn't want Kaken to keep being angry at him. Class was over and Koda tapped his back. I heard you mumbling, and we can study together if you want." That is a great plan. He binkied a bit and rubbed his head against Koda. He was a very good friend. So instead of going back to the dorm, he went to Koda's home that night. Yagi had offered to take care of his mom so she wouldn't get lonely or hungry. Koda smiled down at him as they rode the train and kept people from stepping on him. A very good friend indeed. They practiced English a lot because they both had a hard time with languages. Wait, what's that smell? It smelled like a bunny. Koda looked over at him. Oh, well that's probably Yuan. Izuku's ears were perked up and very interested. He definitely wanted to meet this bunny. Koda smiled shyly and nodded. They went over to his bedroom and there was a very pretty white rabbit. Why hadn't Koda mentioned he had such an amazing friend? I was worried you'd be mad I had a rabbit as a pet. He liked Koda's hand to show he wasn't mad, then he ran around the room with his new friend until it was time to go back to work. Maybe he was lonely because Kaken was mad at him, but he had more friends now than when he only had Kaken. Bakugo swore to God that if one more person asked if he was okay, he would be convicted of murder. He hated everyone anyways, but it was definitely more now. How dare they treat him like he was weak? Like he was something fragile? Like he was already broken? Shitty Hair came over to him after classes were over. Hey bro, you seemed pretty tense today, are you I dash? He didn't get to finish the sentence because an exploding fist was already coming at his hardened face. I'm fucking fine and dandy, so leave me the F alone. Kirishima shook off the explosion like it was nothing and gave him a bright fucking smile. Alright, sorry to push you on it. What? If you don't want to talk about it, we won't. It's not manly to cross people's boundaries. He simply glared at his red-haired friend shitty classmate. Then what the F do you want? Oh, well me and the rest of the Baku squad wanted help studying for finals. That's such a stupid name. Fine, I know you'll all fail without my help. That was the closest he would come to saying thanks for including him, because he didn't actually want to be alone right now no matter what he said. His entire life had been turned upside down because of stupid Deku and a detective with a truth-detecting quirk. He had told that shitty rabbit to keep his mouth shut, but it turns out he really is useless because he couldn't even do that. All he needed to do was nothing, but he couldn't, and now he can't see his parents anymore. Sure, he and the hag screamed at each other instead of talking, but she was still his mom. Was he supposed to just abandon her now that people knew? It felt like he couldn't say anything FNG right. Before, when he called her a hag, people got mad at him, but now they get mad whenever he says something vaguely positive. All of this nonsense made him want to punch and explode everything. But it turns out that punching things until his knuckles bled didn't actually make him feel better. People still whispered about him in the halls, giving him sympathy and pity that he sure as hell didn't want. Acting like he couldn't hear them talk about how it made sense he was so aggressive now that they knew. Over the course of the weekend, every single mistake he made suddenly got put on his parents. His mom for beating him and his father for being neglectful. People stopped saying the sports festival made him look like a villain and instead started psychoanalyzing him and how abuse leads to anger. But he isn't allowed to murder extras on the train who don't even FING know him. So maybe it's nice to be with people and just talk about school. No one asking about his family or his goddamn feelings. As he yelled about math problems to Kaminari, he realized something. The fact it was Deku was what really hurt. If it were anyone else who brought up his personal sheet with the police, he'd just cut them off, probably explode them, and call it done. But Deku had always been there. He hadn't left no matter how much Katsuki screamed and yelled at him. He had been there in his few moments of weakness when he couldn't keep the pain inside. He had been the one to bring ice packs to cover Katsuki's welts and bruises. But he didn't need help. He didn't. He was going to be the best hero, and he wouldn't let anything stop him. So how dare they treat him like he needed saving? They'd been studying for a while now, and the others started leaving until it was just him and Kirishima, who hadn't left because it was his own house. But Katsuki didn't know how to say that he didn't want to be alone right now. That the dorms were too quiet. That the quiet would always be much more terrifying than any shouting. That he didn't want to be one room away from the symbol of his weakness. You know, it's okay to need help sometimes. Are you going on about shitty hair? Heroes aren't weak for needing support. Think of it like calling for backup. How the hell can I be the strongest if I need to rely on others? Well, I guess you better stop going to class then, since you're getting help from them to be a better hero. Oi. But Kirishima didn't let himself be interrupted. And you better turn in your costume since you didn't make it yourself. Shut the F up. If you really think getting help is so bad, why didn't you let Midoriya bleed out at the USJ? Do you think he's weak now for not getting to the ambulance himself? Of course not, that's ridiculous. And any idiot would see that Deku was anything but weak. But instead of that, what he said was, F you. But Kirishima seemed to get what he meant to say. Then why is it okay for other heroes to get help but not you? Something in him snapped and he grabbed Kirishima by the shirt as tears began to build up in his eyes. Because I didn't deserve to be saved. He suddenly found himself wrapped in a tight embrace. Everyone deserves to be saved. Katsuki had opened his mouth to rebut that when Kirishima kept going. It's never the victim's fault, never. He hated that word so much. He never wanted to be considered a victim. Not a fucking victim. I'm not weak. Well, I was a victim of bullying in middle school. Does that mean I'm weak? The answer was of course not, but if he said that he'd be proving Kirishima right and he refused to do that. So he just stayed in his arms and let himself cry quietly. After a few minutes he spoke up. Tell anyone about this and I'll kill you. He just laughed. There's the Bakugu I know. When he got back to the dorms, Aizawa gave him shit for coming back after curfew, so he politely told him to F off. He didn't want to be a ward of UA, but his only other choice was some random foster family of extras. Days passed and he was glad that future studying included no more heart-to-heart talks. He knew he should probably talk to Deku, but he found that not dealing with a problem was substantially easier than addressing it. Even after his talk with Kirishima, he was still mad at the rabbit, and Kirishima strongly argued against having any important conversations with Deku while he was seething with rage over the little sheet going behind his back like that. He understood that Deku had legally done what he was supposed to. However, Katsuki also understood his own ability to remain angry regardless of that fact. But now it was time for their practical finals. They were told it was robots by those Class B extras, but it was probably some bullshit to make them lower their guards. He didn't trust those teachers to keep their word about Jack Sheet, so he just trained like it was anything except robots. And it turns out he was completely correct. They were fighting fully fledged heroes. He was thrilled to face them. It would be an actual challenge even if they were wearing those weights. They were talking about what pairs were facing who when Mother FNG All Might stepped forward. I'll be facing young Bakugu and young Midoriya. What the actual FNG bullshit was this? He had to work with Deku against the strongest hero? Yeah, that was some top-tier bullshit. Deku seemed pretty displeased about this situation too and stayed behind him as they walked into the testing area. He didn't have time to think about that though. He was trying to figure out why they specifically were set up against All Might. Everyone was set up against their weaknesses, like putting Pikachu and Raccoon Eyes against a super genius or Icy Hot against Aizawa. So why was he put against All Might? Was it so he was up against someone he didn't need to worry about exploding? No, that didn't make sense. Maybe they wanted him to learn teamwork or some stupid shit like that. But why was Deku here then? He loved teamwork and would be thrilled to work with him. It would make more sense to pair him with Icy Hot or something. After a minute of silence, he heard that Demed text-to-speech voice. Do you have a plan? Yeah, I'm going to explode him and win. He heard an upset whine and a tapping sound. But Yagi is sick and you're supposed to always protect the oldest in the warren. That's why Deku is here. He is self-aware enough to know he SCKS at teamwork and that it could be exploited. And Deku's big weakness was his instincts. His rabbit instincts would never let him hit All Might based on him being old and sick even if he could throw a building at them. Absolutely everything. We don't have time for this sheet. I'll fight him, you just look for the exit or distract him or something. His ears perked up. You want me to help? Yes, that's exactly what he was saying, but using those words went against everything in Katsuki. So he tried to make it sound like he wasn't asking. Do whatever you want. His ears dropped again. Last time I helped without asking you stop talking to me, And I don't like that, so this time I'm asking before helping so you don't get mad again. He knew if he asked it Izuku would just sit there and let him get his butt kicked as he went to fight All Might solo. All he had to do was ask and he'd be there, just like he always was. But he'd have to say the words. They came out like a grumbled whisper, but those demon rabbit ears picked it up without issue. Tisk, yeah, help me by distracting him. He paused. He's really tough with his quirk, so you don't need to worry about him getting hurt. In the end they got absolutely wrecked and only passed with seconds to spare. And when he saw that with some pairs only one person passed, he knew the reason he passed after Deku dragged him over the finish line was his mumbled ask for help, no matter how much he hated it. Izuku was incredibly excited. They were all going to the mall together. He didn't really know what he needed to get or do, but he was still excited. Maybe he could get a hat. A hat and sunglasses sounded like a great idea. He hopped off the bus and made his way to the mall. Normally he travels with Kaken, but Kaken was being his grumpy self and decided to stay at the dorms. Todoroki wasn't there either since he was visiting his mom. That was okay though because Izuku saw him at the dorms every day. Which was fantastic even if it happened for a bad reason. He saw his friends standing in the main area and jumped over to them. "Hi friends." Kirishima smiled at him. "Hey there little dude. How's it going? I'm very excited to be here. I'm going to find a hat." "Hell yeah, hats are manly." Uraraka frowned a little. "I'm not sure if they'll have hats in your size, but we can definitely check." Everyone started going their own way to get different things, so he went with Uraraka to go look for the stuff they needed. They chatted back and forth until they passed one store which had clothes for people with mutations. "Hey, I need to use the bathroom real quick. How about you look around and see what they have?" He nodded and hopped into the store and looked around. There were so many different outfits. Coats for people with wings and pants with tail holes. He found hats with ear holes, but they were all too big for him. He saw some funny-looking gloves that only covered some fingers, probably for quirks like his floaty friends. Then there was a hand gripping the back of his neck, making him freeze up. "I just came here for some new gloves, but it seems like I found something much better." He remembered this person's sound and smell and was upset at himself for not noticing. This was the scary man with too many hands and destroyed things with 5 fingers, and he felt 4 fingers on his neck. That was already too many fingers. "How about we sit and chat? If you try anything I'll kill you and everyone else here." "That's not good." He nodded, because he liked talking more than fighting and way more than being disintegrated. They went and sat on a bench together. "You're a pretty smart rabbit, right? Maybe you can help me understand why everyone wants to talk about you and Stain but no one is talking about me, even though I've done just as much as he did." He tried to stay calm and keep talking so it didn't turn into fighting. "Well, I know Stain wanted to get rid of bad heroes and killed mean heroes to do that. But I don't know anything about you and all you've done is hurt Mr. Aizawa's elbow." He felt the hand grab him tighter, and that wasn't good. "What? I did way more than that. Who do you think broke into UA? The black misty guy? I fought the symbol of peace and unleashed monsters on Hosu. But that was really the scary monsters doing the work, not you." He went quiet for a bit and slouched on the bench. "Have I really done that little?" Jiren found the party members. The doctor made the Nomu, and Sensei did everything else. The plan didn't really need me, did it? Izuku wasn't really sure what he was supposed to do or say, so just sat quietly while the hand man did some thinking. "I get it now. If I kill All Might myself, then everyone will talk about me instead. I'll tear down Hero Society with my own hands. I'm not sure why you hate All Might though. He's always been nice to me. It's that he's a liar. He makes everyone think they're safe and protected when they really aren't. I hate that stupid smile of his and how he makes everyone so complacent." Before they could continue the strange conversation, Uraraka walked over and looked very worried. "There you are, Izuku. I've been looking. Hey, you're Shigaraki. Get your hands off of him." Shigaraki just got up and walked away. "My bad, I didn't know you were here with friends. Thanks for the chat, it really cleared things up for me." Well, Izuku was never one to be rude. "You're welcome." Like every other time there were scary people, he had to talk to police and explain what happened. Everyone was happy though since no one got hurt, even if it was still scary. It was a very emotional time, but he did his best to stay calm and professional. He was curled up in Uraraka's lap when he finally broke. He started crying and rambling, but didn't bother to translate it to human. The day was supposed to be good. They were all going to have fun and get cool things and have good friend time. He didn't even find a tiny hat. Izuku didn't see or hear him because he was reasonably distraught after being nearly killed, but behind him Koda whispered to Yaoyorozu. Uraraka just quietly pet him as he shook and whimpered in her lap. Then Yaoyorozu knelt in front of him. "Hi there, Midoriya. I know today has been really scary, but I have a present for you that might make today a little bit better." He was still shaking a little but looked up at her. His ears were still pressed back and she smiled softly. "Can you raise your ears up for me?" He was very confused but slowly raised up his ears, not really sure why it mattered. Then she gently slid a very pretty sun hat onto his head, with little holes for his ears to go through. This was an excellent gift. He bounced up and down a little and squeaked happily as the hat flopped around with him. Uraraka groaned a little. "You're too heavy for that. If you want to jump around, you have to get out of my lap first." She plopped him onto the ground where he hopped around in a circle, enjoying his very nice hat. He nuzzled Yaoyorozu's leg to say thank you without having to translate into human, because he was too emotionally exhausted for that right now. He felt her hand pat his exposed ears. "I'm glad you like it so much. If you ever want other rabbit-sized accessories, you let me know." After everyone talked to the police and explained what happened, he went back to the dorms so he could cuddle with his mom. She made everything better and is very good at helping him with grooming. He sat outside with his mom as they ate the grass and clovers that were growing on campus. Then his good friend Yagi walked over to them in his regular form. "Hello, young Midoriya, how are you?" Honked a little while looking for where he put down his keyboard. "I'm okay now, but I was very scared earlier." "Well, I'm glad you're feeling better. I was actually hoping to talk to you about what he had said. I haven't heard much, but it sounds like you had gotten him to explain why he was a villain." He started to get nervous from thinking about it again, those very scary fingers holding him down. Then his mom came over and started to lick the top of his head to calm him down. He didn't like that you made people safe when they really weren't. Oh, and he likes attention. That felt like a good summary to Izuku. I'm not sure why he would be so upset about giving people hope. He's right though. Being scared is important. What? If there's a fox in your burrow, feeling safe will get you eaten. Being scared when there could be danger is important. If the rabbit watching for danger acts like it's okay, then everyone gets eaten. I see what you're saying, but making people feel at peace is a hero's job. Izuku scrunched his face in thought. But isn't that lying if they aren't as safe as you say? He thought for a second. I thought heroes weren't supposed to lie, but you lie a lot. You should try to do less of that. His friend Yagi looked dumbstruck before smiling softly. You will be a fantastic hero, young Midoriya. I just hope the world is ready for you. Izuku was vibrating with excitement as they were on the bus ride to the summer camp. They were going to spend 2 whole weeks in the forest together. He loved the forest and he loved his friends, so this trip was fantastic since he got to have both for a really long time. He was going to spend so much time with his friends. He was sitting in Kaken's lap because it was way better than a seat, and he was wearing the hat that his friend made him. Kaminari looked over at him and seemed to be deep in thought. Does it count as being naked if you're only wearing a hat? Jiro turned and stared at him in confusion. What are you talking about? Midoriya's only wearing a hat, and even in class he never has to wear pants. His uniform is just a modified bunny HRSS to look like a school uniform. Where are you going with this? I'm just saying that it's unfair that Midoriya gets away with it, but I know I'd get in big trouble if I stopped wearing pants and only wore a hat instead. Everyone was staring at Kaminari now, though Kirishima seemed to be in thought as well about the idea of only wearing hats as clothing. At this point Aizawa pulled the bus to the side of the road. You're absolutely right, you'd get in trouble. And I shouldn't need to explain why you have to wear pants even though a rabbit doesn't. Now, get the hell off my bus, we're here. Izuku shot forward, very ready to be in the forest, but was a bit too excited and knocked Kaken over as he jumped off of his lap. He ran outside and found 2 people dressed as cats and a small person who smelled angry and sad. They were on a small cliff looking over a big forest, and Izuku had to stop himself from just jumping into it. The Wild Pussycat Hero team introduced themselves, but he was kinda distracted by all the sounds and smells that came with being on a mountain. He also found a patch of grass and flowers that he started munching on while they talked to the class. Kirishima looked around. Aizawa, is there a reason we stopped so far from the camp? Aizawa gave them a big smile. The training camp starts now. If you hurry you might make it in time for lunch. Without second thought, Izuku jumped right off the road and into the forest, taking off like a green blur. He landed on the ground and looked around for a second. Wait, are those dandelions? Those are his favorite flowers. So he did the reasonable thing and started munching away while everyone else made their way down and caught up to him. His friends fell down the cliff instead of jumping, and as they started to complain about the fall, the dirt started to move and shift into big monsters. It was like the entrance exam. He honked and binkied happily before leaping forward and starting on his path of dirt monster destruction. He got distracted by patches of dandelions a couple of times though, and maybe took a quick nap under some tree roots where the big dirt monsters couldn't find him. So when he got to camp he felt rested and had a full tummy from all the flowers and clovers he found. Everyone else seemed grumpy for some reason. The PP cats were there again. You guys actually got here a little earlier than expected. I guess getting here in time for lunch was how long it would have taken us. He wasn't sure why everyone else seemed so upset about it. He had lots of fun. Then he noticed the small, angry, sad child again. Hello, small child. My name's Izuku Midoriya. Stupid hero wannabes. Izuku wasn't sure why he was upset, so he liked his hand and laid down on his feet. Rule number 1 was always taking care of the kits in your warren. And if this small child was sad, then that meant it was Izuku's job to make him not sad. Ragdoll laughed a little. This is Koda. He'll be here as well while you train. Now, I'm sure you're all tired, but there's dinner ready for you, then you can hit the hot springs. While everyone else went to eat dinner, he followed Koda to where he sat down inside the cabin and started grooming him. Why do you have a stupid hat on? It's called a sun hat, not a stupid hat. I wear it because it makes me look pretty. Why are you liking my hair? When I'm sad my mom grooms me and that always makes me feel better. After a little bit Koda started crying and mumbling about missing his mom, so Izuku nuzzled up to him and Koda wrapped his arms around him. When Pixie Bob checked the room for Koda, she found him wrapped around Izuku and sleeping. The next day was for training, which was lots of fun. He had to run with his friend Ida all around camp. Then after running he was sent to eat lots and lots of food. When he asked why he had to eat so much, Aizawa turned to him. Since your quirk makes you very dense, the way to increase that density is by a combination of building muscle mass and general weight overall. So, that means lots of running and eating. Izuku nodded and went back to eating an entire bale of hay next to Momo and Sato, who were eating lots of cake. He also got to eat a lot of strawberries, so that was extra exciting and fun. After all the running and eating it was time for dinner, but he was still full, so he decided to go say hi to the other class and make even more friends. Made his way over, he smelled someone scary, like how hound dogs smelled scary. Then someone with blonde hair yelled at him about his class or something like that, so he ran back. Maybe he's fine with not more friends for now. He can make more friends later. He sat on Koda's lap and asked him about his day. I was practicing making commands louder so more animals hear me. I also worked on using lots of animals at once. Izuku nodded. I saw all the birds flying around together. You did a really good job. He looked at everyone else eating dinner and realized he didn't see Koda. He sniffed the air and listened really hard until he figured out where he was. Kaken, grab some curry, we're bringing Koda dinner. I heard him on the cliff over that way. Kaminari looked over, confused. How could you hear that far away? He perked up as Kaken begrudgingly packed a dinner, swearing the whole time. The average bunny can hear about 2 miles away, and I am an above-average bunny. Amen, that's crazy, dude. Soon after he was hoping down the forest path, following Koda's smell with Kaken grumbling behind him, but still carrying the curry. Then he saw the grumpy little kid and walked over. Hey, what are you doing here? Get out of my secret base. No problem, kid. I'm just dropping off my FING amazing curry because Deku would give me shit all night if I didn't. Kaken put the food down and walked off without another word. Kota huffed and crossed his arms, so Izuku started nudging him towards the food. Stupid rabbit, stop pushing me. The kids always eat first. You have to keep the kids fed. So eat. I'm not a kid or whatever you're saying, go away. I don't understand you hero wannabes. I just want to be a hero because helping people is good. Well, heroes are just being idiots running around getting themselves killed. They don't care who they leave behind. Maybe heroes help so no one gets left behind. That's the kind of hero I want to be, no more kids without their parents. He nuzzled him softly, eat your dinner. If you yell really loud I'll hear you, so call if you need help. He didn't think it would happen, but he didn't want to leave a kid alone away from the rest of the warren without being able to help him quickly. What if there was a bear? Or a very large bird? He got back in time for their test of courage, which just sounded like playing in the woods and trying to surprise your friends. They were supposed to have partners, but he didn't have one. That was okay, he would have fun anyways. It would also be less scary for him since rabbits could see in the dark better than people. He hopped happily through the woods when he smelled smoke. That's a bad smell in a forest. He stood still and strained his hearing to pick up as much as possible. There was a big swooshing sound and a very bad smell coming from further in the forest where Class B was. There was the burning smell and sound in another direction. There were Kaken's explosion sounds and Todoroki's ice sounds. There were voice sounds in his head. There are at least 2 villains in the forest. Go back to the main cabin immediately. If anyone knows where Kota is, please get him and bring back to camp. There were lots of running and shouting sounds all over. Help! Kota's cry made everything else fade away. In his previous fights he frequently had to work against his rabbit instincts that usually screamed at him to run, but right now everything was in sync. The kid was in danger. The kid was in danger. He shot off into the woods towards the call for help. Whenever he had fought villains before, it was on their terms. He would never choose to fight in water, an open area where he was easy to spot, or an alleyway with very few options for movement. But this was his territory. He was a dark green rabbit running through the forest at night that no one saw coming. The average wild rabbit can run 45 miles an hour. And he was not the average rabbit. So when Muscular raised an arm to hit Kota, he was hit by a furry cannonball that was traveling about 90 miles an hour and knocked him into the mountainside. The giant of a man groaned as he stood back up. Ugh, what the F was that? But Midoriya's mind wasn't talking right now. Someone threatened the kit, and that meant they had to be stopped with no room for negotiation. Muscular's artificial eye wasn't quite as good as his original and wasn't even close to good enough to pick up the green blur in the darkness that kept striking his body. You're pretty good, kid, but I'm not here for you. Apparently I gotta find some exploding kid, so if you could point me in the right direction I'd appreciate it. The words barely registered, but the knowledge that this monster was going after Kaken only made his attacks more aggressive. Claws carved into his body wherever flesh wasn't covered by the quirk muscles. Teeth sank into his legs when he tried to protect his head, and feet struck his head when he tried to protect his legs. The kick was hard enough that the fake eye went flying out of its socket. Gah! Where are you? Show me your blood. Stop jumping around and face me. The man screamed as surprisingly sharp rabbit claws sank into his good eye. Muscular's fighting style devolved into blindly swing in hopes of hitting the very small and evasive enemy. Rocky shrapnel went flying from his punches into the rock and left small cuts on both Kota and Izuku. This was short-lived as the large villain accidentally stepped off the cliff in his wild attempt to get revenge on the vicious rabbit. Kota was shaking in fear as Izuku began liking the small wounds he had before nudging the scared child back to camp. Kota seemed to understand and started running back to camp alongside Izuku, arriving a few minutes later to the sight of Aizawa kicking a puddle of mud. Izuku didn't like mud either, but it didn't seem like the time to be doing that. He pushed Kota in front of Aizawa. Thank you for keeping him safe. Izuku turned around to go back into the forest since Kaken needed help. Hey, where are you going? Villains after Kaken. The villains are here for Bakugo? Well, if you're going back, and make sure to tell Mandalay that you're all authorized for combat, but you better come back, problem child. He nodded and ran back into the woods to find his friend and the cat lady. Izuku knew he wasn't the strongest or fastest hero, but the forest was his home and the villains made a big mistake fighting him here. He shot into a clearing and kicked off of a big lady with a club before ramming into a lizard person before he even hit the ground. He ricocheted around hitting both villains before landing and taking a moment to type as fast as possible. Aizawa says we have combat authorization. Villains after Kaken. He was about to leave when he started to glow blue and go flying towards the big magnet. That's bad. Before he could be hit, Tiger tackled the magnet lady, making the blue go away for a second. Run, Midoriya. He didn't need to be told twice and ran off to find Kaken. He tried to sniff out his friend, but there were lots of very loud smells going on. The gross toxic smell was less than before but still there, and the smell of smoke was even stronger. Then he heard the sound of explosions again and he knew it was his friend. As he got closer, a new sound screeched across the forest. It was an inhuman scream that was a mix of chirps, barks, squeaks, chitters and the familiar rabbit sounds that were nearly hidden underneath the rest. Protect my friends, stop the villains. Koda's voice pierced the chaos of the forest as he called to every animal nearby. When he got close to Kaken, he looked up to see a very scary man with teeth knives shooting at his friends. Before he could do anything though, a vortex of birds rose up from the trees towards the villain. Crows, owls, and songbirds alike charged the man and began clawing and pecking at him until he fell from the sky under their onslaught. Izuku ran over to Kaken and Todoroki now that the big scary tooth man wasn't there. Kaken, the bad guys are after you. Yeah, I heard the mind message sheet. He paused as both him and Todoroki stared at Izuku. You know you're covered in blood, right? It's not mine. Kaken just laughed and grinned. All right, fuckers, let's start heading back. Anyone near us, Deku? He listened really hard and heard some friends nearby, so he ran in that direction. After swearing, Kaken followed him with Todoroki close behind. They found 4 of his friends, 3 if you count Dark Shadow and Tokoyami as one friend. Koda looked scared and he could never really tell what Shoji was feeling. All his friends started talking. It seemed like they were making a plan, but Izuku wasn't really listening to them. He was listening for other things and making sure no one snuck up on them while his friends were distracted. Then he heard more friends, but they sounded hurt. He squeaked loudly and pointed in the direction of his floaty friend's yell. As he started moving, his friends followed with Kaken in the middle of the group, but he seemed grumpy about being protected. He ran ahead and found a blonde girl trying to stab his froggy friend and putting a needle in his floaty friend. He thumped loudly and growled at her. Oh my goodness, you're even cuter in person and all covered in blood. I want to just eat you up. He did not want to be eaten. Then she looked behind him and saw his 4 very upset friends and decided that it was time to leave. I guess we'll have to hang out later, Izuku. She quickly disappeared into the forest and they decided it was best not to chase. Uraraka turned to them with a smile. Thanks for the help, guys. Wait, where did Kaken's and Tokoyami's sense go? He spun around and saw a man in a mask jumping away and up into the trees. I'm impressed, little rabbit. Few people notice me that quickly. But I'm afraid I must be on my wa-dash. He was cut off as Izuku jumped up at him with his teeth bared, just barely missing the man as he dodged. I must admit I'm more skilled at deception and escape than combat. And at that he started jumping from one tree to the next. Izuku took off after him without hesitation and his friends shouting from behind him, but the only thing on his mind was getting his friends back. He quickly reached a clearing where there was the masked man who took his friends, a man who smelled like smoke, the knife girl, and a man in a gray and black jumpsuit. The man with burns and smoke smell started talking, but instead of listening or talking back, Izuku jumped and kicked the masked man really hard. 2 marbles fell out of his mouth as he slammed into a tree. Another smell he recognized showed up. It was the hand man. You made a good point that I needed to be more involved if I wanted people to pay attention. He reached towards Izuku to disintegrate him. Is this involved enough for you? He was surrounded by villains and didn't have a place to run as the hand man got closer. But before he was able to reach, a laser shot out of a bush and made him step back. He tried his best to protect the marbles, but there were lots of villains and only one of him, plus the laser bush. Izuku was really scared he wouldn't be able to protect his friends when he heard a bleeding noise and a buck kicked the handman. A raccoon jumped off of the buck and started scratching the blonde girl. He had hope for a second, but then there was lots of fire and he had to jump back away from his trapped friends. The smoky man managed to get his hands on one of the marbles and ran towards a swirling portal before Izuku could bite him. The marble turned back into Kaken with the smoky man holding him by the neck. "I've got the brat, let's get the F out of here." As all the villains started to escape, Izuku timed his jump perfectly as he flew through the air and passed just over Kaken and slammed into the smoky man, pushing them both through the portal. Then he pushed his feet against Kaken's back so his friends stayed on the good side of the portal. The portal closed and Izuku was trapped with the villains in some room. He thinks it's called a bar. But Kaken and all of his other friends are safe, and that's good. Then the hurt mask man taps his head and everything goes dark. The remainder of the league stood around the bar and it was clear that the mission had been a complete disaster. The end result of the mission had been that instead of gaining a possible recruit, they lost 3 powerful members. That doesn't even mention the fact that most members were heavily injured and access to medical care was difficult at best for villains. Compress had a couple broken ribs and probably internal bleeding. Toga had been mauled by a raccoon, so they had to worry about diseases along with the bites. Dabi got off pretty easily with heavy bruises. Magna and Spinner got lucky and hadn't fought that goddamn rabbit more than a brief encounter. And having a beaten-up team was one thing, but it's apparently a lot more frustrating to be injured yourself. So here he is with a broken arm from the stupid FANG deer. Even if their doctor was more of a mad scientist, Tamura hoped that he would be able to patch up his team after that terrible loss. But beyond that problem, they still would need to handle the issue of who they did manage to capture. They had gotten the things needed to hold a human with exploding hands. How were they going to contain a superpowered rabbit? Compress Quirk was a short-term solution since it was a bad idea to keep living things in there for a long time if you wanted it to stay living. And that wasn't even mentioning that most of his vanguard was ready to mutiny on behalf of this rabbit. It was the next day and things still weren't going well for Shigaraki. This entire mission had not even been close to worth it. So he did what he did whenever things went badly. He asked Sensei for help. "Tamura, although this was not the plan, you may still be able to succeed." "How?" "Everything is a disaster. I do not recall teaching you to give up so easily." "Sorry, Sensei. I simply meant that even though you couldn't get this Bakugo as a recruit doesn't mean you can't attempt to recruit the one you did capture. Perhaps the explosive child could have been corrupted by his rage and pride, but Midoriya is idealistic enough that you may be able to turn him against the heroes." "I get it. By showing him that heroes are garbage, then he'll fight against them." He seems to value honesty, so focus on that and do not lie to him unless you are sure you will not be caught. And if their perfect little hero student switches sides, people will see how wrong the heroes are. Yes, but even if you fail in converting him, do try not to lose him. The doctor would like him as a specimen if recruitment fails. He went back to his allies with a bit of a plan. They got a cage that the doctor used for his more problematic creations that would be more than strong enough to hold the enhanced rabbit. It took a bit to get everything set up, but they got there eventually. The League of Villains covered in bandages surrounding a cage with a marble in it. "All right, Compress, let him out before he starves or something. You guys keep watch, I'll deal with him later." And with that he went to his room to try and get some rest, which is a challenge with a broken arm in a cast. Izuku was now suddenly in a cage and didn't like that at all. He looked around and the only things in there with him were some rabbit food pellets and a bowl of water. His keyboard for typing wasn't with him, but it could be worse. Outside the cage was more worrying. There were 3 people standing around, the girl who smelled like blood, the guy who smelled like smoke, and the other one who smelled like a lizard. The girl got very close to him and tried to grab him through the small gaps in the cage. "He's so cute and bloody. I want to just gobble him up." Oh no. Izuku did not want to be gobbled. A big lady with the big magnet walked into the room. "You can't eat hostages, because then you don't have hostages, Himiko." She pulled a knife out and started to line it between the bars of his cage. "What if I only stab him a little bit?" The big lady picked up the scary knife. "Girl, nope, we're not stabbing anyone. Sorry guys, but I'm taking Toga off guard duty before she tries to bite someone. Plus we need to make sure she didn't get rabies or something from that raccoon. The smoky-smelling one looked at Izuku. Maybe this is a dumb question, but now that you've brought it up, are we sure that the rabbit doesn't have rabies or something? He doesn't act like a regular rabbit. Izuku felt a little insulted at that. He was not diseased. He huffed angrily before looking at his reflection in the water bowl and realizing he looked a bit gross and sick since he was covered in blood and dirt. He cleans himself in the dish while the lizard man and the smoky man argue about who will take first watch. He assumes they decided it would be the lizard person since the smoky-smelling man left. It was quiet for a bit as the lizard person sat there and seemed kind of nervous. He looked around to be sure everyone was truly gone before handing Izuku his little keyboard. I shouldn't be giving you this, but, well, I really look up to you. You've inspired a lot of people. The first thing he did was press the secret panic button so his hero friends would know where he was, but after that he decided talking was a good idea so he could learn stuff. Hi, my name's Izuku. What's your name? I know who you are. My name's Spinner. I'm really sorry. I'd let you go, but neither of us would make it very far with everyone else so close by. Izuku nodded. That made sense. Are you a human with a lizard quirk or a lizard with a human quirk? Spinner froze. I'm a gecko with a human quirk. Nice. I'm a rabbit. Does your family have human quirks too? Not exactly. We all have ape quirks though. My sister had a gorilla quirk, my mother had a chimpanzee quirk, and my brother had an orangutan quirk. I just happened to get human out of the types of great ape mutations. Where's your family now? He got quiet again. Humans started cutting down our forest and there wasn't enough food in it anymore. We tried to get out and find somewhere new, but poachers got my family. I don't know if they are alive or not or where they would be if they somehow survived this long. He wiped a few tears away. I was only a few years old when I got to a town a few days later. They thought I was a human with a mutation, so I was put into foster care and raised as if I was one of them. Izuku nuzzled his hand through the bars of the cage. Why'd you become a villain? He got a sad laugh in return. I didn't exactly have a lot of options once they realized I wasn't actually a human. You can't get a job or education without some form of ID, and that's only for humans. You were probably only able to go to high school because Nizu runs UA. Izuku nodded. UA was the only school that would accept his application and no middle schools even considered taking him. Without Kaken teaching him, there was no way for him to be ready for the UA exams, and most people didn't have a Kaken. So I needed a way to survive. The system we have treats everyone who isn't normal like garbage, and this seemed like a group where I could change that. He sighed. I hate fake heroes and people who only pretend to help, but this isn't what I wanted. I wanted to fight against injustice, not kidnap children. He shook his head. You were actually the main reason I decided to join in a way. I never thought I could change anything until I saw you fighting on TV. I finally believed I could fight for a better world, but all I've done is kidnap the person who inspired me. Izuku sat there listening and thinking very hard. How could he help his brand new friend? He remembered something very important that had helped him in many situations. If you didn't know how to do something, then you should ask a smart person in case they have the answer. Do you want to keep being a villain? Not really. They said they followed Stain's ideas, but that was all just a lie to get us to join. But it's not like I can just leave without getting turned to dust. Izuku nodded. Can you hand me your phone? Sure. I have a thing called a burner phone the league gave me. Izuku took it and placed it on the floor of his cage and dialed a number in. Hey, who are you calling? Spinner sounded a bit panicked and nervous, but that was okay. He was getting a person for helping. After a few rings, the person picked up. Hello. This is Nizu. I'm very curious as to who this is and how you got my personal number. Hi Nizu, I made a new friend. Oh, Izuku. I'm glad to hear from you. I was very worried, but it's good to know you've made a friend even in the most difficult of situations. His name is Spinner and he's a lizard with a human quirk. He doesn't want to be a villain anymore, and I thought you might know how to do that. You are very smart. Thank you for the kind words. I'll always be amazed at how skilled you are at helping people no matter the situation. Now, is our fellow quirked animal with you now? Izuku nudged Spinner's hand to encourage him to speak up. Oh, I'm here, Nizu sir. There was a slight chuckle at how flustered Spinner was. Which Izuku thought was reasonable. Nizu was an icon to any quirked animals. Hello Spinner, it sounds like you're in quite the predicament. Tell me, why is it you became a villain, specifically anything that wasn't done just out of surviving? He regained a bit of his confidence and tried to speak as assuredly as possible. I wanted to make things better for people who weren't being helped by heroes. Well, this is going to be quite tricky. You see, it is much easier to turn a hero into a villain than a villain into a hero, but I do love a challenge. Izuku liked this idea. Yay! We'll get to be heroes together. But all I wanted was a way out of the league without getting killed? How is that even legal? Did you forget who you're talking to? Both Izuku and Spinner responded at the same time. No, you're Nizu. That's right. So step 1 is clearing your record so you aren't a wanted criminal. Not to be rude, Nizu sir, but is that even possible? Oh, it most certainly is. We will be making you a confidential informant to help take down the League and any other villain organizations they work with. Well, that will be the case if you manage to escape the raid that will be happening in about 10 minutes. I give yourself and your former allies a 30% chance of escaping due to focus on rescue rather than capture. Now, as you can imagine, I am quite busy with your rescue, so I must be going. With that he hung up and left Spinner with much to think on. After a few moments of silence, the door opened and Dobby walked in. You know, I only came over to talk to the bunny about something, but what I just heard was much more interesting. Spinner reached for his very large sword as the burnt man closed the door behind him. Here's the thing though, I won't turn you into the boss, but that's just because I owe that rabbit a big favor. So here's what you're going to do, you're going to stick around, you weird but lizard person, and the moment you have enough sheet on other villains to go legit, you get the hell out of my way. Izuku piped up, actually, since the adjective goes first, he's a person lizard, not a lizard person. Dobby started laughing loudly. I suppose he is. Spinner looked at Dobby skeptically. Is whatever this favor is worth a 70% chance of going to jail? Buddy, I'm a villain whose quirk burns their own flesh. This is better odds of success than nearly any job I've done. Now, I've got a couple minutes before the heroes show up and there's no way I'm doing this sober. He walked away without another word. Izuku turned to Spinner and munched on some of the rabbit food. He seems nice. Perhaps if the League of Villains had taken their intended target, the response would have been different. But they didn't. They hadn't kidnapped the violent Bakugu that people doubted the heroic nature of. No, they had taken the growing symbol of truth. They took the hero student that stood against any form of injustice no matter where it came from, to the point that even some villains respected him. But they also kidnapped the hero that scared and angered the Hero Commission. The Commission didn't want a hero that dug up all of their secrets. They'd already lost their number 2 hero to the Green Rabbit. His trial hadn't happened yet, so he might not be convicted, but even if he got off without penalty, the damage had already been done. Endeavor had been a good soldier that did what he was told and didn't question orders over silly things like morality. So, the opportunity to get rid of this rabbit before he caused more harm was definitely appealing. This led to an odd situation where many heroes were willing to fight in order to get Midoriya back, but there was no coordination or support from the commission itself. Nizu sighed as he drank his cup of tea, considering possible moves going forward. He wasn't sure he was prepared for direct conflict with the Hero Commission, but Izuku was a divisive rabbit that shined a light on the best and worst of hero society. They had one location due to the cunning actions by the young Yaoyorozu, but it was likely not where Izuku was held but rather a Noma storage facility. But the commission seemed intent on acting like Izuku would definitely be there and that no more searching was necessary. So, after days of disorganized searching, all they had to show was a handful heroes being sent to said warehouse to destroy the Nomas. This would do almost nothing towards saving Izuku other than generally weakening the League of Villains. Then everything suddenly shifted. He received a text on his phone. Hello, this is a message from Izuku Midoriya, hero in training. If you got this message, then someone is probably trying to eat me or my friends at the location below. Please bring help so I don't get killed, eaten. Then there were a set of coordinates that would bring you to just a few kilometers from the warehouse they were about to go after. This was the second time he had received such a message, the first being during the fight with Stain. As such, that meant numerous heroes and hero students now had the location of their lost rabbit. However, this could also be a trap that would distract and kill dozens of heroes. The most immediate solution available would be to send an overwhelming amount of force to both locations in order to overpower any possible trap laying in wait. They would also need to act swiftly in order to maintain the benefit surprise. So he began contacting as many people as possible with rapid-fire messaging to arrive at the location to provide whatever support they could. This would be one of the largest unauthorized missions to ever take place, with multiple top 10 heroes arriving on the scene along with nearly every UA teacher. And probably also the students now that he's thinking about it. His hands flew across the keyboard as he did some slightly illegal hacking to check the hospital where Class 1A should be. And they all left already, only a few minutes before the message was sent, likely following up on the lead that Yaoyorozu had given the police. That meant the unlicensed, barely trained, children could be arriving before any of the heroes if nothing was done. Then again, adding 18 powerful students to the mix would be an undeniable benefit. By his estimates, they would have about half an hour before the students were on site, so they would have to be there first. Then the situation shifted again, when he got a phone call from the rabbit himself, who somehow had become friends with at least one of his captors. Not only did this give them a plan B by having an inside agent now, but the phone call gave him confirmation that the given coordinates weren't a trap, valuable information that he passed on to the teachers already on their way. There were so many unknowns, however, especially with the likelihood that All for One was involved. As he started to calculate the likelihoods of different possibilities, he realized there was a much similar solution. He felt a little foolish for not doing this first. Now having Spinner's number, he simply texted him asking if a man Shigaraki reported to was in the warehouse with the Nomu. He also asked for a few other important details that might make this go more smoothly. Aizawa was a man who didn't outwardly show affection very much, but that didn't mean he didn't feel it. The other teachers like Present Mike and 13 made sure the kids felt cared for. His job was making sure they survived. He was okay with being the bad cop for their class, but those were still his kids. And no one hurts his kids. He would fight the whole DMN world for his kids, and the way the Hero Commission was acting, it started to seem like he might have to. If they thought he wouldn't topple a government in order to keep his kids safe, they were sorely mistaken. But that could wait. Right now it was time to rally the troops and take these people down. They were already meeting with other heroes that volunteered to help when the message came in. They all jumped into one of UA's buses because Aizawa didn't give a shit about looking cool, and anyone who complained about going to a fight via a school bus could fight him. Nearly the entire hero community had received the call for help since Izuku was very skilled at making friends, and all of those friends forwarded the distress call to all of their hero friends. Kamui Woods spoke up as their school bus flew past a red light with no concern for the law. Have we gotten commission approval for this raid yet? I know we need to rush, but shouldn't we wait the couple of minutes to alert the commission so we can coordinate with any nearby heroes? Eraserhead was ready to spin around and tell him exactly what he thought of that when Miroku did the honors for him. I swear to God, Woods, if you tell me to wait before going to save that kid, I will throw your butt off this bus. That shut him up real quick. Then he heard Power Loader on the phone, presumably with Nizu. All right, sir, I'll make sure to relay his location. When will All Might be joining us? There was a long pause, but Aizawa couldn't focus on that too much since he was too busy breaking nearly every driving code as he veered around corners and cut people off. Did I hear you correctly? I'll make sure everyone is up to date. He heard Power Loader take a deep breath. Okay, first off, we now know that Midoriya is in a back room, specifically down the hall and on the left after going past the bar area. So we don't have to worry about hitting him if we make a strong entrance. Sounds good. What's up with All Might? Don't tell me that buffoon went ahead without backup. Actually, he won't be there at all. It took all of his willpower to turn around and instead keep his eyes on the road. But that didn't stop every other member of the packed bus from screaming in rage at the number one hero not participating. Hey, it's not my call. Apparently the second location is the base for some supervillain who's hundreds of years old, and according to Nizu he'll be more useful in that fight than ours. Gran Torino nodded. I've known Nizu a long time. He's a crazy BSRD, but I trust him, so I guess all we can do is accept it. 3/4 of the pussycats were there as well, and Tiger stood up to speak over the crowd of noisy heroes. What's done is done. What's our breaching strategy? Aizawa looked into the mirror and managed to glare into the eyes of everyone on the bus, a skill from being a teacher. I am. And we're about 2 minutes out, so I'd suggest you brace for impact. Mirku clearly appreciated the strategy as she yelled in excitement, yes. Now that's what I'm talking about. At this she pushed the emergency exit on the roof open and jumped out so she was riding on top of the bus. As they got within view of the bar, he could have sworn they drove by a group of kids who looked suspiciously like his class. But there was little time to ponder that as the bus was ramming into the wall of the bar. Even through all of the destruction, he could hear Mirko scream out as they slammed through the brick wall. Knock knock, motherfuckers. It quickly became chaos as heroes poured out of the bus and started searching the building for Izuku and fighting any villains in their way. Kurogyri had been their main concern, but he had unintentionally been taken out first. By always being at the front bar, he was in the perfect place to get hit by a hail of rubble from their forceful entry. Dirt beasts began surrounding the property and held the perimeter alongside Semenos. Miroku and Gran Torino tore through the building like bullets, kicking doors open until they found the little rabbit. Spinner was knocked out by the retired hero but should be fine. Apparently the back room was where Shigaraki and some of the others were because he could hear the destructive manchild screaming about his hatred of heroes. He looked over and found that Izuku was safe but seemed very stressed by all of this, as he was currently hiding behind the rabbit-eared hero. Shigaraki was being kept busy by ectoplasm, sending out waves of enemies to keep him away from anyone else. There was a sudden crashing noise as the window was shattered when Toga and Twice jumped through it in an attempt to escape. They didn't get very far though. Before they even touched the ground, a wave of ice had caught them and encased them up to their necks. He looked around and found Todoroki standing alongside Uraraka and Ida. Todoroki, this is the second time you've acted as a vigilante. With a completely straight face and flat tone, Todoroki turned to him. Oh, hello sensei. This ice was already here when we arrived. This kid had some nerves. Really? That's what you're going with? Yes, we were going on a light stroll. A light stroll all the way to Kamino Ward? You know what, I don't care. This whole operation was illegal anyways, we had no commission approval for this, so I don't really care right now. Just get out of here. He jumped back through the window to find that every villain was either unconscious, primarily by midnight, or restrained. The mission had been a complete success. Not that it should be a surprise. Nearly 30 heroes ambushed a building with a handful of already injured villains. But he'd considered it a victory a moment too soon. He heard Izuku start whimpering and hacking up some black goo. Before he could even reach his student though, Izuku was surrounded in the sludge and disappeared. He rushed around the building and found that everyone else faced the same shock. Every villain was gone. And just to add insult to injury, once the villains were gone, Nomu began warping into the place. So now they had to deal with that sheet. Gran Torino and Miruko left though, since they were the only ones fast enough to be of any use. Which meant it was his job to deal with handling this bullshit. Bakugu was ready to kill someone. Well, more than usual. That stupid Deku was captured and no one was doing shit about it. And, to make it all the more frustrating, Deku was only taken because he threw himself in the way to save him. So that meant he'd just have to go rescue the rabbit himself. Well, himself plus every other classmate. Deku might be stupid, but he was very good at making friends apparently. He was pretty sure he gained a lot of loyalty just by being cute. Who wouldn't fight on behalf of a small talking rabbit? The government apparently. Ponytail Girl apparently stuck that Nomu thing with a tracker, so they were going to go kick some, but since no one else seemed like they were going to get off their lazy buttes to actually do their FING jobs. They were on the train when they got the message. The distress signal to a whole new FING place. Everyone was ready to charge in without a second thought, but Bakugu called bullshit. Shut up you dumb fucks. Kirishima looked at with those stupid confused puppy dog eyes. But this rescue was your idea in the first place. No, my plan was to rescue Deku. This is running right into an obvious trap. Come on, you can't all be this dumb. A bunch of heroes and hero students start moving in on their location, so they take his keyboard and send a distress signal from location 2 in order to divert us away from the real target and give them a chance to escape. Uraraka stepped up to him, and what if you're wrong? What if he managed to call for help and we don't show up? She wasn't wrong, but he wasn't skilled at admitting faults or constructive conversations. Luckily Kirishima came to the rescue. We really don't have time to argue about this. We'll just split up. It took a minute to decide who went where, but luckily they made up their minds before the train reached their stops, so those dumbasses didn't waste any time. The self-proclaimed Baku Squad went to the warehouse along with Ponytail, Earlobe Girl, and Birdface, who all agreed it was a diversion. He wasn't one to doubt himself, but having the smartest girl in class agree made him feel a bit more sure. Not that he would ever admit he wasn't 100% sure of himself all the time. They got there and didn't see anything of note outside the warehouse. But looking inside with some goggles, Ponytail made they could see the thing was full of those Nomo freaks. What's the hold up? Let's bust in there and blow up everything that isn't Deku. Earlobes raised her hand to signal they be quiet. Something big is coming. They all turned and saw MT Lady smash through the front of the warehouse, destroying most of the Nomu containers instantly. Kirishima and the rest of the idiot parade that followed him around seemed to think that meant it was over. He kept his eyes glued to the destroyed building. No way did some B-list hero like her take out the whole league at once. Also, who the F led her into a possible hostage situation? If Deku wasn't tough as F, he'd be worried that attack might have crushed him. It turned out his suspicions were right about her not being enough when the whole team of heroes got fucking wrecked by some air blast. Some BSRD in a suit stepped out, and he was definitely one scary fucker. It seemed like Best Jeanist was the last one standing, and that didn't exactly last for long. But before the Darth Vader ripoff could kill any heroes, All Might came flying at him to force him back. The two started trading blows and his classmates wanted to leave, but he wasn't sure they weren't needed. Until the fight was over or Deku was rescued, he wasn't going anywhere. Speaking of Deku, the idiot just warped into the war zone that was Kamino Ward and looked as confused as the rest of them as he fell out of a ball of black ooze. The guy fighting All Might looked over the League of Villains, who were all looking pathetic, sprawled across the ground with a mix of being knocked out or at least being pretty effed up. I see that. You have failed this time. But that's okay, I will handle this so you can try again. Leave now and start over. But Sensei Dash. Go. I have a score to settle with this buffoon of a hero. Take the rabbit with you if you can. Like I said, he'd be an amazing test subject. Kaminari was freaking out as they watched this all go down. We gotta get him out of there. Katsuki had an idea, but it would include something he greatly disliked. Asking for help. So instead of asking, he demanded it. For some reason that still felt better than asking, even if it was the same thing in the end. Alright, here's the plan. Ponytail, you make a jetpack. Birdface, your shadow thing is stronger at night, right? It is true that the powers of darkness are more potent when the light fades from this world. Jesus, next time just say yes. Okay fuckers, Siro wears the jetpack on the left, Kirishima is the battering ram in front, and I'm on the right. Then Birdface and his shadow creep throw us so we can grab the idiot. Yaoyorozu tilted her head in thought as she made the requested item. So you'll act like a giant human bullet so that Siro can grab Izuku and you all carry him to safety? Yeah, no sheet. Let's get on with this. I don't want to test how long he can hold off against them. At the moment Izuku was jumping around and dodging all the attacks, but wasn't fast enough to get away. The biggest problem was Magna, who kept stopping his escape by making him glow blue and get pulled back right at her giant magnet club. It's time to finish this, you dumb Ephes. Mina and Kaminari looked over at him. Is there something you need us to do? Absolutely not. Don't let your dumbassery mess this up. Dark Shadow came out and was much larger than anticipated, but he could work with that. A single giant bird hand grabbed them and hucked the three of them into the air. As they soared above the battleground, he locked eyes with Deku, who jumped as hard as he could, but obviously couldn't grab onto them since he didn't have hands. But Elbows was able to handle that by taping him to their little human bullet as they streaked across the sky until they landed on some roof. They had gotten away from that bullshit, but the fight was still going. At this point the whole fight was being recorded and everyone was cheering on their hero. The fight was getting brutal though, and All Might was actually getting his butt kicked. Only Bakugo and Deku knew that he was weaker than he pretended though. Everyone else around them was just confused at how All Might could ever struggle. Well, that stopped being a secret pretty quickly as the giant live streaming screen showed All Might in his skinny form. He felt Izuku paw at his leg and looked down as Deku started typing. I thought that was a secret? How come he showed everyone? He didn't do it on purpose, ya idiot. He's hurt and can't hold his quirk up anymore. Said Rabbit curled up between his feet and made himself as small as possible, making it clear he was getting nervous too. The two Titan were talking, and there seemed to be a bit of taunting that was too far away for any camera to pick up. Then, in the middle of him saying something that made All Might seem to go even paler, Miroku dropped from the sky with a devastating axe kick. Her laugh echoed across the destroyed battlefield. Don't you know the first rule of fighting supervillains? Her body turned and unleashed a roundhouse kick with enough force to send rubble flying from sheer wind pressure. You always hit them while they're monologuing. Blow after blow rained down on him, aimed directly at the mask that seemed to let the villain breathe. You made a big mistake, you potato head-looking motherfucker. You messed with the wrong rabbits. The supervillain grinned as he reached for her with a monstrous-looking arm. No, I believe it is you who has made the mistake. But his smile quickly fell as Miroku spun out of the way to reveal that All Might had used her distraction to take a quick breather and bulk up for one final hit. The crowds cheered as the villain finally fell to the ground in defeat. Bakugo let out a breath of relief. It was over. Deku was safe, they could all go home now. After such an emotional day, most of the class just collapsed in the common room in a giant cuddle pile with him being nearby on the couch. Aizawa walked in after a few minutes and looked them over. Everyone seemed nervous, since they were technically acting as vigilantes. Then the hobo-looking hero smirked. So, Todoroki, how was your stroll through Kamino Ward? It was nice, sensei. I believe the rest of the class was also on equally calm and uneventful strolls through Kamino. It's very relaxing. He stared at Class 1A, the most stressed-out class he's ever had, in a pile on the floor. Yeah, you guys sure seem relaxed. Well, I don't really have a place to give you a hard time in this instance, but there better not be any more of these strolls. Am I understood? A very sleepy, yes, sensei, came from the entire class. There were many bad things about getting kidnapped and nearly killed, but a good thing was that now all his friends lived with him. Or, well, they would be moving in with him very soon. But that was still exciting. He ran in circles around his friend Todoroki because he was way too excited to stay in one spot. Izuku, I am trying to make lunch, and you running around like this is making it hard to not accidentally step on you. As his friend spoke, the lettuce he set aside for his sandwich began to float away from him towards a very focused Inko. Todoroki snatched it out of the air before it reached her. This is the third time I've had to stop you from removing all vegetables from my meal. All he received in response was a complete lack of shame or guilt from the happy rabbit mom. Seeing this situation, the now retired number 1 hero walked into the room laughing. Izuku, how about you and your mother come outside with me while we wait for the other students to arrive? I believe he would appreciate some time alone, especially time when Inko doesn't try to steal his lunch. Todoroki mouths the words, "Thank you," as Yagi carries the plump rabbit outside with Izuku trailing behind him. Izuku laid on the ground munching on some very tasty grass while Toshinori pet his head and told him stories about being a hero. He had specifically been rambling about how much he loved doing community service projects and working to better society on smaller levels too. But Izuku was a very smart bunny and noticed he was sad. So, to make him less sad, he nuzzled his nose against his leg. Why are you sad? Yagi wiped away a stray tear. I suppose I'm just reminiscing about my days as a hero. It's been hard to let go of that part of myself. Izuku could tell he had more to say, so he curled up the space between Toshinori's legs and looked up at him with big and attentive eyes. He had been told he was a very good listener and emotional supporter. I'm just not quite sure who Toshinori is without All Might yet. Because I've always put being All Might first and Toshinori second, now I have to figure out who I am without going out and being a hero. Izuku turned his head to the side and typed on his little keyboard. I'm confused. What are you confused about, young Midoriya? You told me you only had 3 hours of being big time, right? No one's ever called it that before, but yes, up until the fight at the USJ I had 3 hours a day. After that, however, I've only had 1 hour a day. And you spent most of that time doing school things, right? That's correct. I've only patrolled a couple of times since starting my career as a teacher. He wasn't sure where the rabbit was going with this, but was patient and would answer any questions he had. He was in no rush and was a bit curious as to where this line of questioning would lead. Besides, he was always happy to answer seemingly irrelevant questions from Izuku as he figured out humans. Okay, and you couldn't do public things as yourself because they would figure out you and All Might are the same person? He had previously thought it was odd, but had come to appreciate that Izuku saw him as Toshinori first and All Might second. Most people saw him as All Might, with a secret identity of Toshinori, while Izuku saw him as Toshinori, who had an All Might secret identity. In fact, Izuku openly stated he disliked him being in his All Might form since he was so loud. I suppose that is true. While that was accurate, he couldn't really imagine the public wanting gross and sickly-looking Toshinori to talk to their kids about eating their vegetables to grow big and strong like him. Since it's done being a secret, you can be a hero for even more time than before when you couldn't be big outside of school. So wouldn't mean that you can be even more of a hero than before the big fight. He gently rubbed the rabbit's head. I like your logic, but I can't exactly do a lot in this body. Izuku scrunched his nose up in deep thought. But a lot of your favorite things didn't need you to be strong. Like talking to people and helping people. Toshinori wasn't sure what to say to that. Everyone else treated him like his life as a hero was completely over. Hell, no one even considered him doing anything remotely heroic anymore, simply agreeing that he had done enough good in the world that they didn't need to ask any more of that. He looked down and found the little rabbit furiously typing and scrolling through the phone he keeps in his tiny backpack. Said phone is pushed towards him, so he picked it up to look at it. It was a picture that was taken before his accident. He was standing in a soup kitchen helping to feed the hungry and promote volunteering. But what struck him was how genuine his smile was, like there was nowhere else he'd rather be in that moment. You didn't need to be strong for this. Where did you even find this photo? Most of my well-known stuff is about my fights, and you didn't even recognize me when we first met. Kaken showed me a lot of your things after I thought you might be a villain. Well, I'm glad you've decided I'm not a villain. Maybe think about hero things you wanted to do but didn't have the time for before? Toshinori wanted to respond about how Izuku was probably the only one who wanted to watch his skeleton self go around doing community service. But before he had the chance, the rabbit started to run off at the first sight of his friends arriving on campus with their things. Izuku sprinted over to Mina, who seemed to be one of his first friends there. With arms spread wide, she called out his name. He leapt into her outstretched arms, but she apparently was not as ready as she thought she was and was knocked to the ground by her enthusiastic friend. Hey there, Izuku. I was so worried about you and I wanted a chance to check on you before everyone else got here, so I showed up early. I know, me showing up early seems ridiculous, but even a slacker like me can get out of bed early if it means seeing her friends. He liked her face to show his affection but then scrunched his nose in response. You are a good friend, but you taste sour. She giggled in response. That's because of my acid. I guess that makes me tangy? I've never really thought about it before. You are now my orange friend. Because you taste like oranges. Mina started to laugh to herself. You want to nickname me the color orange? A bright pink person? Tokoyami had quietly come up behind her while they were talking. You cannot fight his nickname. He still refers to me as his double friend. He truly is a blinding light in this dark world. Izuku honked happily and jumped up at Tokoyami, only to be caught by Dark Shadow. You were part of my rescue. Indeed. Hey, I was there too. There just wasn't a good opportunity for me to help. Izuku binkied in Dark Shadow's large palm. Thank you, friends. Getting kidnapped is scary. Mina laughed a little. Yeah, I bet it was. It was scary for us too, especially with everything that happened with the Hero Commission. Izuku looked up at her in confusion. What happened with the Hero Commission? Oh, I guess no one told you about that yet. Izuku was only getting more confused, but luckily Yagi was walking over, and Yagi was very smart. I heard you all talking about the Hero Commission, and I would like to remind you that there is no concrete proof of anything, and so there shouldn't be any rash decisions or statements. Izuku looked between his three friends. I'm confused. Dark Shadow nuzzled him and cackled a little. The government wanted you to die. What? But the heroes came to save me? You see, young Midoriya, that was not actually an official mission but rather a group of people who care about you and came when you called for help. The commission itself didn't send any heroes. But again, we don't want to make false assumptions. That left all the students in a sour mood and feeling more than just a little worried. Well, enough of that. I will stay out here with young Midoriya while you two go and get your dorm room set up. Of course, All Might. My room will not become a bastion of darkness on its own. Mina laughed behind her hand. I can't wait to see this banquet of madness once it's set up. Izuku spoke up from where he'd been set on the ground. Don't be silly, orange friend, he's making a bastion of darkness, not a banquet of madness. Those are totally different. Mina kept giggling. On that note, I'm gonna go grab my bags and get set up. Izuku waved his tiny paw at her. Bye-bye. Izuku sat with Toshinori and his mom on the lawn in front of the dorm building and had a great time greeting each of his friends as they arrived. Izuku was waiting for his friends to finish setting up their rooms so it could be time to play. But not all of his friends were busy. He sat in the common room with his mom and Koda's bunny UI as they worked together on something very important. Since Todoroki wasn't busy setting up his room, he sat in the common room too and just watched them. Midoriya, is there a reason you are making this pile of blankets in the corner with the other rabbits? Izuku looked over as he carefully placed a pillow in the perfect spot. It's the bunny corner. Todoroki simply blinked as Izuku crawled into the cuddle pile within the blankets. I see, how foolish of me. Izuku liked his human friends, but they could be very loud and confusing sometimes, so it was nice to have some rabbit friend time too. It was simpler to just cuddle and groom each other while occasionally eating some of the lettuce he had brought into their blanket pile. But it was even better because he was still in the common room so he could keep an eye on his human friends. That was important because they tended to get into trouble. His floaty friend Ochako came downstairs with a big smile. Hey guys, we're planning on doing a tour of the place so everyone can show off their rooms, like a competition to see who has the best room. Todoroki simply sighed but nodded. He didn't seem very excited but agreed to spend time with his classmates. Izuku, however, was very excited. He wanted to see everyone's rooms. He took off like a rocket, leaving two confused rabbits in his wake as he sprinted off to where everyone was meeting. Everyone's rooms were amazing. His sparkly friend Aoyama had a very shiny and twinkly room. His double friend had a spooky room, but also many shiny things. His orange friend had a very bright and pink room, which was very fun. There was one empty room and Izuku wondered if someone was going to move into it. But he didn't wonder for long though since he got distracted by it being his turn to show off his room. His door had a handle for humans, but also a flap at the bottom for bunnies to go in and out. It was a very smart idea that Nizu suggested. Nizu was his extra smart friend. Everyone looked at his room and he felt very proud of his inside burrow. Tsuyu put her hand on the giant pile of blankets, pillows, and stuffed animals that made up most of the room. This is the softest thing I've ever felt, ribbit dashta. Izuku beamed with pride as everyone felt and complimented the burrow he made with his mom. But in the end Sato won the competition because he gave people cake. Izuku thought that was dumb because he didn't get any cake. Apparently he made human-only cake. Izuku should also get tasty treats. Koda had heard Izuku's complaints about not getting tasty treats, so his friend gave him some super tasty apple slices. The competition had ended a bit ago and Izuku realized he hadn't seen Kaken's room. Well, he'd seen it in the past. But he hadn't seen it today. Izuku ran down the hall and jumped up to grab the handle with his teeth so the door would open for him. Huh, what was that noise? Shut up, it doesn't matter since you locked the door. There was a pause. You locked the door, right? You distracted me. That first voice didn't sound like Kaken. Who was in Kaken's room? Izuku hopped in the room and found his friend Kirishima and his friend Kaken wrestling and kissing. He squeaked in excitement because he loved wrestling and he loved kisses. Deku. I swear to God, if that's you, you better get out of my room before I explode this whole demon building. Izuku wasn't sure why Kaken was upset. Why weren't you wearing shirts for wrestling? Kirishima seemed to blush and sputter, while Kaken grabbed a nearby lamp and threw it at him while exploding it. Izuku got out just in time before the lamp shrapnel stabbed into the door. Izuku was glad Kaken was becoming such good friends with their classmates. It had taken a few days of thinking for Toshinori to have an answer to Izuku's question. What was something he wanted to do, but couldn't have done before? The answer turned out to be Dagoba Beach, also known as Trash Beach. Once a beautiful destination when he himself was at UA, was now essentially a landfill because of illegal dumping that just got worse every year. It was true that he himself would never be able to haul trash all day in his current form, but he could rally people together to get the job done. So he started by asking all of the students he personally taught, 1A and 1B, to join him on this task. It turns out there were few hero students that would deny the call of the former number 1 hero. Some students, such as young Todoroki, were busy on the weekends, but those that were available seemed happy to assist him. He smiled at the group of students. He felt it would also be a good bonding exercise to help the two classes grow closer together. Perhaps 1A didn't need it since they had bonded over shared trauma, but the other classes thankfully didn't have that. A few of the teachers were there too to help out where they could. It made sense though, few people became heroes without a desire to help their community in some way. This just felt like a good way to give back in a way that was meaningful to him. Alright everyone, we've got a lot of work ahead of us, so grab some gloves and let's get started. He had spoken a bit too enthusiastically and coughed up some blood, but he was still doing better than when he was forcing himself to do hero work. His body definitely appreciated the break from daily combat. Although he wouldn't be moving any of the trash himself, he still had an important role to play. He turned around to face the incoming reporters and fans that were swiftly arriving as word of their project spread. Hello everyone. It's so good to see you all on this fine day. One lucky reporter got set up before the rest and was already asking questions. All Might, could you explain what you and the UA students are doing here today? Gladly. These are the students that I personally teach, and I believe that community service is always a good way to remind both ourselves and the people we serve what heroism is really about. We aren't heroes just to fight villains, but to help people and make the world a better place for everyone that lives in it. It didn't take long before it became a familiar sea of questions where he couldn't hear what anyone was saying and would just point at people randomly. Mr. All Might, sir, is there a reason that you chose this beach specifically? I must admit, it was a bit of a selfish choice on my part. I always enjoyed walking here when I was younger, but then it became neglected and I never felt I had the time to spare for such a project. So I wanted to take this opportunity to help teach a valuable lesson to my students while also accomplishing a goal I'd had for years. He looked over his shoulder to see how the kids were doing. It seemed they had set up a pretty good system. Everyone with above average strength was moving trash up to the steps where it would be placed on a large cart. He did his best to hold in his laughter as he watched young Izuku in a rabbit HRS that hooked up to said cart. There was just something inherently cute and funny about a small rabbit in an adorable HRS pulling around refrigerators. Once Izuku pulled it over to where they had some trucks, other students would sort the trash so it could be brought to where it needed to go. He also caught sight of young Azui going in and out of the water to collect any trash that was underwater. He found himself incredibly impressed with all of his students. Yaoyorozu came over to him, which made sense since she had been doing a lot of the organizing even though other teachers were there. Sensei, we're having an issue where we're collecting trash faster than it can be driven away. And I'm not really sure how we could get more trucks or dumpsters on such short notice. He wasn't particularly surprised by that, They only had 2 people dropping things off at the junkyard, with 13 destroying anything that couldn't be recycled in any way. No worries, young Yaoyorozu, let me show you the power of public support. He walked back over to the wall of cameras and fans with a big smile. Alright everyone, if you have a moment I'd like your help with something. Everyone went silent in anticipation. It would seem we underestimated just how motivated these young heroes would be, so if anyone out there watching this could lend some assistance with hauling away the garbage to the appropriate facilities, we would be very grateful. His assumption had been correct, and within 10 minutes people who lived nearby showed up to help them out. He truly did enjoy not only doing good himself, but giving others the opportunity to do good as well. As the volume picked up again, it was quickly stopped again by the sound of a familiar explosion and shouting. Yagi looked to the source and found young Bakugu screaming at people who seemed to be trying to get pictures, autographs of the fairly famous hero students. But if you're on this beach, that means you're here to pick up trash or you're the trash. He gave them a vicious grin. So, which will it be? Do I need to toss you in this dumpster? Most of them ran off while a few actually put on work gloves and started helping. Although Bakugu was brash and more than a bit rude, he was a good hero with a love for heroism that went to his core. He believed a perfect example of this would be watching him scream at someone who wasn't wearing closed-toe shoes. Dude, it doesn't matter. I'll be fine, plus I've got a strength quirk so I doubt I'll be dropping anything. Oh, you're tough, are you? You think you'll be able to punch tetanus, you FING blockhead? Get the F off my beach, you absolute disgrace. Say what you want about Bakugu, but no one can deny he takes things seriously. Yagi also appreciated that Bakugu's efforts made it much easier to keep the crowd contained and out of the way, because now everyone knew that if they strayed too close to those working, then the explosive boy would enlist them by force. He was fairly relaxed, simply answering questions and rambling about justice, when he heard Kirishima shout, "Incoming!" Everyone looked over in concern at the absolutely ridiculous sight. Uraraka was looking like she was about to vomit, but with a huge smile. But the more noticeable figure was their red-headed student sprinting across the beach while holding an entire bus over his head. He had a toothy grin as he yelled into the wind. "This is the manliest I've ever felt." Within moments he brought the weightless bus onto the road where it could be scrapped or towed off. Uraraka also seemed proud of herself, but her excitement was undercut by her vomiting profusely. Everyone watching was impressed, alarmed, and a bit confused. How did a bus even get on the beach in the first place? As the day went on, more and more people joined, even if only briefly. They came out today to support the community, but it felt like the community came out to support them as well. While this project would probably take about a year for someone working on it by themselves, by having dozens of superpowered teens work together alongside over 100 volunteers, the process was substantially faster. Plus, the work of 13 could never be understated. They had the ability to completely destroy large amounts of material with nearly no trace left behind, which was invaluable here. While usually it was used on rubble left behind by a disaster, it worked incredibly well for removing any type of dangerous or unsanitary waste. It was late in the afternoon when they finished and everyone involved was exhausted, but it was done. His heart was truly warmed as he stared out at the sunset, a place of joy for him as a child finally restored to its former beauty. Maybe he could do the same thing for himself, become something truly good for the community once more. Ever since he was injured all those years ago, he'd felt as though his worth to society and the people around him dwindled alongside his quirk. But a small rabbit taught him otherwise, made him believe he could at least try at being happy again. This speech felt like proof that he wasn't useless, that he wasn't only kept around as a memorial to who he used to be. Maybe someone else could have cleaned this beach, but they didn't. Nothing was done until he brought people together to do something good. But not as All Might. Toshinori Yagi did this. This skinny old man was the linchpin in making all of this happen. His eyes rested on the sunset as he let tears of happiness and contentment run down his cheeks. He smiled softly and couldn't bring himself to care as journalists got pictures of his weeping smile. Something far less heroic looking than what they were used to, but much more genuine. Because this smile wasn't for the masses, it was just between a broken man and the forgotten beauty of a neglected shoreline, both starting to regain their luster. Izuku was nearly vibrating with excitement as he sat in one of their training gyms for class. They were going to do extra special training today and it was gonna be so much fun. Alright, today we're going to be designing and practicing ultimate moves. This is basically a move or technique that you can use to end a fight quickly in most situations. Some good examples are Ida's Recipro Burst or Ectoplasm's Giant Form. Maybe he'd get an ultimate move that let him get super huge too. Koda gently pet his ears and let him know that just because they were coming up with new moves didn't mean they would suddenly get new powers like that. Well, that was a little disappointing, but the first step of doing something cool would be to think of something. But thinking was hard, so he curled up in a ball on the floor and thought super hard on how to be stronger. After thinking for a while, he gave up on thinking because all his attack ideas were either jump, kick, or bite, and he couldn't shout out the names like his friends could. His fast friend Ida came over and swung around his arms. Hello Midoriya, I'm on my way to the support lab to get some new equipment with Uraraka. Would you like to join us? Didn't Mei say she had something ready for you? Izuku nodded and hopped alongside his friends. He was gonna get so many cool tools. He'd be the gadget bunny with all the cool things. When they reached the lab, there was a big explosion that made the door fly off. Was Kaken there, or was there another exploding friend? A girl with pink hair and goggles came out of the smoke with a big smile. It was his pink friend from the festival. Hey there, are you three here for my babies? Ida and Uraraka quickly yelled, no. But Izuku nodded because babies in general are very cute and Mei's babies are helpful robots. Yes. Get in here, first place rabbit. I have amazing babies for you that I need you to try out. Izuku always loved being with Hatsum since she matched his enthusiasm for everything. So he jumped over to her to see what she had made. Alright, I'm happy to announce that I've finally finished up something I've been working on since I met you. Power Loader walked in holding a small box. Don't try to make it sound like you did all of it on your own, a lot of this is borrowed tech that you just modified. Regardless of who made it, Izuku was thrilled to find out what they made for him. The teacher opened up the box and pulled out the small collar. What it does is pretty simple, even if making it work is pretty complicated. If you think a word, then this will say that out loud. These already exist for people with quirks that prevent talking, so we just had to adjust it to work on rabbits as well. Mei punched a fist in the air. So no more typing on a phone, now you can just talk like the rest of us. Izuku was very excited and binkied around the support lab until Mei put the collar on him. He was having lots of thoughts, so he was surprised it wasn't saying things. Then he realized the problem and started thinking in Japanese instead of thinking in rabbit. Hi friends. This is very exciting. He needed to show Kaken. Before his friends could respond to him, he sprinted off back to the gym. Kaken was practicing shooting lasers of fire, but Izuku just jumped over those and tackled his friend. Kaken, Kaken, Kaken. Look what I can do now. What the F dash? Since when could you talk, and why do you sound like a happy robot? Izuku sat on Kaken's chest and liked his face because he was very excited. Now I can talk way more and make sure you all hear all my thoughts because I have many thoughts all the time. That sounds like an actual nightmare. Siro came over with a big smile, more like a night hare. Am I right? Kaminari gave Siro a high five at the bunny joke and Izuku started to run over to his other friends. Before he could get far though, Kaken grabbed him by the scruff and pulled him back. Hey, you forgot to tell me where you got that. My pink friend made it. How the F did Raccoon Eyes make something that advanced? No, Mina is my orange friend. Hatsum is my pink friend. How in the F does that make sense? You know what, I don't actually care. And now I can say the things I think even while running around or eating food or fighting. Wait, this means I can call out my super moves like everyone else now. They should let grass and flowers grow in the gym so we have snacks while we train. Kaminari started laughing a lot. Oh my god, is this what it's like to be in Izuku's head? Izuku ran in circles around his friends while Kaken went back to practicing. He was so excited he got to share all of his thoughts with his many friends. Then there was a louder than usual explosion and a big rock went flying at Yagi. Oh no, Yagi wasn't a person you should throw big rocks at. So he did what he did best and jumped at it really fast and kicked the big rock super hard. Bunny kick. Izuku broke the rock and stopped it from hitting Yagi. He landed in front of his teachers and jumped in a happy circle. Did you see my new super move? Toshinori crouched down and pet his ears in a very good spot. Thank you for the help. Am I correct that your super move is just a regular kick of yours but with more yelling? Yes. I'm not sure it's what we all had in mind, but I still think you did very well. Thank you for saving me. Thanks. You are a good human and I like you all so much. Aizawa sighed. Making communication more accessible for you is vital for success in most situations, but I have a feeling I'm going to get very tired of that cheerful automated voice. They did a bunch more practicing and getting ready, but eventually the time came to show just how far they'd come. They all got on the bus for their license exam and Izuku was very excited. Even more excited than usual. He sat in Kaken's lap for the beginning of the trip until he was thrown out of it. Apparently Kaken didn't enjoy having Izuku helpfully describe everything they passed that he found interesting. So the rest of the journey was spent in Koda's lap, because he gave the best head pats. Then they arrived and they were ready to make friends and become heroes. A pretty lady with green hair walked over to their group. Hey Eraser. Wow, you've got a big group this year. Izuku hopped over to say hello to the new lady. Hello new lady. Well hello there, you must be Midoriya, unless your class has another green rabbit? My mommy is a green rabbit and she lives in the dorms with us. So maybe. She sounds like a lovely lady. Are you ready for the test today? Izuku got excited and binkied so hard that he cracked the concrete. Aizawa wasn't thrilled about Izuku's new ability and desire to never stop talking, but he would take the blessing that it distracted joke from him. So, Eraser, you want to go get married? Well, good things can't last forever. No. Leave me alone. Then some tall kid from another school comes over and slams his head into the pavement while the kids were trying to get hyped up. It took a second, but he recognized him as Inesa, that kid who got first in their recommendation exam but decided not to go. Sorry joke, as much as I'd like to be harassed further, we need to get ready. Koda was super nice and helped him put on his new superhero costume. It was still mostly just an armored rabbit HS, but it was extra tough now and had a better helmet too. That way he was harder to hurt and could fight more bad guys. He liked it even more because it was green like him. They were going to do the test in a big area that was sort of like a city in some parts, but they were in a part that was mostly dirt. The rules were pretty simple. Everyone wore 3 targets and if all 3 got hit by the orange ball then you were out. And if you get 3 people out then you win the game. It was an important game that he needed to win to become a hero, but it was still a fun-sounding game. Wait, I don't have hands. Uraraka walked over to him. Yes? Is this a surprise to you? The 3 targets covered most of his body and he didn't have room left to hold any of the important ball. I need hands to throw things. Uraraka and all his other friends nearby seemed worried as well. How would he pass if the testers assumed everyone had hands to throw things? Then Kaken walked over. That was good because his Kaken was very smart. Hey elbows, give me some tape. Izuku was confused but very interested. Siro skeptically did as he was asked and Izuku held very still as Kaken taped the ball to his forehead as securely as possible. There you go stupid Deku. Now all you have to do is run into people. Izuku was very excited again. He was ready to run around and smash his head into people until he won. Aizawa sat next to Miss Joke as they watched the kids run around and fight for the right to be heroes. It definitely was odd that such an important decision was primarily made through what was essentially just dodgeball. It was nearly as foolish as having kids fight robots for the entrance exams. If the test had been anything other than robots, then Kaminari wouldn't have had a chance at getting in and Shinso would have probably been one of the top scorers. Not to mention the fact that it favors quirks that can destroy a robot in seconds, even if that means it's fatal to be used on a human. But those were thoughts complaints for another day. Miss Joke looked very serious and had dropped her hero persona. I don't know if you've heard anything about this yet, but the commission is clearly preparing something big and you'll need to be ready for it. What makes you say that other than the obvious? Well, Remember how I was one of the many heroes who filed a complaint on his behavior in the field? The guy had set a building on fire during his fight and nothing really came of it. Since all of that has been dug up and got added to the charges of negligence and civilian endangerment, what I said all those years ago finally became important. Your point? Give me a second, I'm getting there. Anyways, some guys in suits came to my agency and pushed for me to drop the accusations. They want me to retract everything. Offered me money, chances to raise my rank, hell, even a favor that sounded like a get-out-of-jail-free card. They are clearly desperate to remove as much as they can from Endeavor's file before the trial gets here. You think they're going to let him off the hook and are getting rid of evidence to make it easier? Yeah, and I'm not the only hero they've tried to pressure. And I know of at least a few that gave in, either because they were scared, or they didn't care enough about what happened with Endeavor and saw it as free money. Thanks for the heads up. Ms. Joke nodded. Yeah, just be careful. With All Might retired and Best Jeanist injured, Hawks is going to be our #1, and it's no secret that he is at the beck and call of the commission. Aizawa sighed as he watched his kids fight the other classes that tried to ambush them, with Izuku just acting like he himself was the dodgeball. All he could do was hope that they would be ready for whatever was to come. Izuku ran past his floaty friend after getting someone out and hid behind a wall with her when he realized something very scary. She didn't smell like his floaty friend. She smelled like the not-a-friend who tried to stab him and his friends. He hit the panic button on his talking collar and jumped away from her. Oh my goodness! Did you recognize me that fast? What gave me away? Izuku didn't like seeing that big scary smile on Uraraka's face. It was your smell. Fake Uraraka pulled out a knife and started walking towards him. You must like me a lot to remember my scent. Don't worry, I like you a lot too. I love how you're so small and fluffy and deadly. Makes me want to just eat you up. Izuku began sprinting away as fast as he could while yelling, I'm not your lunch. As he ran away, he reached the real floaty friend after a few minutes of being chased. Izuku, why am I chasing you with a knife? You're not. It's the scary bitey villain. She can look like other people, but if you pay attention to what people smell like, you can't be tricked. I don't know what people smell like. Then, her skin turned to sludge and fell off of her to the ground, revealing Toga. That's enough. Aizawa stood on top of a nearby rock outcropping with a powerful glare from his glowing red eyes. His capture weapon was already floating in the air, ready to strike. I guess this is my time to leave. See you later, Zuzu. She suddenly turned around and ran behind some rubble that had been created during the exam. But when they followed her, there was nothing left except a few wisps of purple smoke. The exam was paused so they could make sure there were no other villains hiding somewhere. After making super sure that the bad guys were gone, they moved on to the second part of the test. This time, instead of playing tag, they had to go rescue people who were hiding all over the area. It was like heroic hide and seek, since they weren't really hurt and they had to find them as fast as possible. He helped lead their group because he had super good hearing and could find people extra fast. He wasn't too good at the actual rescuing though, since he didn't have hands and picking people up or carrying them needed hands. Wait, what was that big noise? There was an explosion and a group of fake villains for them to fight. They were being led by a big whale person. He might not be very good at moving rocks or carrying people, but he was very good at kicking scary people. Izuku ran over to the loud noises and found that his confused friend was clearly confused again. Luckily, Izuku was very fast and could help before things got bad. He shot forward, sliding under the boy who was about to be lit on fire, and jumped so they both moved out of the way. Todoroki was yelling at one of the other students and seemed to be shooting fire at their allies. Friend, you got it backwards. You're supposed to fight and attack the enemies while you help your friends. The tall windy boy yelled at him. I'm not his friend. I see both of you are confused humans. I'll fight the human-shaped whale while you take time to figure it out. The two confused boys yelled some words he didn't listen to while he ran off to go kick the big walking whale. He ran around the hero and kicked him in the back of the head. He was much weaker, but also very fast and small, making him hard to actually hit. Hi there, friend. Are you a whale person or a person whale? I am a whale person and don't think you can beat me so easily. Izuku never really thought he would beat him, he was just keeping the bad guys busy by kicking them until the fake hurt people got fake saved. Then he heard a big sound tell them that the fight was over. He had lots of fun. The big whale man told him he did a good job and that made Izuku feel even better. After everyone got back together in a big group, they were shown a board with their names on it. More importantly, his name was on it. But Kaken's name wasn't, and that was sad. Kaken probably got in trouble for yelling too much. But he got excited again when he realized that meant he was a hero now. He was going to save people and there was nothing that could stop him now. Kaken was still being pouty about not passing, but Izuku was very excited about being a hero now. Well, sort of a hero, being a real hero isn't until graduation. But that doesn't mean he can't be excited about it. Izuku was always ready to be excited. It was their first class after the big test to measure their dodgeball, whale fighting, and people helping skills, and Izuku honked happily from his seat. Aizawa stood in front of the class and sighed like he was very tired, which seemed to be most of the time. Alright, we've got a few guest speakers today so you can all learn about internships. You'll be learning from the top 3 students in the 3rd year hero program. Then 3 people came into the room. There was a very loud blonde, a very quiet boy who smelled like seafood, and a girl who seemed excited to see them all. The blue-hair girl ran up to him. "Wow, are you really a rabbit?" She seemed like she was about to ask another question, but he was too excited to wait that long before answering. "Yes. Are you really a human?" "Yes. Why are you green?" "Because my mommy is green." "Why is your hair blue?" "Because my dad has blue hair." "Why is your desk reinforced if you are so small?" "Because my quirk makes me very dense and I'll probably get even heavier." "Why does your hair spiral?" "Because my quirk spirals things." "Do you have really good hearing?" "Yes." "Why dash?" Aizawa finally cut in. "That's enough. We need to get into your presentation for the internships, remember? Having one of you is bad enough, but 2 of you problem children makes me want to quit." The boy who smelled like seafood stepped forward to talk and stared at them a lot, so Izuku stared back, but then Seafood Boy got scared and hid in the corner. Izuku felt that it was a reasonable response. Sometimes he needed to hide when he got nervous too. Then the blonde boy stood in the front and yelled while smiling, but Izuku had mostly stopped listening since there was a pretty bird outside the window. It was kinda blue and green and very fast. Izuku was pretty sure those were called hummingbirds, which was very exciting to see. They were so fast and moved all over the place. Then they all started moving, so Izuku looked around trying to figure out where they were going. Koda leaned over and whispered in Rabbit to him, "We're going to all work together to fight that one upperclassman student." Izuku thought that sounded fun. He must be very strong or very silly. Either would be lots of fun. They all got together and were ready to fight when his sparkling friend shot a laser at him. But instead of hitting him, it just made his clothes fall off? Was that his friend's new super move, a pants-removing laser? He asked his friend this and was informed that, no, his laser wasn't able to take pants off. He noticed a lot of people weren't looking directly at the blonde boy anymore, and it took a few seconds to remember that humans were weird and only wanted to look at other humans that wore pants. This confused Izuku greatly since no one cared if he wore pants, and only some people needed to wear pants and shirts to be looked at. He also found out that you could look at someone not wearing pants if you were dating, which was like practice mating since humans didn't mate for life. Humans were very silly with all their pants rules. So Izuku watched him even though he didn't have pants on and saw him fall through the floor. This human was very smart. Any smart bunny knew that your burrow was the safest place to be, and this human seemed to have figured this out by going underground. Wait, why wasn't there a hole from digging? Izuku decided to investigate. By hitting his foot against the concrete, breaking it and revealing the dirt underneath. He started digging, trying to find the boy who was so good at digging. If Gran Torino had been the best jumper he'd ever met, this had to be the best digger. He didn't even move the dirt around. How did he dig without leaving a tunnel behind? He listened super hard to see if he could hear him digging around. Wait, he heard fighting up top. How did he get by Izuku? The fighting sound stopped for a second, but he digged closer to where he heard the fighting. Then he looked down and saw a face come through the dirt and look at him. That's not where faces go. How does he dig so quietly? I found you. Izuku did not like that and started digging up as fast as he could while squeaking in alarm, but the no-pants man was faster. Before he got to the surface, he got punched and launched back into where all his classmates were. They were all on the ground and looked like they were probably punched like he was. Aizawa turned to all of them. All right, what did you all learn? How did you get so good at digging? I can see how that would be the most important thing to you, Midoriya, but I'm actually quite terrible at digging. What? That didn't make any sense. He was so. My quirk lets me pass through solid objects. It's called permeation. That made sense but was less fun than having a friend to dig with. After that he started talking about how training and experience makes you a lot stronger. Hey there, Midoriya, you're pretty funny. Did you ever consider an internship with Sir Night Eye? Nope. I'm gonna go with Mirko. Bunnies have to stick together. That makes sense. Good luck to you. I hope we get to work together at some point. Okay, bye-bye, naked friend. Wait, what? What? Mirio looked very confused. Why did you call me that? You are my friend and the only human I know who doesn't wear pants around other humans. So you're naked friend. After that he hopped off and left Mirio behind. Izuku was sitting in the bunny corner after dinner with his bunny friends when he heard a sound. All three bunnies heard the noise from outside and decided it was very important to investigate as a group with Izuku in front and the other two behind him. It had been a sound like someone crying and that wasn't good. So they needed to go help whoever was sad become less sad. UI said it in fewer words, but she agreed that it was important they go comfort whatever human was sad. UI understood humans much more than the average rabbit did since she was raised by Koda, a human who could speak rabbit. They found Kaken outside sitting on the ground and crying, but then he looked up to see the three rabbits hopping towards him. What the F dash? He was suddenly tackled by all three rabbits since it was decided he needed affection with UI curled up on his chest. Deku, what the F dash? We're here to help you, not do the sad. UI nuzzled Kaken and asked why he was sad. Izuku looked at Kaken pointedly when he didn't respond, but then he remembered he didn't speak rabbit and translated for her. Why aren't you mad at me? Izuku tilted his head. Me? Why would I be mad at you? I got you kidnapped, you stupid F-rabbit. The other two rabbits got startled by his yelling and jumped away from him and behind Izuku. How's that your fault? The villains got me, not you. They were after me. If it weren't for me, they'd never have come to the stupid camp. You would have never needed to sacrifice yourself for me. Tears came out in a choked cry. But why did you save me? Why didn't you let me get taken? It should have been me, not you. Because you're my friend, and friends save each other. You saved me when I'm in trouble, so I saved you when you needed help too. Don't you get it? They only wanted me because they thought I could be a villain. It doesn't take a genius to figure out why they would want to kidnap me of all people. If I didn't act so villainous, then you have never been hurt and All Might would still be a hero. Izuku thought really hard for a second, then turned to UI. He asked her to go look for the one who had rocky skin, spiky hair, and smelled like Kirishima did. There weren't nearly as many human words for different smells, so it would be hard to translate into human words. She nodded and chirped back, running off to go get him. Kaken looked at him suspiciously. What did you just tell her? Creepy but rabbits with your bunny secrets. Izuku snuggled into his upset friend. I'm not mad at you. You didn't make the villains do villain things. That was them, not you. Kaken shook his head, clearly not believing him. Then, Izuku's backup showed up to help with the mission of making Kaken be less sad. Hey, Izuku, do you know why Koda's rabbit kept biting my ankles and trying to push me this way? Kirishima looked over and saw Kaken on the ground a little bit past Izuku with bloodshot eyes from crying. He knelt down and pet UI's head. Thanks for bringing me over, that was very smart. She pushed her head into the hand, rubbing her head, and binkied happily at the praise. Wait, does she understand me? Do we have 3 quirked rabbits here? I thought it was weird she came to get me like that. Izuku shook his head. Rabbits are pretty smart if you talk to them in rabbit instead of always talking in human. And everyone likes being talked to in a nice tone even if they don't understand the words. Could me and Katsuki have some time alone? F off, I don't need help from any of you. Izuku nodded and hopped off with the other rabbits back to their fluffy blanket pile. He hoped Kirishima was good at helping Kaken, since Izuku wasn't very good at people feelings other than giving them snuggles. Izuku bounded down the street, smiling and waving at people who said hello. But he couldn't get distracted since it was his first day of work and that was exciting and important. Being famous was weird. So many people knew him that he didn't know back. How was he supposed to be their friends if he'd never met them? He hopped his way to Mirko's agency and knocked on the door by running into it a few times because it was a pull door without anything at his height to pull. The door opened and a very tall white-haired man looked left and right before looking down and seeing Izuku in his hero outfit and wearing his backpack to hold the paperwork for Mirko. He gave a friendly smile and waved him in. "Sorry about that, I'll make sure we figure something out so it's easier for you to get inside." He nodded and followed the sidekick and looked around the entrance. It was a small agency since Mirko didn't like working with others very often. The area he walked through was pretty minimalistic and not as fancy as he expected since most human places were very fancy. It smelled very nice though, like tasty flowers. There was a lady sitting at a desk who seemed to be a secretary or something. She also smelled nice and he thought it was probably since she had big flowers instead of hair. "Hey, Misaki, this is that new intern Mirko said she was ta keen on." She looked down at him and smiled. "Well, aren't you just adorable? You must be something real special for her to take you on. I've been with her since the day she got started and I've never seen her take on a student intern, let alone a first year." "Hello. My name is Izuku Midoriya. It's nice to meet you." "How rude of me, I should have introduced myself. I'm Misake Fukuda. I handle Mirko's schedule and most of the paperwork that comes with running an agency." The man laughed, "Yet she treats me like her second secretary sometimes. She doesn't like working in teams very much, so I handle pretty much any collaboration and reports that the agency is required to do." Izuku looked up at the tall man. Well, all humans seemed tall to him, but this one was extra tall. "Hello. My name is Izuku Midoriya. It's nice to meet you." He laughed a bit. "I'm guessing that is your standard greeting for everyone?" "Well, I'm Mirko's sidekick Projectile. My quirk's called Projectile and lets me accelerate and launch any inanimate object by touching it." Izuku thought for a minute, trying to figure out his weird name when he finally got it. "Oh, I get it. Since you're the pro-hero Projectile, it's a word joke since your quirk is Projectile, so you are the Projectile." He sighed. "Yes, I thought it was very funny and witty when I was 15, but now that it's over 10 years later it's more annoying than anything and it would be such a hassle to change it now. So remember that and make sure to take your hero name seriously." Izuku nodded and bounced a little before turning to the pretty lady with sunflower hair. "Is your quirk just having tasty hair?" She giggled in response. "No, my flowers absorb light that I can shoot out later, but it takes a really long time to charge anything significant, so I only really use it if someone tries to break into the agency. I think that's only happened a handful of times, but people seem to think it's a good idea or will make a statement or something." She looked around then smiled at him before continuing a little quieter. "It's funny that you mention my hair looking delicious, because that's how I met Mirko. We were both little kids and her quirk had come in not too long ago, so the rabbit instincts were still new to her and she kept following me around trying to bite my hair. After the first few tries we became friends and have been ever since." Izuku hopped and squeaked at the nice story when Mirko came into the room with a scowl. "Hey, I told you to meet my intern and bring him to me, not to tell him embarrassing stories about me as a kid. Well, it's good you met these losers since you'll see them a lot, but we have to fill out some stupid paperwork so you can officially and legally work here. Turns out you needed extra paperwork since you're not a human and paying animals is tricky for the government, but Nizu sent me what you need." "Sounds fun." "It's not, but whatever, let's go get it over with." After his long and fun day, he flopped down into his blanket pile with his mom. Not long after getting comfy his phone rang, which was weird for the time of day, but he still answered it. He saw the ID on it and smiled. "Hello, friend." "Oh, hey Izuku. It's Spinner. You know how we were going to trade information for pardoning my crimes? Well, I have a lot of information on the Yakuza I can share. I want out of this situation and I want these people in jail and out of business." Izuku listened carefully to his lizard friend as he explained the basics of what was going on. Okay, friend. I'm gonna go talk to my principal friend so we can go and save the tiny human. Please be careful. I don't want to lose any more friends to that man. Izuku gave a friendly squeak in response and hung up. He ran down the hall and across campus to Nizu's office with UI and Inko following him since he told them it was important. As he barreled into the office, Nizu looked up with his usual chipper smile. Nizu was kind enough to speak to them in Rabbit so that Inko and UI were included. It was rude not to speak in someone's language when you were able to. Hello there, my wonderful rabbit friends. What brings you to my office this afternoon? He got a handful of squeaks and honks in response from the two female rabbits. I suppose I am a funny-looking rabbit. Now, Izuku, it seems that you have some concerns you wanted to bring to me? Izuku switched to speaking human since bunnies didn't have the best language for discussing the Yakuza. Thus, our person lizard friend called because he had important information he wants to trade for getting to not be a villain. Fantastic, I was wondering when we would hear from him. What did he have to say? The Yakuza is being mean and bad. Yes, that seems like something that the Yakuza would do. Izuku nodded. They killed a nice lady named Magna and are hurting a tiny human kit. He says they are using her blood to make stuff to break quirks. Oh dear, that is quite bad. And our gecko friend has information on them. Izuku nodded even harder as the other two rabbits explored and sniffed Nizu's office since it was full of new smells to them. He said he knows about a bunch of their people, where they are, and important stuff like that. That is quite important. I will talk to some friends in the police to make sure all charges can be dropped and that he is given the chance for citizenship like the two of us. It would be pointless to get him out of a bad situation without addressing the problems that got him there. Is that going to be hard to do? Well, when I was your age it would have been much more difficult, and it's definitely still tricky, but there are a few ways available to get an animal recognized as a citizen of Japan. You yourself became one by being enrolled in school. A path that I personally fought for, that if someone is smart enough to enroll in high school then they are self-aware enough to have rights. But Spinner is smart, so why didn't he go to school? Nizu sighed. Unfortunately, it can be quite difficult to access education. In all likelihood Spinner is illiterate without ever having someone to teach him, and that makes entering a high school like mine essentially impossible, and the principals of schools that are open to all would still have the right to deny him entrance since he is yet to become a citizen. So, he'd have to know how to read in order to learn how to read? Essentially. But I'm working on something to help him out, and the threat of the Yakuza destroying quirks might finally be enough to force the government into action. If they don't let my friend get treated as a person, I'll bite them. You'll bite the government? An interesting way to enact a revolution. Regardless, I'll contact the needed individuals to set up a task force to save this little girl and stop the Yakuza. The next day, Izuku hopped into the agency with his backpack filled with important papers from Nizu, his favorite rat bear dog friend. He knocked on the door since they didn't have a better way yet, and the pretty flower lady let him in. Hey there, Izuku, you ready for the day? He bounced up onto her desk and laid down his backpack that was just big enough to hold the important folders. Yes. And I brought lots of things from my principal friend. Oh. She picked them up and started looking through the papers. Ding, day 1 and you've already got a CI and a lead on a Yakuza kidnapping case. I can see why Mirko wanted you. She leaned around the corner and yelled down the hall. Yo, Jektel. Get your scrawny butt down here. We need to set up a team to raid the Yakuza. But you don't have to shout, you overgrown flower bed. The sidekick jogged down the hall and didn't seem angry at all. Izuku figured that they were like Kaken who yells at his friends even though he's not actually mad. So what's this about the Yakuza? Yep, our little newbie here got someone in the League of Villains to switch sides, and it looks like he's willing to trade information on the Yakuza in order to get his record clean. Seems the commish really shoved this through, since these guys are real nasty business and are close to finding a way to permanently destroy quirks. Jektel was looking over her shoulder to read the paperwork they got permitting a raid against the Yakuza. Still, overnight processing is unheard of. You must have friends in high places, little rabbit. Oh, I just talked to my friend Nizu and he said he would make it go fast since we didn't want them to hurt the tiny human anymore. Uh, yeah, that's about as high up on the food chain as you can go without actually being in the commission. Mistake turned back to the sidekick. Doesn't really matter how it got done, you just need to get a hold of Night Eye since he's been investigating these guys and they'd be a real asset. They say his intern Lemillion is as strong as All Might in his prime, so we'll definitely want them helping. Dim, you're sure that's true? Wouldn't be the first time someone over-exaggerated their interns. Yeah, Night Eye isn't really the bragging type and he worked with All Might, so it makes sense that he'd train the next one. Well, alrighty then, I'll head on over and hopefully it won't take us long to get ready and pull in a few more agencies to help out. The pretty flower lady gently pat Izuku's head, and you will be doing your first patrol with Mirko today while we do that paperwork stuff. So you can go down the hall to get in your hero outfit and get ready for that. Okie dokie, flower friend. He made his way to the changing room and found the case with his spare costume he left there the day before. His mechanic friend May made his new costumes and they were way easier to get into than his first one. Izuku bounced over to Mirko's office gym. Since she basically refused to do paperwork, it made sense to combine the two rooms. She looked over at him as he entered the room. Good timing, I would about to start bothering Mistake about where you were. No time to waste. Let's get out there and go find some villains to kick. Izuku binkied in excitement and followed her out the door. Alrighty newbie, I expect you to keep pace with me or I'm leaving you behind. But if you can keep up with me then you can handle just about anyone. Izuku wondered what she meant by that, but then she leapt up onto a building and started running from one roof to the next, staying up high to keep an eye on her city. Izuku followed up to the roof, even if he just barely made the jump and chased after her. It was hard since he couldn't jump as far as her, but he was faster at the running parts, so he didn't fall behind too much. They came to a stop on the roof of a 5-story building in the middle of the city. Alright kid, now we sit here and listen for trouble while you get some energy back. He definitely liked that plan. He was a bit tired from chasing after her. She was a really good jumper. Both of them sat on the edge of the building with their ears fully up and twitching back and forth to hear as much as possible. After a few minutes of listening really hard, both of them suddenly swiveled to the left at the sound of glass breaking and lots of shouting. She nodded down at him and crouched down. That meant it was jumping time. They took off into the air toward the sound, and as they got closer they could see it was a couple of people trying to rob a store. One of them had very long arms and the other had big curvy horns. Alright kid, I'm leaving this to you. Prove to me that it wasn't a mistake to take you on. He thought that was kinda rude, but it made sense, so he nodded and sprinted at the criminals, weaving between the legs of fleeing civilians. The villain with the horns was holding a citizen at knife point and looking at Mirko, who was leaning up against a lamppost, looking very relaxed. Stay back or the lady gets it. Her response almost sounded bored. Alright, wasn't going to be moving from here anyways. Izuku was super quiet and ran through the crowd, so he was behind the bad man with the knife without being seen. He crouched low for a second and waited a few seconds until bad guy number 2, who was carrying the money they stole, looked in the other direction so neither would see him move. Then he shot forward like a bullet and kicked the horn villain in the back of the head, knocking him out instantly. And by pushing off of the falling bad guy and towards the other bad guy, their heads slammed together, but Izuku's bones were much denser and tougher than normal bones, so the long arms man fell down too and fell asleep. He couldn't remember the fancy term for when you hit someone so hard they take a nap. Maybe they should be called battle naps because they are like naps, except they are from fighting. He hopped over to the nice lady who had been almost stabbed. Hello, my name is Izuku. Are you okay, nice lady? She nodded a little with tears in her eyes. I'm now. Thank you so much, I was so scared. I thought I was going to die. It's okay now. He can't hurt you anymore, he's taking a battle nap since I bonked him on the head. Mirko walked over. I think those are called concussions, or as I like to call it, knocking someone the F out. Good work, Kit. Let's go talk to the cops and get these punks out of here. He huffed in mock anger. I'm not a kit. He did not notice that he'd slipped back into rabbit speak. She responded in kind. I don't know, you still look tiny to me. A tiny little kit. He playfully thumped in response as she carried the criminals to the police cars waiting for them. Does that make you an old lady rabbit? She thumped her foot back at him. Watch it, you snarky kit. As she handed over the criminals, Izuku got a message on his fancy hero communicator watch thing that everyone had so they could have fast access to information while in the field. They were going to have a meeting tomorrow with everyone who would be in the raid on the Yakuza so they could make a plan. When she walked back over, he looked up at her. Did you get the message about the meeting tomorrow? She shook her head and scoffed. Nah, I leave all the collaboration stuff to Jekyll. He's capable and will handle the raid. Wait, you're not joining the raid? Nope, teamwork is not really my jam. Didn't the flower friend tell you about the mission to stop the Yakuza and save the girl? Nope, because she knows I only really do raids if it's just me. It won't make a difference if I'm there or not. There are plenty of heroes out there more than willing to take my place, so I don't really get involved and leave it all to Jekyll. They had moved away from the crowd, but were definitely still the focus of people's attention whether they knew it or not. Izuku was mad enough that the next time he thumped his foot in anger it cracked the sidewalk. No, that is wrong and stupid. Ah, you're going to tell me how to be a hero. Yes. If someone is in trouble you help them, even if someone else could do it for you, because if everyone said that then no one would get help. And if you're the kind of person who wouldn't do anything to help a kid in danger then you are a bad bunny. She gasped in shock that her intern would dare say such a thing to her. He kept going, growling and squeaking at her. There is a little girl being tortured every day, and if you aren't there tomorrow to help me save her then I'll just find a new hero who will. At this he stormed off back to the agency. Within the hour the video had gone viral, especially since both Izuku and Mirko were already celebrities in their own rights. It started with someone recording a hostage situation with a horned man holding a girl at knife point and shouting at Mirko, who seemed disinterested and relaxed. Then, in a blur of green fur, the well-known rabbit flew through the air from behind the villains and quickly took them both out. It seemed like that would be the end of the video, with the new intern having beaten the bad guys and helped to calm down the victim. At this point the video revealed why it had become so much more popular than any other video of a debuting intern. While Mirko and Izuku had both been speaking perfectly clear Japanese to the police and civilians, as soon as they spoke to each other after the fight they only spoke in squeaks and grunts that was clearly some sort of rabbit language. This went on for over 10 minutes and seemed to capture an argument of some sort that was hard for others to take seriously since it was entirely spoken in high-pitched honks and objectively adorable body language such as angrily thumping their feet at each other. But it was resolved with Mirko gasping in an offended way and Izuku stomping off, only making people speculate even further as to what they were arguing about. There were few heroes present who had seen a raid get put together so quickly, and surely not with so many powerhouses. Perhaps if it was something sudden like a kidnapping, but it was unheard of for a long-term investigation. Like any bureaucratic office, the hero commission wasn't always the swiftest. But this mission was different for one big reason: the commission was scared. In truth, they didn't particularly care one way or another about the little girl who was being harmed. What was one girl when they were protecting an entire nation? But they were already down their top 3 heroes since Best Jeanist was in the hospital with little chance at full recovery and Endeavor's trial was still on the horizon. They couldn't risk the villains getting the upper hand by losing any more of their top heroes. So as soon as they heard about a villain creating Quirk erasing bullets and was on the verge of creating a permanent version, they were willing to do nearly anything to prevent that drag from being created. They had all 3 of UA's big 3 there along with the heroes they were interning under. Then there was also the hero that was nearly infamous in the underground, Eraserhead, the perfect counter to a villain with a near unstoppable emitter quirk. Now, if that wasn't enough on its own, Hawks, the de facto number 1 hero was there as well, with orders directly from the commission to shut down the operation no matter what. There were only 5 minutes before it all started and just about everyone was already there, since being late to a briefing like this would be shameful at best. Mirko sighed and swallowed her pride one last time as she pushed the doors open and stepped inside. She ignored the attention that her unexpected arrival brought and sat next to Jekyll and Izuku. Night Eye looked up from his paperwork with a pet eyebrow. I wasn't aware you would be joining the rest of your agency, Mirko. Yeah, Well, a pesky rabbit convinced me that helping a little girl in trouble was more important than hating teamwork. Jekyll looked floored and Izuku was simply thrilled to see that she showed up. But I knew you'd change your mind. Hawks simply snorted. Must have been some convincing speech. Last time we worked together I had to literally drag her. Was ready to respond when she looked over at Hawks and saw his outfit. His fluffy coat that he normally wore on patrols was replaced with a much darker black outfit that was as tough as most Kevlar, and there was a helmet in his lap rather than the normal visor. She recognized that coat in particular. He wore it for two reasons that went hand in hand. Firstly, it was a warning to his fellow heroes. It meant he wasn't there as Hawks, the friendly and sassy hero everyone loved, but as Hawks, the trained commission soldier who would do what needed to be done. The second reason he wore it was that he didn't want to ruin his favorite jacket with bloodstains. And if you looked closely, you could make out the horrifying amount of them hidden on the dark-colored cloth. She sighed as she looked him up and down. So, it's gonna be one of those missions? All of the previous laughter drained away and was replaced by deadly seriousness. Yeah, it is. They are making a drag that could overturn hero society as we know it, and we must prevent its creation. She hated when her friend got like this. She was one of the few heroes close to Hawks, and she knew he was essentially brainwashed to hell and back. It was an odd thing to know that regular Hawks would happily help her move into her new apartment and eat their respective mutation-based comfort foods together. She would have an entire head of lettuce while he ate raw chicken that would make anyone else sick. At the same time, though, she was fully aware he would kill her with little to no hesitation if he was ordered to. It didn't get past her that his mission statement that sounded pre-recorded completely ignored the existence of a hostage. And since said hostage was the key ingredient for making this drag, she'd have to make sure Hawks wouldn't try to kill her as a last resort if rescuing her fell through. I guess that means my team will focus on getting the girl out while you focus on wiping out the Yakuza, and we leave overhaul to the rest of them. He nodded. It was clear that some of the interns were used to the prettier side of heroics because there was audible shock from the girl with twirly blue hair and alarmed looks from the other two. Mirio was the one to speak up though. What exactly do you mean by wiping them out? It means we'll need more body bags and fewer HNDCFFS. Mirko turned to Night Eye, who had handled logistics and recruiting the other agencies. Why do we have newbies on the mission? Let's not beat around the bush. The commission got spooked by the threat of losing heroes to this new drag, and now it's going to be a bloodbath until they feel safe again. If your interns can't handle the fact that Yakuza tend to fight to the death, then they shouldn't be here. Ryuko nodded, but looked a little uncomfortable. While I wouldn't have phrased it like that, she has a point. Death before dishonor is a pretty common stance in the Yakuza. My first years are good for patrols and stuff, but I'm leaving them to crowd control and evacuation on this one. They aren't ready to fight groups like this. She turned to her intern Nijire, and if you aren't ready for this either, then there's no shame in that. I'm sure they'd be happy to have your help. Fat Gum scratched his head. Same here. Those kids should be learning how to be heroes, not thrown into the deep end on something like this. But that makes me wonder why the little rabbit is part of the mission. Part of the mission? My intern is the backbone to this whole DMN mission. You wouldn't even know where these BSTRDS are if it weren't for Izuku. And we're keeping your kiddos out since they aren't ready for life or death fights. Mine grew up as a prey animal in the wild. There ain't nothing out there but life or death fights. Night Eye coughed to bring attention back to himself, since he was technically leading the meeting. There was also the additional concern that we don't know the mental state of this child. It is likely that she was taught to not trust heroes or even fear us. So we needed a hero on the mission a 6-year-old girl would follow. Given our available options, it was decided that a talking rabbit would be the least threatening and most endearing to a frightened child. Mirio gave his brightest smile to the group. I'll have you know I'm great with kids, and I doubt I'd have much problem at all. Night Eye shook his head. No, your Quirk is a perfect match against Overhaul and will be focusing on locating and defeating him. Since this is everyone on the raid, let's finish assigning heroes to the tasks and enemies they should focus on in order to do this as efficiently as possible. If all goes well, we'll be able to get through them quick enough that no members escape with information on this drag. The group of heroes was finally ready to go. They stood at the ready while waiting for the police to read the warrant. His job was simple, he didn't need to focus on fighting, just on finding the little kit and getting her to safety. As soon as police said that the bad guys were in trouble, a very big man in a funky mask punched the door off to try and fight them. That's not good. But then his loud blonde friend with the number outfit got all glowy with orange sparkles and punched him in the chest. The big dude fell backwards, but then he got up a few seconds later and laughed as he got a bit bigger. Huh, every time you hit me, I get stronger dash. Mirko jumped in and kicked him in the side of the head with all the force her bunny legs could muster. After getting hit like that directly in the temple, he dropped to the ground like a sack of potatoes. Get your sheet together, Lemillion, you can't hold back on these guys. Now get a move on and chase down Overhaul. He ran ahead super duper fast and passed through all of the other villains and dove into the wall of the big house. While he did that, the dragon lady turned into a dragon and started fighting a bunch of the Yakuza who were outside. It was the dragon lady's job to keep an eye on things and make sure no sneaky people escaped or spread the fighting to where people lived. Nijire helped as they both could fly and would watch from above. Hawks stepped forward with his wings spreading out. Surrender now or you will be dealt with accordingly. The primary response he got was yelling and a man shooting needles at him. But he was able to for barely a second since a feather shot forward and embedded itself in his throat before returning to Hawk's wings. He saw his lizard friend there as well, but he was quickly arrested by Jekyll, who used his quirk to launch a net at his friend. They needed to make it look like he was being arrested like the other villains so the bad guys wouldn't know that Spinner was actually a good guy in disguise as a bad guy. Hawks turned to Mirko and gave a subtle nod. Clearly she knew what this meant because she jumped forward and kicked the wall in and started making a path into the tunnels below by just kicking down everything in their way. Of all the active heroes in Japan, Mirko had the most raw strength now that All Might had retired and Lemillion was still adjusting to his new power, and she made clear usage of that as she kicked around anything and anyone that got in their way. As they made their way, Izuku finally caught the scent they were looking for. While everyone else smelled like angry middle-aged men, there was one smell that was a scared little girl. This way. Eri was taken down this hall not too long ago. Everyone followed the rabbit and his sense of smell that not even Mirko could match. That was his main job in this. Mirko and Hawks did the fighting, Fatgum's and Nightie's agencies were providing support and capturing who they could, and he was tracking down the little girl because he was a very good bunny with a very good sniffer. Since he was focused on that, he didn't really pay attention to the fighting. There was a group of 3 bad guys that tried to attack them, one of them was covered in shiny rock. But Hawks stabbed them super fast even though Quiet Shy Friend wanted to fight them himself. The walls were moving around a bit and managed to throw Fatgum and Quite Shy Friend into a hole with 2 bad guys to fight. The walls tried to hit him too, but Mirko kicked them away and his teacher friend stared really hard at the bad guy in the wall so Night Eye could throw stuff at him. Then Night Eye ran off after the spooky lady with knives who smelled like blood and said something about going after her and not letting the leaf get away. Izuku wasn't really sure, he wasn't really paying attention to anything except his important job. The smell was getting stronger and his ears twitched as he heard yelling and fighting. He took off running towards the smell of a scared human kit. Almost there. After running into the final room where the smell was the strongest, he found something very spooky and scary. Lemillion was fighting a very big and scary thing that smelled wrong, like it was a bunch of people squished together. His hair had big stabby things and he had 6 arms. But that was a problem for the heroes there, Lemillion, his sensei, Hawks, and Mirko. He hopped over to the little girl behind some rocks and nudged her hand with his nose to get her attention. She looked confused and shocked when she saw him. "Bunny." He nodded. "But I'm here to rescue you and bring you to a safe and fun place." Eri had not always been held captive by the Yakuza. Before that she had a normal life like any other 4-year-old. She saw the same movies as everyone else, so she knew what a talking animal coming to your rescue meant. This led her to whispering a very important question. "Am I a princess?" Izuku did not know much about the human monarchy, so there was a good chance that she was a princess. So he did what he usually did when his other confusing friend was confusing, he agreed and hoped for the best. "Yes. But we have to leave right now." As they started running down the hall together, a weird voice came from the fighting room. "Do you really think they can save you?" In any other situation the answer would have been no. Because she didn't believe anyone could defeat Overhaul. But a 6-year-old is still a 6-year-old, and in all the movies she saw the princess could always be rescued by magic animal friends no matter how scary it got. So when a quirk forced her to say her true feelings, she spoke as a hopeful 6-year-old. Yes. The magic bunny will save me. Within a few minutes of running they were back outside again. It was way faster on the way back because all the bad guys were beaten and Mirko had kicked down all the walls that got in their way. When he got there he found a bunch of his friends who had helped with evacuating the people nearby. The little girl was nervous and stayed behind Izuku the whole time. He looked up at her as Uraraka and Tsu came over to them. "Don't worry, these are friends and I won't let anyone hurt you." His floaty friend came over with a big smile. "Hey there Izuku, did you get caught up in the big fight? That was crazy." He was so huge and was fighting Mirio and hawks in the sky. He shook his head. "I mostly just ran around and sniffed things for a bit, then I made sure the tiny human was safe." He wanted to talk to his friends more, but the kit was more important right now, so he led her over to where the human doctors were with their doctor trucks. They sat down in the back of one together and she held him close while they drove to a new place. It didn't take long for them to get to a hospital and he stayed with her everywhere she went and sat in the hospital bed with her so it wouldn't be as scary. He growled and thumped at anyone who tried to get close to her and didn't need to. She was scared of the humans so he kept them away except for when they actually needed to. He was her fluffy guardian angel and he wouldn't let anyone scare or hurt her. Aizawa walked over to them, looking a little hurt but mostly fine. He stopped approaching once he saw her start to get nervous. "Would it be okay if I came closer?" Eri looked down at Izuku, who nodded, indicating this was a safe person. Following his lead she nodded as well. He spoke much softer than he ever did in class, but that made sense since he was talking to a scared kid, not heroes in training. "Hey there, my name is Aizawa Shoda. I'm Izuku's teacher. I was hoping to talk to you so I could help you figure out where you're going from here." Bakugo was heading back to the dorms with Todoroki after a long day of their remedial training. He would do whatever he needed to in order to get his license, but he was certainly not expecting them to make him play with kids. He could admit there was a bit of a learning curve for both him and Icy Hot since their parents were sort of garbage and they had no idea how you were supposed to treat a child outside of yelling and hitting. Even if he wanted to be mad at Gang Orca for talking down to him, he appreciated the step-by-step explanations rather than just the vague, be nice to kids that he usually got. Regardless of progress being made, he was antsy and wanted to explode something. It was so DMN frustrating to see his classmates out there kicking butt and debuting as heroes while he spent his days. Stupid Deku had even been fighting the Yakuza the day before. The Yakuza? That's cool as F, and he didn't get to be there exploding those assholes since he was busy playing jump rope with the brats. Deku had been out the night before. Apparently the girl they rescued wanted the fluffy idiot around, but he should be back before he was at the dorms. And back he most certainly was. He and Todoroki walked into an interesting sight of a small girl with a horn sitting in the pile of blankets referred to as the bunny corner, with 3 rabbits curled up with her. Bakugo could admit that it was objectively cute. But what wasn't cute and really got his attention, and his adrenaline pumping, was the motherfucking villain in the kitchen. He didn't know why no one else seemed to care about the giant lizard dude who was definitely Spinner from the League of Villains. The lizard man was just standing there having a conversation with Kirishima. What the actual F-? His boyfriend was chatting it up with the guy who tried to kidnap him and successfully kidnapped Deku. Talk about FING betrayal. He got into a fighting stance, as did Todoroki, so at least one person wasn't insane. This made Spinner look over at him with alarm, but Kirishima stepped between them to defend the evil lizard. Were they all hit with a quirk or something? Oh. Izuku said he brought you up to speed on everything? Did you not get his text? What text? He thought through anything he was sent that could have been an explanation for this absolute nonsense. No way. No FING way. You said you found a gecko in the woods. Specifically the text read, "Hi Kaken. I made a new friend. He's a gecko I met in the forest. I kept him a secret because I didn't want you to yell at him." He pointed at Spinner accusingly. "He's not a gecko, that's a whole but human and kinda effed up to call him a lizard." The villain finally spoke up, sounding very nervous and unsure. I actually am a gecko. I have the quirk, human. And I'm not a villain, I was the inside person so they could take down the Yakuza. Before he could continue to yell at the lizard creep, tiny hands started hitting his leg in the form of an angry little girl. Don't be mean to Mr. Spinny. He's a nice lizard. Todoroki just shrugged. Well, if you say he's a nice lizard then I believe you. Was he the only person who thought this was weird as hell? Kirishima then patted him on the shoulder. I get it, it's a lot to take in and Izuku should have explained it way better, but he's actually a really cool dude. He just had a real bad hand dealt to him but he's trying to turn his life around and there's nothing manlier than self-improvement. He threw his hands up in the air in defeat. Fine, I'll be nice to the lizard. But if he gets up to any more villain shit I'm exploding him. His boyfriend gave him a giant smile in return. Now that we've gotten that taken care of, you need to properly meet Eri since she's the cutest little lady. Wow, Gang Orca had said they would need to learn how to work with kids to be a hero, but he didn't think he'd need it so DMN soon. He crouched down and tried not to be scary for once and followed Gang Orca's instructions the best he could. Your name is Eri, right? I'm Bakugo Katsuki. I'm training to be a hero with the rest of these nerds. She nodded shyly and hid behind Spinner's leg. Can you tell me about yourself? The green bunny is my animal friend. Because all princesses need an animal friend. That's true. Well kid, do you have a favorite princess? I like a bunch of them. I like the one with the long hair because she's like me. But I like Cinderella's dress the most. He nodded and turned to Ponytail Girl. Alright, I'm gonna need a princess dress and your best tiara. And not that plastic sheet, this princess needs a real crown. At first he got back a quiet, but the economy dash. If I don't see a gorgeous tiara on that little princess in the next 10 minutes, the economy is gonna be the least of your worries. Eri helped by looking up at her with the biggest eyes and awe in her voice, but not quite a smile. I can have a princess crown? And while Momo might be able to deny Bakugo being bossy, there was no way she could deny Eri. Not even half an hour later Eri was in a full princess outfit and sitting in a little wagon that was pulled by Izuku so she could princess wave at everyone around campus. She was accompanied by her two knights, Aoyama and Ida, since they had armor for hero costumes. So when Aizawa came back from filling out the paperwork needed to take in Eri, he couldn't help but hide a smile behind his scarf at the little girl finally having a place where she could be safe and happy. Nizu looked at their newest building with a smile. It had been a lifelong goal to help those like himself, the rest of the animal kingdom that humans seem to ignore. He always did his best to reach out and help those who had sentience no matter who they were, but it was a difficult fight to do on your own. Laws were hard to change and opinions even more so. Then Izuku came along and shook up the entire game. People's expectations were just another wall for him to crash through, opening up more opportunities than ever before. Nizu knew that he himself would never be the people's favorite. He was too smart to believe that. He looked like a giant rat and his specialty was in manipulation and outthinking his opponents, both attributes that humans were predisposed to dislike. He didn't inspire humans, he made them nervous, but they at least accepted his skills. He was respected, not liked, and that was good enough to get into his position of power. Izuku, however, was adored. He was a fluffy bunny that hit like a cannonball. He was honest, trustworthy, kind, and not intelligent enough to trick humans even if he wanted to. So even if people were divided on Izuku, at least there was a division now. In the past no one wanted animal heroes, but now a larger and larger amount were willing to fight for sentient animal rights. This growing public support was the first needed step in reaching his goal, or at least this phase of his goal. The second was he had needed some sort of catastrophe. Nothing causes change faster than fear. This came in the form of Eri. He would never wish her fate on anyone, he understood what it felt like all too well to be experimented on in the name of progress and science. But her terrible situation created the fear needed to make things finally move. When Izuku had come forward and explained the information that Spinner had, the rabbit didn't know how big of a gift he had handed him. He may have twisted the story slightly, but he never outright lied. His telling of the story made Spinner's demands far more absolute and specific rather than the general request to simply have access to citizenship. He may have also been more vague than needed about how close the Yakuza were to making the quirk-destroying drag and how much they already had. All this together had them whipped into a frenzy of fear that they would be losing heroes by the dozens and that their strongest members would suddenly be quirkless if they didn't act immediately. And the only way they could stop this from happening is to comply with Spinner's two demands: to be pardoned for his previous, and admittedly minor, crimes, and to provide a way for sentient animals like him to become citizens. So after years of fighting them on it, they gave in. They approved his adult education program that would be able to take in any sentient animal and teach them with a certificate at the end that acknowledged them as a citizen with the same rights as a human. He could finally offer a chance to those in need, and it was all thanks to Izuku and his ability to become friends with anyone he meets. Without him, they would never have reached Spinner before he truly fell into the depths of villainy. It would have been near impossible to get Spinner out of the league if he had committed murder. Luckily, all he had on his record at the time was petty robbery and his part in the kidnapping attempt. Now the next task would be to get the word out and actually find those that would benefit from this program. It obviously wasn't the only reason, but he would definitely take advantage to use this as a way to increase the public opinion on UA since it had been dropping after villain attacks. He would keep the focus on Izuku and his desire to help other cute animals for political reasons while actually helping anyone who needed it, because most animals aren't seen as cute to humans, but that shouldn't change their worth. Izuku binkied in excitement as he hopped into Nizu's tiny car. It was essentially a modified Mini Cooper that Nizu had specially made, although the automotive industry did their best to sell to people of all sizes ever since quirks became prevalent. The seats were far too small for just about any human, but they were perfect for the two sentient animals that would be in the car together for over 2 hours each way. He wiggled around and humped happily as they drove to their destination. It was their most promising candidate for the sentient animal citizenship class. Nizu had put out a press conference a week before, explaining their new program and the opportunities it offered for quirked animals. Ever since then they had gotten quite a few responses, but most weren't very serious or helpful, and a surprising amount of people thought their dog had super intelligence without any real evidence. But this seemed like a legitimate find that would be an amazing benefit to UA's new class. After a while of driving on dirt roads through rural Japan, they pulled up to a farm. Both of them got out of the car and were approached by a friendly man in overalls. "Hey there. Glad you two were able to make out here. The name's Takahashi, but everyone just calls me Taka. I'm the owner of this farm." "Hello. My name is Izuku." "It's good to meet you, Taka. Would you mind showing us around?" "Sure. Around here you'll mostly just find farmland of some sort or another. And us in particular breed and raise horses." Nizu nodded along even though he already knew all of this. It was never a bad thing to hear information from a new perspective. It also helped that Izuku was enthusiastic as ever and asked plenty of questions. "What do the horses do?" "Well, they do a few different things. There are plenty of people out there who want to own a horse, but our specialty is therapy horses. Not as common as therapy dogs, but there's enough horse therapy places out there that it keeps us in business." Izuku's ears shot up in surprise and interest. "Your horses are therapists?" The man laughed. "No, but that would be mighty impressive. It's more of the horses being helpful for healing, trauma and stuff. I don't pretend to know the ins and outs of it. I'm a horse guy, not a therapy guy." Nizu looked up at the man. "From what I understand, most of your horses are quirked, correct?" "I don't know if it's most, but it's a good chunk of them. We got lucky years ago and got a stallion with an empathy quirk. By now we must have had dozens of M from that family with some form of the quirk, and we get big money for those. But the one we wanted y'all to see today is a bit different from the rest." The man sighed as he led the way further into the farm. "I'm sure if anyone can find a good home for her, it's you too. Just be careful when dealing with her. She can be feisty." As they walked up to the stables, there was a very loud bang against the door to one of the stalls. In the back of their minds, all three of them heard a voice. "I smell new people. Who's in here?" "Let me at him. I'll kick him for trespassing on my farm." "Hey there, Bella. It's me, Taka. If I open the door, will you kick me?" The response reverberated in their minds, "No. Are you lying to me?" "Absolutely not." The man sighed and opened the door before quickly stepping back. At this, a massive horse came barreling towards them. It stood at about 170 centimeters tall and was a light brown color with a long matted mane. The horse reared up on two legs and neighed loudly. In the back of his mind, Izuku heard words shouted out. "I tricked you. I'll kick whoever I want. You don't control me." Then she stopped and looked at them. "Wait, who are these tiny people? I will kick them too." "Whoa there. These two just wanted to meet you. I told you about them before, remember? The other animals like you." Izuku finally realized that the horse had been speaking to him in Rabbit. Nizu looked up at her with a bit of wonder in his eyes. "Amazing, she has a translation quirk?" "Yeah, I guess you could call it that. Mom was from our line of empath horses, but her sire was a telepath. I guess understanding feelings and hearing thoughts got turned into this. And she actually understands complex ideas? Oh yeah, it's why I reached out to your people. If she were just a talking horse, I honestly would have treated her like any other. But she isn't like the other horses. She's been asking me why she can't leave the farm and gets angrier the longer we treat her like the other horses. She insults and threatens anyone who interacts with her, plus she spends all day demanding us to let her leave, so there's no way we can make anything off her. Hard to convince someone to buy a horse that's yelling about freedom and trying to fight everyone she sees." While the two of them spoke about the logistics of transferring the horse to Izuku and the horse sniffed each other in greeting. "Hello. My name is Izuku Midoriya. Is your name Bella?" "No. That's just what they call me. I'm not theirs to name. I am my own horse." "Okay, friend. What should I call you instead? Humans will want you to have two names." The large draft horse leaned down to get a better look at the tiny animal. "How did you get your names, Tiny One?" "My friend helped me pick. Izuku Midoriya can be read as a green blockhead, because I am green and I like to hit things with my head." The horse seemed deep in thought before neighing loudly. "I will be Apple Kick, because I love eating apples and kicking things." "That is an amazing name. I love kicking things too. The human people here said you would bring me somewhere new." "Where are we going? Can we go now? I want to run and explore, so let's go." Izuku looked over to Nizu, who was filling out some paperwork with the farmer to make the horse a ward of UA until she either passed or failed the course. The large creature was impatiently waiting for them to finish up, occasionally stomping a hoof and huffing loudly, making Taka more than a little nervous. The man was clearly ready to get rid of the problematic animal as soon as possible. "How about I go get the horse trailer set up so you can all be on your way?" He got a loud whinny in response. "No. I hate the trailer. I want to run." Nizu seemed to pause and thought. "It's about 130 kilometers to get to the school, so it will probably take a while to get there without the trailer. It took us a few hours to get here even in the car." She shook her head wildly. "I want to run." Izuku was very excited to run with his new friend. "I will run with you. It will be fun." Nizu smiled. "I'll set your phone up so you can follow the GPS back while I finish up here. That'll give you two a head start and you might even beat me there." "Yes." And at that, Apple took off at a gallop in the wrong direction. "Friend, the school is this way." The massive horse wheeled around and came galloping back. "Let's go." Nizu smiled as he watched the two animals run off at full speed. "You sure you don't want the trailer?" "Oh, I definitely do. I imagine they'll tire themselves out well before the halfway point." Bakugo was having a relaxing afternoon watching TV when his idiot friends walked into the common room. Pikachu dropped into the seat next to him with a smile. "Hey, where's the bunny brigade today? It doesn't feel like the common room is complete without nearly stepping on one of them." His amazing dumb boyfriend answered for him. "I'm surprised the little dude didn't manage to tell everyone 27 times. Today he's out with Nizu recruiting for the new non-human class thingy. Which means Inko's probably with all might and Koda will have his rabbit with him." As if summoned, a deceptively powerful yet tiny car pulled up to the parking lot within view from the dorms, pulling a large metal trailer behind it. By the time the class started moving outside to investigate, The container had been opened and a large horse was running around the open area and rolling on the grass. Freedom! Kirishima leaned over to him. Is it just me, or did that horse just yell, freedom, in our minds? He simply nodded along, not really sure what to make of the situation yet. Those farmers were going to sell me like some object, but now I am my own horse and from now on I shall be known as Apple Kick. Apple Kick? The F kind of name was that? Did the rabbit come up with your name? He did not, new person, he only helped a little. Bakugo turned to the incoming principal. Yep, that explains it. So, what's her deal, some sort of psychic horse? Nizu walked over from his car with a smile. A combination of a translation quirk a bit similar to Koda's, and a secondary mutation that allows for the higher thinking needed to comprehend what the words actually mean. A bit like you being fireproof in order for your quirk to be usable, even if fireproof isn't actually your quirk. But that's only if you really want to get into the quirk science of it. How smart are we talking here? Just enough to get by, or are we looking at your new replacement? Said horse was being introduced to the class by Izuku and was currently in front of Tokoyami. You are a very tall bird. Where are your wings, tall bird? Nizu smiled. An excellent question, Bakugo. She is only a few years old, so who's to say what she will be capable of in the future? At this, Eri and Aizawa came walking over. Eri seemed excited, but was also nervous and hiding behind the tall man. Apple shared Eri's curiosity and walked over. You are a very small human. You are a very big horsey. The two stared at each other for a moment, seeming to have a silent conversation. Apple lowered herself so Eri could get on her back. You're my friend now. No one else gets to ride on my back, I'll chomp them if they try. Eri just giggled and held on while Aizawa stood next to them in case she fell off. She gently pet the horse's mane. You are a very good horsey, we're going to be best friends. Izuku and Nizu were on the road again once more. They had been trying to reach one particular animal in need for a bit, but they were trickier to track down since they didn't have an address like Apple Kick did. This particular case they had been contacted because apparently a crow had been saying peculiar things at a few parks, people's backyards, and even inside a restaurant at one point. Normally they would brush this off as crows simply being extraordinary animals that people try to rationalize as a superpower since they are capable of mimicking speech similar to parrots and are quite intelligent. However, the small town that had reached out was very insistent that this was not a normal bird and that they would understand if they were able to find it. Izuku's enthusiasm had not faltered even though their most recent scouting attempts were a bust. There had been a dog that was suspected of being sentient, but it was nothing so remarkable. In that case it was a pet with a quirk that let them perfectly mimic sounds they heard. This led to the animal repeating back phrases the family said and was misunderstood as an attempt at deeper communication. There had also been a cat that truly was self-aware, but didn't care about human laws or society enough to want to enroll in the program. Nizu was concerned this would be a waste of time after not finding anything odd about any of the birds native to the park while the rabbit was content to chew on grass as they waited. However, the explanation they had been given suddenly made sense when a crow came flying toward them at great speed and barely managed to not fall over while landing. Am I bird? Am I a bird? That was certainly an odd thing for a bird to screech at strangers, so he could understand the townspeople's concern over it. Yes, from what I can see you are a bird. Were you expecting to be something else? The small creature seemed quite panicked as it stared at Nizu. I was a bird before, but am I still a bird? Are you asking if you are physically a bird, or something deeper? Squawk. What am I? Is a person any more or less than their mind? Izuku hopped over to the panicking bird. Hi, I'm Izuku. What's your name? I don't know. I might be Hina. I could also be. The bird let out a few short and distinctive caws. Or maybe I'm. This time the sound was almost like a dog barking. This odd show of mimicking animal noises went on for a few minutes. Izuku nodded. Wow, that's a lot of names. I don't have nearly that many names. How did you get so many? The crow stared into the distance. Squawk, death and consumption of the innocent. Wow, I just got mine from my friends. Do you want to come meet my friends? I think we have seeds and other tasty things to share. The crow was very interested in going with them since they seemed like her best options for getting answers. They sat in the car together as the crow spoke nearly unintelligibly about the nature of existence. Izuku cheered him on even if he didn't understand at all. When they got back, his new bird friend went with Nizu to figure out what her quirk was, since the quirk was clearly causing the animal a lot of distress. Bye-bye friend, I'll talk to you soon. Izuku charged into the 1A dorms. Hello friends. A bunch of his classmates were sitting in a circle talking about things and making a list. His confused friend, Shudo, turned to him. Hello Izuku, we are discussing the school festival that is coming up. We plan on doing a song and dancing. Amazing! Are all the classes doing things? Koda nodded and sat down next to him and scratched behind his ears. Izuku nuzzled into the very good scratches. What song are you playing? His kaken yelled back to him. We're doing our own song. It's gonna be better than any song that came before it. His long-eared friend looked very nervous at this. As the one writing and singing the lyrics, those expectations feel a bit too high. Wait, does this mean my animal friends and I can do a thing too? Koda smiled down at him and nodded again. That sounded like so much fun. A few minutes later, the two came back from the infirmary to find a large horse and a much smaller rabbit wrestling each other on the lawn in front of the new dorm. At the sight of the new bird friend returning, the wrestling stopped and Izuku shot over to them. Did you learn things? Nedzu nodded. That we did, and it explains quite a bit. It turns out our newest addition here has a quirk that allows them to gain the memories of the things they eat. This was mostly irrelevant until a hiker falling off a cliff and an opportunistic scavenger crossed paths, and now our friend has the mind of that woman along with any others they feed on. This has been difficult for her since that means she has the memories of being numerous different animals that overlap a lot, including her life as Hina the hiker. Okie dokie, do you want to be called Hina? You said before that was one of your names and the other names are hard to say. Am I Hina? Is a person's essence in their mind? Or am I simply a remnant left over from a rotting carcass? I'm gonna call you Hina the bird friend. Since you're part Hina, part bird, and 100% friend. These seemed to please the bird, who nodded. Why were you fighting that horse? Oh, that's Apple Kick. We were discussing the school festival and the best way to show the SNH off to the public. SNH? Nizu nodded. That is the official title for the class you would be joining to re-earn your citizenship since your mind is now inside a bird. It stands for Sentient Non-Humans. I found it to be the most encompassing name for our group. But classes don't actually start until the beginning of next semester. Until then you can simply focus on becoming acclimated. Izuku binkied a little in excitement. I'm gonna be the teacher assistant for the class. So I'll be there sometimes even though I already have my fancy papers. A thundering sound came rocketing across the field as a gorgeous Clydesdale charged Izuku while shouting into all of their minds. We should do a cafe. It will be delicious and I'll be an amazing host. I'll bite everyone who gives bad reviews so there are only good reviews. At the very last second before they collided, Izuku jumped straight into the air so Apple ran under him. Nizu smiled at the two roughhousing animals as Izuku kept jumping over while the other charged under in a much larger version of typical rabbit play. I must be on my way, but that does sound like a lovely idea. Ms. Kick, are you still planning on joining the beauty contest? Of course I am. I'll remind all those humans that they are dumb and that I'm pretty. Fantastic. Hina, I'm sure these two would be happy to show you to your room in the dorms and introduce you to the rest of your future classmates. In that moment where Apple Kick was distracted talking to Nedzu, Izuku leapt through the air and kicked the horse in the butt before taking off at a sprint with the other close behind. Hina just stood in the field confused as she had been left behind by the only people she even vaguely knew. Sorry about them. Nizu is too smart and Izuku is too dumb for either to realize when someone else doesn't know what's going on. The name's Spinner, I can show you around. Thanks. Are you a teacher here? You seem older than the students we passed. Nope, I'm in the same class as you. I know I pass as human really. Well, it was an essential skill for a long time, But at the end of the day I'm just a humble gecko with a mutant quirk. He waved the bird to follow him as he walked over to the SNH building. It wasn't nearly as large as the dorms for the other classes, but still imposing nonetheless. So, one thing that's important is that every door will have a few ways to open it. Typically each door will have 2 handles at different heights, a flap at the bottom, and a push button for accessibility and anyone else who doesn't have hands. I didn't realize what a privilege hands were, but I'm the only one in our class so far who has them. Yes, I think I'll have to get used to not having hands. I won't be in a bird cage or anything like that, right? What? Of course not. That's the whole point of this program, to prove that we are more than our species and that we must be treated with the same respect as everyone else. This is one of the first and most basic steps in fighting discrimination. And if anyone treats you as lesser, you let us know so we can force them to treat you as an equal. Sure. So this is the common space. Yep. And I was serious about that. I would kill for any of my comrades. But anyways, we all have free reign of this area, but I'm one of the only ones who uses the kitchen. The pantry is where we store everyone's food, like hay, birdseed, dried bugs, tomato soup, jello, whatever you need for your diet. We can probably handle it. Sure, where will I be sleeping? Most of the rooms are still empty, you can pick whichever you want, but we already have one set up for a bird, so I'd recommend that one. If you need anything specific, don't be afraid to ask. I have a bunch of heat lamps in mine and I've never been so comfortable. I'm not sure what I'll need, but I appreciate Dash. At that moment his crow instincts kicked in and caused him to caw loudly as the smell and sound of another bird grew close. A brightly colored parrot came flapping into the room excitedly and landed on one of the perches in the common area. Squawk. Hello fellow bird. I'm Mekon. Squawk. She cawed once loudly before getting the crow side of himself under control. I'm Hina. How many others are there? Just one. One more upstairs. He's a bit crabby though. Spinner sighed. You use that joke every day, it was barely funny the first time. He turned to Hina. They joke with puns a lot and the last member of the SNH is a crab on the 2nd floor. He mostly keeps to himself, but he's a fun guy even if he's a little odd. Squawk. Fun if you get him out of his shell. They both mostly just ignored the pun. Can one of you show me the bird room? Squawk. Birds of a feather flock together. I'll show the way. They flew to the 3rd floor and spoke a bit more. Squawk. I'm a regular bird other than my smarts. I have an intelligence quirk. Squawk. What's yours? She was beginning to dread the fact that she would apparently need to explain his situation every single time she met a new person. I have a memory quirk. Hopefully that would be enough. She just wanted to rest in one of the many comfortable-looking places that were provided around the room. Later that night she was feeling restless and paced around the dorms, talking to herself a bit. Everything here is so weird. Will my life always be this strange? She spun around at a clicking sound from the kitchen. There was a massive spider crab standing over a meter tall and glowing slightly. It turned to face him and was holding a burger in one claw and a cup of jello in the other while wearing a cowboy hat. Oh, it'll definitely get weirder. It was time for the school festival and Izuku was so excited. He had practiced the dance enough to perform with his class, and he was so excited for their song. Izuku would be helping the other animals with their little cafe too. They had spent the entire night baking treats and making sure they were ready for the big day. Izuku hopped across the school grounds to where his animal friends were setting things up. He watched as tables and chairs floated around on the concrete square Cementos has set up for them. The tables lowered down into a grid pattern where each small table had 2 chairs. Apple Kick neighed loudly in displeasure as she stood next to the large spider crab. What, Itsumi? What are you thinking? Push some of the tables together so we can have groups of 4. Watatsumi nodded and rolled their eye stalks before raising their claws. The tables and chairs rose up into the air and rearranged themselves according to Apple Kick's demand. Izuku hopped over to his friends. That looks great. You both are doing an amazing job. His crab friend walked over, wearing black stiletto shoes on each leg as well as a leather jacket with metal studs on it. Apple Kick wore a gorgeous purple gown and her mane was beautifully braided and even more luscious than usual. We wanted to help extra with the setup since we'll be busy during the day with the beauty contest. That's fantastic. You two are going to do amazing. Watatsumi nodded. They didn't want to let me in at first, but when I explained to Nizu that I am every gender but also genderless, he thought it was fine for me to join the contest, even though it's intended for ladies. Nice. I love your shoes. The three of them chatted while setting up the basics, such as where they would sell baked goods from, where they would make coffee and tea, and where people could grab cups and plates. We forgot cups. Applekick turned around when he yelled. We forgot to get the paper cups for people to drink from. By now his other friends had arrived and Spinner walked over with a talking bird on each shoulder. That's not a huge deal. We have some time before we open so someone can make a quick run to the store to buy some. It should probably be me or Izuku since we know the area and how to get to the store. Izuku binkied a little, happy he could help his friends. I'll go. Let me grab my wagon real quick and then I'll be back super fast. He jumped through the air over to the dorms, where he grabbed some money and slipped into his HRSS that attached to his little red wagon so he could easily carry the things back with him. Since he had lived in the area for a while now, the shop owner simply smiled and waved when he entered. Hey there, Izuku. Don't you have that big festival today? Hi, store friend. I have a cup emergency. We forgot to get cups for the coffee and tea. She just chuckled lightly. Oh dear. Well, we better fix that immediately. Wait there for a moment and I'll make sure to load up your cart with enough for that cafe you told me about. Within a few minutes Izuku was out the door with a little red wagon pulled behind him. Oh no. When one of the wheels hit a rock, the package of cups on the top fell off. And since he didn't have hands, it would take so long to get it back where it belonged. A friendly man wearing a scarf leaned down and picked it up for him. Here you go. Thank you, mister. Of course, one must always help those in need, especially if it is of no cost to them. He started on his way again when he realized he was going the same way as the nice man and a small lady. Are you two going to the festival? The man laughed. In a way, little hero, we most certainly are. That's so exciting. I can introduce you to my friends. As they got closer to the main entrance, the small lady was typing a lot of things on her computer. What were your names? He gave a wide grin right before they crossed the school's boundary line. I am the gentle criminal, and this is my assistant La Brava. My name is Izuku Midoriya, but you can just call me Izuku. The man was baffled by the lack of response from the rabbit, and that he didn't seem concerned at all. When someone came to take their payment to enter, he was ready to jump into action when Izuku wriggled something out of his pocket and held two bright yellow tickets in his mouth. Don't worry, Saki, I have guest passes for them. She leaned down and took them from him. Of course, Izuku, have fun today. They entered without any fanfare and they never even had a chance to break in. La Brava looked over at him. Why did you bring guest passes? Were you planning to invite friends of yours? Nope. Most of my friends are already here. I brought them in case I made friends along the way. And I did. La Brava looked up at the silver-haired man. Gentle, are we going to continue with the plan? Of course not. It would be far too rude to reject this kind rabbit's hospitality and not gentlemanly at all. We shall create our fame another day. Bye-bye, new friends. The odd duo wandered off as he went back to the cafe, which was getting ready to open. Hina flew over and grabbed one of the cup packages with her feet before flying it over to a nearby table. Just in time, Izuku, your classmates were looking for you, Squawk. They wanted to do a final rehearsal of your dance. Oh no, he didn't want to miss the dance practice. As soon he took off the HS, he ran over to the dance stage. The dance wasn't too complicated, but he was so excited to be a part of it. Mostly he hopped around on just his back legs while turning left and right with his friends. It felt silly to wiggle his arms on stage for a big crowd, but humans were silly like that and it was lots of fun since his friends were there. He had been so busy lately it was nice to do this fun thing with his class. Kaken was being loud on the drums. His double friend was playing a guitar thingy. His orange friend was leading the dancing group. All his friends were working together. Even his confused friend helped by making big ice sculptures for everyone. His little unicorn friend was in the crowd and she looked so excited too. He was excited that she was excited. After the song and cleanup was over, he hopped back to the cafe to see how they were doing. He wove his way through a bunch of people's legs because they kept getting in the way. The cafe was super busy. They were doing such a good job. Apple Kick trotted over to him alongside Watatsumi. Izuku, take over for me or else we'll be late for the contest. You just need to say hi, answer stupid questions, and tell them where to sit. He nodded and jumped up onto a stool so he could better see customers. He knew how to do all of those things, but what kind of questions would people ask that were so stupid? The next person in line was a lady with some small humans with her. She spoke very slowly as if he didn't understand her and then started asking about if animals would really be able to keep things sanitary. Someone else asked if they were serving rabbit stew and laughed as if it were a funny joke. Oh, so this is what Apple Kick meant by stupid questions. He did a very good job and didn't kick anyone, even if they were super annoying. Not much later the two of them came back, but by then things had calmed down. Izuku hopped to the back of the little cafe to check on the others. Hina was working the cash register since she was pretty good at numbers. Mikan took orders and would repeat them back to Spinner and Watatsumi, who were making the drinks and bringing them out alongside the treats they made the night before. They were like a well-oiled machine, but with a lot more squawking, squeaking, and scuttling. It wasn't too much longer until the festival would end, so they started to clean up along with all the other shops and food stands. All of them made sure to go and vote for their friends before time was up. Then the big announcement came for who the winner of the beauty contest would be. Midnight stood on the stage and was getting everyone's attention with all the contestants behind her. She held the tiara that would go to the winner, and he was excited even though he found the entire thing very confusing. He was friends with a bunch of them. There was his big hands friend, swirly friend, pink hair friend, and of course his non-human friends. Alright everyone. We had a lot of different competitors this year who showed off their stuff, but there can only be one winner. You casted your votes, and by popular demand, this year's Miss UA is dashed. The hero opened up a sealed envelope and her eyes widened a bit, but she quickly regained composure. Apple Kick. There was a gleeful whinny as the massive horse pranced up to her and shook her head around happily before lowering herself down to receive the little crown. She continued to strut around the stage posing for the many cameras. Apple Kick was a very happy horse who was completely content to bask in the attention that was thrown her way. In the background, one of the contestants was in tears and ran off as she shouted, "I can't believe I lost to a horse." She got a huff in response, but no pity or guilt from said horse. "It's not my fault I'm prettier." She also posed with her fellow classmates, which turned into an impromptu interview of the new SNH class. Most of the questions were pretty simple and just intended to be fun. So, Watatsumi, we saw a few different things from you today and it has left many people wondering what exactly is your quirk? You seemed to glow, fly, speak perfect Japanese, use telekinesis, and I believe we saw you teleport at one point. I believe the most accurate answer to that question would be yes. But at the same time the answer is also no. Oh, well, there was also some confusion over your gender. Are you a boy crab or a girl crab? You are a fool if you think my magnificence can be contained within a single gender. While the reporter gave a flustered response to those answers, Izuku let his mind drift away from the conversation as he heard something odd. It sounded like Aizawa was arguing with someone. It was far away from all the other people still at the festival, so he was probably the only one listening to it. What? You can't just show up and take her from me. The commission has no right to her, and as her guardian I won't allow you anywhere near her. Actually, you only had temporary guardianship of her. Your request to become her permanent guardian was declined. And as a child with no remaining guardians, we are well within our rights to place her as a ward of the government under the care of the Hero Commission as a minor with great heroic potential. You're just after her quirk and it's not even subtle. You people disgust me and I will see you BSTers in court over this. Bring us to court for what? We have broken no laws. Feel free to contact your local representatives if you have concerns over these laws. The men in the fancy suits turned to walk away while Aizawa looked very ready to fight them. Izuku listened around even harder and found Eri not too far away and made his way over to her. He saw her standing alone with the hero who had the big red wings. "Hey there, sir. Do you want to be a hero like me?" Izuku was very upset. He wasn't even a little excited. There were 3 men with suits standing next to Hawks. All 3 of them seemed intent on taking Eri, who was quickly realizing that these people weren't as nice as they pretended to be a few seconds earlier. However, once they got within a few feet of the little girl, Izuku had hopped in between them and thumped his back feet on the ground loudly, causing the man reaching for her to take a step back. Hawks gave a signature smile, hoping to calm down the situation. "Hey, there's no need to get all defensive. You're acting like we're going to hurt her. This is a great opportunity for her and isn't a bad thing at all. Besides, it's not my call or yours. She's legally already a ward of the Hero Commission. My job is just to bring her to her new home." He reached out for her when Izuku finally spoke to the small group, with a deadly tone they had never heard from the usually cheerful rabbit. "If you touch her, I will kill you." Hawks froze for a moment. You see, he had been threatened more times than he could count and by now could usually tell when someone was bluffing or not. In his experience, even when someone wasn't bluffing, they usually couldn't follow through on their threats against him. There was a reason he was now the #1 hero after all. But this was different. This didn't feel like a threat. This felt like a simple giving of information from a creature that was famous for being incapable of deception. He could almost compare it to how it felt to be taught something fundamental about the world. Fire is hot, the earth is round, objects in motion stay in motion, and if he laid a finger on this girl he would die. Watching Hawks warily stare at the small creature was the ultimate upset of the food chain. The hawk was not supposed to be attacked by the rabbit, and the hero was not supposed to be afraid of tiny first-year students. At the end of the day, though, no matter how much he was sure it would end badly, he had been trained to fear the Hero Commission far more than any villain, or hero in this case. One of the men in the fancy suits started to grab Eri by the arm. "Enough of this. We have every legal right to take in this child, and you cannot stand in our way without breaking the dash." The moment his hand brushed her arm, he was sent flying backwards by a well-placed kick. The man slammed into a tree hard enough that everyone heard the sickening crunch of bones breaking on impact. It happened fast enough that only Hawks truly saw the move, the agents not even registering the green blur that launched their coworker. The hero didn't know exactly how injured the man was from that kick, but he doubted that he was doing well. However, he wouldn't be able to check until later because not even he was foolish enough to turn his eyes away from an angry animal, especially one that was protecting a child and likely felt cornered. "I told you not to touch her." Hawks took a deep breath as he regained his composure. "Izuku Midoriya, you're under arrest for assault against a government official. I know you're upset, I hate this as much as you do, but this isn't a battle you can win. We have to follow our orders and what the commission tells us to do even if we don't like it. And now you'll be going to jail for breaking the law and she'll still be admitted to the program. What's the point of laws if they don't protect kids that are in danger?" Hawks pulled 2 of his feathers out and brandished them like short swords as his gaze became more cold and calculated. "I really don't want to fight you. But heroes have to follow orders. This is your last chance to come PSF-. His words were cut off as a rabbit came flying at him with the force of an oncoming truck. By the time that Aizawa had made his way over to them, the entire area was a mess. Trees had been knocked over, 3 government agents seemed to be at very levels of unconscious and injured, feathers were stabbed into just about everything, and his little girl was hiding behind a flipped-over table. Neither of the heroes were looking particularly good either. Izuku had multiple cuts from glancing feather strikes while Hawks had a badly broken arm, and likely broken ribs from how he was breathing, not to mention the numerous bruises both had. Much of him wanted to get involved, but his priority was protecting Eri and getting her out of there. He also knew that Izuku would never forgive him if he put the rabbit's safety before a kid's safety, even if he thought of both of them, and all of his other students, as his kids. As he grabbed the little girl in his arms, he saw one of the downed agents weakly raise a gun at the rabbit who had his back turned. Before he could cry out a warning, the trigger was pulled. But instead of a bang, there was only a soft whoosh of air as a small dart shot through the air and into the back of the green rabbit. Within a few seconds, Izuku started to slow down, making him much easier prey. Hawks landed next to the rabbit and picked him up with his good arm. Izuku Midoriya, you are hereby under arrest. For the third time, Izuku cut them off by attacking. With a final burst of defiance, he swiped a paw, leaving 3 deep gashes down the hero's face, all the way from his temple to his chin. After that he went limp, the powerful tranquilizer taking effect. Holding the very heavy rabbit against his body, Hawks flew away bloody and broken, but victorious in the end. Izuku woke up in a cage, and he didn't like that one bit. He also had a new collar on that kept him chained to the metal floor. The cage wasn't much bigger than he was, so he couldn't build any momentum, and a solid kick to the bars showed that it was unpleasantly sturdy. He kicked it a few more times to be sure, but it didn't help at all. There's no use in trying to break through that cage. It's made of a Quirk-enhanced titanium alloy, but that doesn't mean I won't enjoy watching you try. Izuku thumped loudly in anger, finding he couldn't speak human since he didn't have a phone or his talking collar. He saw a woman in a very fancy outfit and short blonde hair. After a second he recognized her as the president of the Hero Commission, which wasn't a good sign. Normally, this sort of thing is left to those of much lower stations and I rarely even hear about it, but you have been a particularly bothersome thorn in my side ever since you enrolled in that hero school. However, all things must come to an end. I'll give you one thing though, you really did surpass everyone's expectations. When we got notified that a rabbit of all things got enrolled in our most prestigious school, and in first place no less, we all assumed it was some silly pet project that the DMN rat had picked up. But then within just a few weeks you managed to become an icon by taking out Stain and then revealing Endeavor just after that. And if that wasn't enough, not only did you destroy the career of the most efficient hero loyal to the Commission, you've now permanently scarred our most popular one. With that combined with his little speech about not wanting to follow his orders, there's no way we can keep him in the #1 spot. So with Best Genus dead, we're stuck between Mirko, Edgeshot, and Crust. She gestured angrily as she continued to angrily monologue at the source of her anger. The rankings are a mess. Nizu is trying to undermine our authority, crime is on the rise, public opinion is dropping by the day, and it's all because of one stupid rabbit who should have known his FING place. She took a deep breath. I'm usually far more composed than this. I didn't get as far as I did by being emotional, but you really have made a mess of things. But what made you so much more problematic than anyone else was that you made a mess of things in a way that made the public love you. So we couldn't just make you disappear one day, and Nizu would have noticed a planned accident a mile away. We needed to do something perfectly legal that would make you mad enough to attack a hero unprovoked. While collecting Eri would have been nice, we really only cared about setting up a situation where we could arrest you, thus solving our little rabbit problem. Which has brought you here. Welcome to one of our fantastic labs where we study the nature of quirks. The main study you'll be helping out with is the age question. How come quirked animals tend to live so much longer than their quirkless counterparts? So you get to spend the rest of your life being experimented on while we see just how long it takes you to finally die. As she started to walk away, she looked over her shoulder. You know, I really enjoyed our talk even if you couldn't say much. It was nice to get this all off my chest. Maybe I'll come visit again in a decade or so, see if you're still alive by then. Aizawa was shattered. This was the second time his student had been kidnapped, once by villains and now by the government. The press and other heroes were already swarming the area after seeing what had happened, but he didn't care. He had a job to do. He marched his way up to Nizu's office, only realizing once he arrived that he was still holding the crying little girl in his arms. He considered finding someone to keep an eye on her, but couldn't bring himself to put her down while she clung to his scarf like a safety blanket. Nizu, where is he and what's the plan to get him back? The rodent tried to keep his polite smile up regardless of the situation. If I were to know where he was, which I'm not saying I do, what would you do about it? Nothing they've done is unlawful. Immoral and corrupt, yes, but illegal? In order for Izuku to be brought back and for you to be reinstated as Eri's guardian, it would take no less than a revolution. Or at the very least a removal of the Hero Commission as it currently stands. Fine. They tried to take my little girl and did take my student. I'll tear it down myself if I have to. Nizu clapped as he jumped down from his chair. Wonderful, I was hoping you'd say that. I've been waiting a long time to take these people down, and we finally have what I've been waiting for. What's that? Izuku himself, of course. We were waiting on a hero so kind, so just, and so honest, that they couldn't help but gain allies everywhere they go while being the exact sort of thing that the government can't allow to exist. What's the plan then? We do what I've been planning and preparing to do ever since I escaped from the hero commission lab I was created in. We go to war and tear their entire system to the ground, my dear friend. Izuku looked around and saw a few other animals in cages, and he could hear even more beyond what he could see. There was a deer that seemed to be reflective like a mirror and a large cage that looked empty but had a bright yellow sign on the front. Cage is not empty, do not open. That was a bit spooky, but it wasn't like he could open it even if he wanted to, since he was in a cage. There was a medium-sized aquarium with some fish and coral in it, which looked pretty normal until the fan-like coral reached up and grabbed one of the fish and started eating it. Also pretty spooky, but that should be fine too if he stayed out of the water. Directly across from him was a semi-translucent dog, sort of like a wispy shadow. It had a thick collar on, one of the ones designed to suppress quirks. There were lots of scratches on the metal bars, and it seemed like it was the same kind of cage as Izuku's. That probably meant the dog was super strong and had been there a while. There were scratching and tapping sounds coming from the big dog's cage, and at first he thought the dog was just angry and hitting things, then he realized there was a pattern. After a few seconds of listening, he figured out what it was. It was Morse code. He listened some more to hear the entire message he was repeating. My name is Jay, do you know Morse code? Izuku tapped back to him. He had learned Morse code with his Kaken, since when they first met Izuku didn't have his own phone yet and it would be years before he had his talking collar. Hi, I'm Izuku. I do know Morse code. The dog pet his head in slight concern and confusion before tapping back. Why do you look and smell happy? You should be scared. Awful things happen here. Well, I already made a new friend since I got here. So far I've made a new non-human friend every time I've gotten kidnapped, so that makes it less bad. Jay looked around as if he would see this friend Izuku spoke of before realizing Izuku was talking about him. We met less than a minute ago. Yes, and we are friends now. Don't worry, my other friends will come and rescue us. Jay let out a deep and rumbling bark that would frighten most people and animals, but after a few seconds Izuku realized he was being laughed at. I have been here a very long time. No one is coming for us. I believe in my friends, and if they don't show up I'll kick my way out. You do realize you are in a cage made of the strongest metals known to man? Yes. And that only one being has ever escaped here? Yes. And you're still confident you'll be rescued or escape on your own? Also yes. Jay sighed, not sure if his new neighbor was insanely optimistic or just insane. Since they put you in a cage like mine, you must be pretty strong for a rabbit, right? Izuku nodded excitedly. I've only met one person better at kicking than me. I have an idea, but only if your aim is very good. Izuku tried to binky, but being chained down prevented that. I'm super good at aiming, I've been practicing to kick things at people. Does this mean we can escape? The dog laughed at him again. Not even close, if it were that easy I would have broken out years ago. But we'll still cause these BS's trouble and make their lives harder, which always makes my day. Izuku pet his head in confusion. What do I need to do? Jay held a small chunk of gravel in his teeth. The next time they come to feed us, I'm going to throw this stone at you, and you'll kick it into the lock on a cage to break it. Our cages have locks that are way too tough to break with a rock, but that one isn't nearly as tough. He raised a paw to point at the large cage just a few feet away. Izuku nodded, not sure why they were doing this, but he was willing to help out his new friend, who seemed excited about this. They kept talking in Morse for a bit until he heard the big metal door slide up to let someone in. Alright, I've got a bale of hay for all the plant eaters. The man in the lab coat looked at the clipboard in his hand. Oh, looks like we got a new resident down here. Huh, never had someone famous before. That's not really my business, I guess. Jay clicked the word. Now, to him and tossed the smallish rock to him from between his teeth. Izuku turned and kicked it super hard right where he was told. The standard-looking padlock shattered under the force, causing the door to slowly swing open. The animal handler spun around and gasped in terror at the seemingly empty cage being opened. He started to run when there was a loud growl and the lab coat flowing behind him was suddenly ripped apart with 3 long gashes appearing on it out of nowhere. The scientist sprinted to the door and frantically typed in the code to open the door once more, trying to escape whatever Izuku had helped to let out. Large wounds appeared on his arms as invisible claws seemed to tear into him. Within a second of the door starting to open, the terrified scientist dropped to the ground and slid under the door, bringing him to safety. However, he didn't reach the panel quick enough to tell the door to close again, allowing the door to open a bit further, so when the door closed the creature had already crossed the threshold. Now that they were alone again, Izuku turned back to Jay, who loudly tapped out, "Get fed," in Morse code. What was that? It didn't seem very friendly. The dog gave a laughing bark. No, it is not. You should not try to make friends with it. Because that was an invisible bear, and quite a temperamental one at that. Normally they have her in a more secure setup, since she has a tendency to eat scientists, but they were getting ready to move her to another facility, so that was a temporary setup. Oh, why'd we let her out? Isn't that obvious, so she can run around and eat the assholes that trapped us here even if we're still stuck. They took me from the people I care about and ruined my life, so I'm more than happy to return the favor by feeding them to bears and anything else I can do to destroy them. Izuku rarely felt that way, but he understood it. He would, and had, defended his kits by any means necessary, so Jay's anger made sense to him. Izuku was upset too, but he trusted his tired teacher to keep the kit safe while he was stuck here. After a few minutes of silence, he tapped back. What do we do now, just wait to be rescued? We're captives in a secret government lab, very little happens, and just about everything that does happen is bad. That was the most interesting thing that happened all month. You really need to lower your hopes and expectations for everything. We're going to sit locked in these cages for years as we try not to go insane because no one is coming and no one will help us. Just after Jay finished angrily tapping, a loud explosion shook the building and alarms started blaring. Izuku perked up. Those were Kaken explosions. His friends were here. There were about 3 more loud blasting sounds before the wall started to crack and buckled under the force applied. There was a small group of his friends standing in the opening that Kaken made in the far side of the room, which was exciting, even if some of the friends were surprises. The first to enter was Kaken, of course, who yelled loudly, "Yo, shitty Deku, we're here to rescue you from the government." Directly afterwards came Todoroki riding on the back of Apple Kick. "Technically, we can't really rescue you from the government since we toppled the government to reach you." Izuku squeaked in surprise. They toppled the government. He hadn't even been gone a full day. Apple Kick neighed loudly, still wearing her tiara from the beauty contest, responding to his words that only she understood. If they didn't want it toppled, they should have made it so toppleable. Plus, we only destroyed some of the government, the rest can stay for now. Aizawa stepped over the rubble, looking very tired, even more than usual. "All right, problem children, we can talk about this when we get back. Someone get these cages open." "You got it, boss." Shigaraki stepped past him, with Spinner, Dabi, Toshinori, Nizu, and Koda following behind him into the room. A quick tap from the villain caused his cage and collar to turn to dust. Koda walked over to him and gave him his spare talking collar with a smile. "Hi, friends." Shigaraki scowled and looked away. "We're not friends. I just saw this as an opportunity to destroy the Hero Commission." "Nope, we're friends now." Izuku turned around to lead them to his other new friend. "Now, come help me free my new friends." Dabi spoke up with a nervous tone. "Not to be a party pooper or anything, but there's a huge cage right there that says, 'Do not open,' in very big letters. And it looks pretty DMN open to me. That feels important to take note of." Izuku looked back for a second before continuing on. "Oh, that's just our invisible bear friend. She's probably still running around the building eating people." Everyone stopped walking and started looking around nervously. "Don't worry, she isn't in this part of the building." Dabi sighed in resignation. "That feels like something to worry about, but what do I know about the protocols for invisible bear attacks?" After Jay's restraints were turned to dust as well, He walked through the room slowly, as if in disbelief. He stopped in front of Nizu before rubbing his head against the principal, who laughed with tears in his eyes. "I missed you too, old friend. I'm sorry it took me so long to come back for you." Toshinori came over to him and started rubbing him between the ears. Yagi always knew how to find the best spots to scratch. That made him the #1 hero in Izuku's books. "Glad to have you back with us, young Midoriya. I don't think I realized just how many friends you had until you were taken. Quite a few people, myself included, were thrown into quite the tizzy without you around." Speaking of people in a tizzy, Spinner was standing in the middle of the room with his head tilted and his eyes darting around. He let out a sound that was a mix between squeaking and clicking, but was much lower than a normal gecko because of his size. Everyone had slowly stopped what they were doing to watch his strange behavior. There was a similar sound that could be faintly heard further into the building, and the moment it was made, Spinner took off sprinting towards it. Nearly everyone followed, mostly out of curiosity, but also in case he needed help with whatever was going on. Spinner reached a locked door that stood between sections of the lab, and he hit it a few times in a panicked way. The human part of Spinner seemed long gone as he started running on all fours down the hallway the moment Shigaraki decayed the door for him. Izuku was the only one who could keep up with him the entire way there as they ran past other animals they would be freeing as soon as possible. Only when they got there did things start to make sense. Izuku kicked the lock off of the cage so that Spinner could get inside. The rest of his friends caught up and looked in confusion at Spinner lying next to another large lizard-like creature that was about his size, with a few main differences. Instead of only hair on his head, this gecko had patches of orange hair all over his body and disproportionately long arms. Todoroki looked over at Izuku. "Should I know who that is? I don't recognize them." "That's Spinner's brother. He has an orangutan mutation instead of a human one like Spinner does." Spinner thought all his family died to poachers, but apparently at least one of them survived here. Spinner is happy because he is alive and he found him, but also sad because he knows that he spent a lot of time being hurt here. Izuku tried to explain it as much as possible since his confused friends sometimes got confused pretty easily. It took a long time to convince Spinner and his brother to leave, but they still needed to free the rest of the animals and get them to a new home, which Nizu apparently had prepared already since he's very good at planning ahead. As they stepped outside, they were hit by a wave of sound from countless people cheering. There were people filling the street and standing everywhere he looked. Had all these people come to help him? As he looked around, he realized he recognized everyone there. There was Saki from the UA security gate. There was Yo, the first person he ever rescued with Mirko. Mirko and the rest of her agency were there too. Hatsu, his store friend from the convenience store. Native was there. He was the friend that he saved from the scary knife man. Gran Torino showed up even though he's grumpy all the time. There were new friends too, like the gentle criminals he met the day before and Hina, who he'd only met a few weeks ago. Don't worry, it only takes him a few seconds to become your best friend ever. The list of people went on and on. People he saved, most of UA, and just the people he met going about his day. While Nizu helped get all the animals to a safe place, Izuku spent the rest of the day going from person to person, making sure he said hi to everyone who showed up. The day started pretty bad, but this was his favorite thing ever. Being surrounded by so many friends was the best thing ever. Aizawa sat in Nizu's office, Eri still on his lap since Izuku's capture less than an hour ago. "You clearly have a plan. What do you need me to do? Are you willing to do anything to get Izuku back?" "As long as it won't endanger my kids, yes." "Of course, I must warn you, your primary job is two of your least favorite things combined." Aizawa simply glared at the principal. "In order for any of my plans to work, we will need public support, which is where you'll come in. I need you to speak to the reporters that are already converging on our campus." He raised an eyebrow in confusion. "Why on earth would you pick me for that? I'm not exactly well known as a hero and I'm awful at talking to people." "That is true, but you won't be talking to them as Eraserhead the hero and teacher. You'll be talking to them as Aizawa, the frightened parent whose child was nearly kidnapped by the government. Your role as a hero is only secondary to your role as a caring parent who is scared and angry." He grit his teeth. These were indeed his least favorite things, the press and talking about his feelings. I see. What do you want me to tell them? The truth. Don't lie or sugarcoat things. Today is the big day, so now's the time to reveal anything and everything we know. If they ask and you know the answer, then tell them what you can. Does that mean I don't have to play nice? I can just tell them how it is. Yes, that is exactly what I'm saying. Now, would you like Eri to stay with you, or should another staff member take care of her until you are done? At the mention of her being possibly separated from Aizawa in any way, she latched on even tighter and buried her face in his scarf. I suppose that answers that. I will be joining you once I confirm a few things. If I'm correct, then we may very well be able to solve this quicker than I thought. Aizawa paused to see if he would say more, but apparently his boss was content with being vague. So, with a child on his hip and dark circles under his eyes, he walked back outside where the suddenly ended festival was swarmed with reporters. He was hit with a wall of sound that rivaled present mic as everyone shouted their questions at the same time. They grew quieter for a moment as he stood in front of them as they collectively tried to remember who this man was. I'm Aizawa. I'm the underground hero Eraserhead and a teacher of heroics here. I'm the one talking to you since I was the first member of UA on the scene, and I have the unique perspective of it being my kid they tried to kidnap. They all burst into questions that were loud enough to make Eri cover her ears. In response, he activated his quirk to glare them into silence. Alright, shut up. I'm guessing you all have the same questions, so there's no point in yelling over each other. I'm going to tell you what happened, and if you have questions you can ask them after I've finished talking. So, if you all have the mental maturity to listen patiently and not interrupt me, I'll share everything I know about this mess. The crowd of reporters, journalists, and random interested people all quieted down, to his immense pleasure. He began explaining without breaking his monotone voice that came from years of teaching. Okay, so this is all connected to the Commission's Early Start program. Officially, it's for students with heroic potential to begin training early while living in one of their buildings. In truth, the Commission is purchasing or kidnapping children with powerful quirks and training them to be super soldiers that answer to them without question. There was a wave of gasps and surprise, but he continued on. This is a sort of open secret that the hero community knows but doesn't speak about. However, I learned just how real this rumor was when I approached a week ago and offered a substantial raise if I signed my daughter over to them and kept quiet about the whole thing. Aizawa's hands quickly covered Eri's ears for a moment. I told them that they could go F themselves and that I would never sell my daughter. And that led us to today, where they decided to revoke my status as her guardian and try to take her by force instead. He took a deep breath and let the crowd process everything he had just told them. My daughter is the light of my life and I cherish her more than anything else. If it weren't for the hero Izuku Midoriya, they would have taken her from me and tried to turn her into a weapon. I will not remain silent or act like Izuku is a criminal. Because what kind of parent or hero would I be if I didn't fight for the person who fought for my child? With all that said, are there any questions? There was a barrage of questions, one after another. Most were just clarifications on what he had already told them, such as explaining that as long as they couldn't prove any money given and children, adopted, were related, no arrests could be made. One lady asked why he brought his daughter with him, but she gave up on the question after being glared at. Another asked if he hated Hawks and wanted revenge for trying to take Eri. No, because I know it wasn't his choice. If you haven't seen the video of the fight that's been going around, he openly states that he didn't want to. Plus, I know that's what my little girl would have become if she wasn't saved. Hawks was purchased from his mother at age 7 and hasn't known a life outside of the Commission since then. I see him as another victim rather than the perpetrator. A sleazy-looking man raised his hand. Is it really so bad? Hawks is clearly doing fine and every kid would dream of the chance to become like him. Ichi's hair raised and his eyes turned bright red while he instinctively pulled Eri even closer into his arms. Do I actually have to explain why human trafficking is bad? Are you so morally corrupt that you can't understand why people shouldn't be allowed to buy children? I don't care if they think the ends justify their actions, because nothing can justify treating children like a commodity you can buy and sell. Niza took this opportunity to jump up onto a nearby podium that Aizawa had completely ignored. I couldn't have said it better myself. On that note, I would like to share two very important updates on this situation. Every camera and microphone quickly shifted focus to the small chimera. Firstly, when Midoriya was arrested, rather than being taken to a police station as is protocol, he was instead brought to a secret laboratory run by the Hero Commission that specifically handles experimenting on quirked animals. This sent shock through everyone watching, whether in person or over the many news stations reporting it live. One reporter raised his hand with some doubt on his face. If this laboratory is a secret, how did you know that it existed and where it was? Nizu sighed but maintained his perpetually chipper disposition. That is because I was created in that very lab. I was originally a lab rat, but after being spliced with numerous other lines of DNA, I was turned into the animal I am today. I have kept my knowledge of the Commission's wrongdoings a secret, as this information was the only thing that prevented them from hunting down their escaped experiment. Numerous others began asking questions about what was clearly a very interesting tale, but Nizu cut them off. Yes, I'm sure you'd all like to hear more about my life story, but that's not what we're talking about today, and our current topic is quite important. Because Izuku Midoriya is a sentient being and a Japanese citizen, this is a clear violation of both Japanese and international law. However, this leads us to the second important update on this case. I have been completely unable to secure a warrant for the arrest of the president or anyone else involved. Without said warrant, we are not legally able to arrest a person even if their acts of wrongdoing are obvious, unless that person is actively committing acts of violence. So, unless we receive cooperation from either the police or the commission itself, we as heroes are unable to detain them legally. Thank you all for coming today, but that will be all for now. In a building that had become a temporary League of Villains hideout, the 5 remaining villains, Shigaraki, Compress, Dabi, Toga, and Twice, watched the news with rapt attention. Dabi slammed his fists down. No way are we letting this stand. Shigaraki looked at him in confusion. What are you talking about? He gestured violently at the television. We gotta break him out. Twice and Toga cheered while Compress simply nodded along. Their leader looked between them all in shock. You want us to save a hero? Are you all having a glitch or something? We kill heroes, we don't rescue them. Toga wrapped her arms around an enraged Shigaraki in an unwelcome hug. But Shiggy, he's super duper cute, and even Stain thought he was a true hero. I don't care whether he's a true hero or not. They all have to go. Dabi sighed deeply. I wasn't sure when to bring this up, but this seems like as good a time as any. Do you even want to be a villain? What? Of course I do. I'm the leader of the League of Villains dashed. Yeah, I know. But you've never done a single villainous thing unless provoked or told to. Both of the attacks on UA were because your villain dad told you to, and the whole thing with the Yakuza was only because they attacked first. Shigaraki was only getting angrier and angrier, but also seemed desperate to end this line of thinking. What about Hosu? That was all me. Yeah, but we all know that's just because Stain said you off, right? You didn't even have a goal other than getting people to pay attention to you. If you had done it to weaken the heroes, I would call it villainy, but since you just wanted attention, it seemed more like a tantrum than an attack. Tamura yelled out and tried to grab Dabi but was quickly punched in the face and knocked over. And that's another thing. You don't even know how to fight. You're fast, I'll give you that, but all you do is run around and grab stuff without any sort of form or strategy. Sure, you had a shitty time when you were 5, but since then you had life given to you on a silver platter. You've clearly never had to fight for your survival like the rest of us. You fucker dash. Dabi held a ball of flame out, aiming it at his boss. The other members watched but weren't intervening yet. So I'm going to ask you again. Do you want to be a villain? Because anyone here can see that this is a perfect opportunity to bring down the commission. The whole world now knows how bad the heroes are and just need us to take the final step and bring them down, but you don't seem to actually care about that beyond reciting what your precious sensei has said. Well then, oh genius one, what do you suggest then? Because I don't think the NPCs or anyone else is going to agree with you about me not being a villain. Compress politely coughed. I believe the first question is what your ideal life would look like, then figuring out how to get there. Correct me if I'm wrong, But you seem to enjoy your video games far more than any fight we've been in. Yeah, video games are great, what of it? Dabi seemed to think for a moment. What if you could have a life of just hanging out and playing video games all the time? Shigaraki laughed. That sounds great, but I don't see where you're going with this. Give me 1 second. Dabi pulled out his phone and dialed the phone number Spinner had given him for if he changed his mind about being a villain. Hello. This is Nizu. I'm quite busy at the moment, so I do hope this is important. The rest of the league started shouting, but he ignored them. Yo, this is Dabi. Well, this is a surprise. I don't suppose you're calling to tell me you have my student? Nah, but I want to strike a deal. If we break the rabbit out and Shigaraki turns himself in, would you agree to him being kept in comfort and having continuous access to video games while he's imprisoned? The principal laughed. Is that really all we needed to do in order to defeat the League of Villains? Very well, that seems like a reasonable compromise. And what of the other 4 of you? Not sure yet, we're figuring this out as we go. We'll be tearing down the commission tonight, so plan accordingly. He shut the burner phone and tossed it to Shigaraki, who disintegrated it in anger. What the hell was that? That was your ticket to a life of luxury and never having to lift a finger again and just hang out playing games all day. You're welcome. It was a few hours later and Aizawa sat Eri down in the common of the 1A dorms. All right, Eri, I need you to stay here for a bit, okay? She looked up at him and pouted with eyes that were on the verge of bursting with tears. But why? I have to go get Izuku and bring him back. And before you ask, no, you can't come with me, because you have an even more important job. Her eyes went wide in curiosity and pride at the idea that she had an important task. What is it? You remember Shinso, right? Well, I need you two to stay here and keep an eye on Inko for us, okay? She's been very nervous since Izuku isn't here right now, so it's your job to make her feel better until we bring him back. In truth, it hadn't been nearly long enough for Inko to start worrying, but it would help Eri to have a task. She nodded. You got it. He kissed her forehead before stepping outside and joining the other teachers. As they left, the school was locked down, with numerous robots on patrol and a handful of heroes remaining to keep those still there. So, we're really going the full frontal approach? Nizu nodded. Hopefully the speed of this will prevent much action on their part. All Might will be taking the point since he's already put out the word and has been gathering a large group to protest. We have public support and are in a good position to arrest just about everyone. I thought we didn't have authorization for that? We don't, so this is technically a coup of sorts, but if all goes well it will be a bloodless one. He nodded and got in the driver's seat of their school bus to bring the UA heroes to the Commission HQ when he spotted a certain group of students. Aizawa opened the door for his students that were trying and failing to sneak off of campus. He gave a classic smirk towards his students. Todoroki, is this another late-night stroll? Yes, sir. I thought we might go sightseeing around some government buildings. I heard there is an interesting unmarked building near the commission headquarters. It seemed like a good location for a stole. Get on the DMN bus, you problem children. You'll be late if you travel by public transit and I won't stand for students being tardy. They nodded and got on the bus while Vlad King drove a separate bus with any other students that were ready to fight in Izuku's name. Normally he wouldn't condone students getting involved, but he knew they would show up either way. At least this way he could keep an eye on them. He would always be at odds with All Might in some way or another, but he could admit that the man definitely knew how to rally people behind him. By the time they arrived on the scene, the street was filling up with people, some who knew Izuku and some who just wanted to fight injustice. Thousands began marching with them to take a stand and demand freedom for one very special rabbit. The crowd probably wouldn't partake in any fighting if it did break out, but having a giant mob was a good backup plan if everything went to shit. They arrived at HQ where over twice as many heroes were waiting for them along with armed agents and police officers standing alongside them. All Might walked towards them with Nizu on his shoulder while the battle-ready group stared them down. The president of the commission herself scowled as she laid her eyes on Nizu. We should have gotten rid of you when we had the chance. Even with all you've done as a hero, you were always far more trouble than you were worth. Nizu gave a chipper response. Indeed you should have. But hindsight is 20/20 and now you must reap what you have sown. In that case, anyone who does not leave at this moment will be arrested for treason. Well, that's embarrassing because we actually came here to put you under arrest as well. Though, rather than treason, you are being charged for human trafficking and illegal experimentation, and any who knowingly stand with you will be arrested as your accomplices. The many heroes powered up their quirks while the agents raised handguns towards the protesters. A few seemed uncomfortable with the situation, especially since All Might was in front of the group and no one really wanted to shoot the symbol of peace. As tensions began to rise, 3 of the police officers suddenly turned on their allies and opened fire toward the heroes defending the president. Before anyone was injured though, a wall of stone hexagons appeared as Crust stopped the bullets from landing. I understand your frustrations, but this isn't the way to solve anything. The 3 men ignored his little speech and pouted before speaking in perfect unison. Really? I didn't manage to hit anyone? That's so embarrassing. Their skin melted away to reveal that all 3 were Toga, presumably 2 were clones though. Oh well, I still got the team here, so I did half of my job. She rolled a handful of marbles across the ground, which quickly expanded into the entire League of Villains. The situation turned to chaos in mere moments as the League began attacking the heroes and easily tearing through their ranks. Although they hadn't been expecting the League to help, other than Nizu, who was cackling in joy, they weren't going to ignore such a perfect opportunity. Those defending the building found themselves quickly surrounded by the unlikely allies. It was near impossible to tell exactly what was going on or who was fighting who, as both sides were trying to arrest the other. He saw Mount Lady grow to her full height and get her butt kicked in a fist-claw fight with Watatsumi, who was now about 50 feet tall and wearing a proportionally sized cowboy hat. Todoroki was riding on the back of Apple Kick with a shield of ice and a sword of flame. Shigaraki pointed at the massive HQ building in front of them while turning to Aizawa. Hey, Razorhead, is the stupid rabbit in that building? While surprised at being called out, he maintained his composure. No, Izuku is in the unmarked building behind it. This is what is known as an epic gamer move. He then placed his hand against the building, causing massive cracks to spread out from that point. Within a few seconds the skyscraper began to collapse on itself, the decay still spreading its way up the massive structure. Everyone stopped fighting and watched in horror-awe as the symbol of the Hero Commission's power was reduced to rubble. Nearly all of the building itself was decayed, leaving in its place a mountain of dust, broken glass, all of the furniture and appliances that were inside, and hundreds of dead and wounded. The only ones that were inside that managed to escape the carnage were those that could fly in some manner or could survive large falls. The 2 most notable individuals were the current number 1 hero and the former number 2. Hawks landed and was still clearly badly injured, but that didn't mean he wasn't still a threat. Enji Todoroki landed on the ground like a comet, forcing those below him to either clear a space for him to land or become cinder. The commission president looked up at him with a wicked grin. Hawks, you're finally here. Get rid of these treasonous heroes immediately. With a pained face he shook his head. No more. I'm all done with this. What? There will be serious consequences if you don't follow orders. He shook his head and looked at the traitorous heroes that had come out in force. No, I don't think I will. He then flew off away from the fight, unsure of his destination. Enough of this. Endeavor, it looks like your redemption story is going to happen sooner than we planned. The new narrative is that you were framed by these traitors who wanted to weaken hero society, and you had no choice but to kill them all in order to defend our country. I'll set up your clean slate and you get rid of these pests. As he walked forward to face the traitors, he was met by the former number 1 hero himself, who had moved forward from his previously more safe position. All Might, I had always wanted to fight you one day, to see if you truly were that much stronger, but this is just pathetic. I am not All Might, and you are not Endeavor. We are simply Enji Todoroki and Toshinori Yagi. We are not professionals anymore, and I don't think you've ever truly been a hero. You're wrong if you think you'll come out the winner here today, Enji. You are far more foolish than I ever imagined if you believe you can face me. You are weaker than you've ever been, yet my flames burn as hot as ever. Toshinori chuckled and shook his head, wiping the blood that he'd spat up. You always had a very simple way of looking at the world. It was frequently said that I had the strength of 1,000 people combined. He spread his arms wide as he stood in front of the numerous heroes, civilians, vigilantes, and villains that had all come together and had heard his call to help rescue his student. Look at me, my muscles are a thing of the past, and I can't even laugh without coughing up blood, but I'm stronger than I've ever been. That is the lesson that Izuku taught me. My strength was never in how hard I could punch, but in bringing people together and showing others that even the weakest of us can be a part of something bigger than themselves. The man burst into flames. Really? You can't be serious. You're going to preach the power of friendship as a way to fight my flames. Pathetic. He pulled an arm back to punch Yagi with his flaming fist when he was cut off by a giant claw descending from above. Watatsumi lifted the flaming man into the air and quickly consumed him before the man could react in any meaningful way. Ichim, a bit too hot for my tastes but still tasty. Not too far away, Dabi was cheering loudly, celebrating the man's demise, while Shudo just gave a small smile. Nizu walked past the stunned and shocked heroes to stand in front of the president. Was that your final card to play, or are we done here? Someone shoot that Dmed Ra-. Before she could finish her sentence, a claw descended once more. A few attacks from heroes loyal to the president bounced off of his shell without much effect. Within moments the president was gone as well. I usually try not to overeat, but I am willing to go for thirds if anyone else wants to join them. Unsurprisingly, that took the fight out of most of those defending, since the building and person they swore to protect no longer existed. As they quickly rounded up the remaining opposition and began sifting through the rubble for survivors, Nizu heard Aizawa groan loudly. He turned to him in confusion. Is there an issue? Ugh, we're going to have to make a whole new system now, aren't we? I'm already dreading the paperwork and meetings. Shigaraki interrupted them with a rudeness that was absolutely in character. Hey, I came here to rescue a stupid rabbit and be arrested so I can play video games forever, not for this chit-chat. So let's skip the dialogue and go get that dumb rodent. Katsuki sked loudly. He's a dumb lagomorph, not a dumb rodent, you idiot. But Mr. Facehand over here has a point, so I'm gonna blast my way in now. Aizawa just shook his head and followed his destructive student and the even more destructive villain. So much paperwork. Aizawa sat across from Nizu as they were going over plans for the upcoming school. He looked out the window and saw Watatsumi and Aoyama walking through the grounds. I've never gotten a straight answer from you. What is Watatsumi's quirk? Or are you going to tell me that the crab over there is the actual god of the sea Watatsumi, because at this point, I might believe you that she's an ancient water god. Nothing quite that earth-shattering as gods walking among us. She just has a very particular quirk. It's certainly a powerful one, but at the end of the day it's just another quirk. All for one can take quirks, one for all can give them, and Watatsumi can create them. What? How's that remotely possible? Well, whenever she is in extraordinary danger and she doesn't have the tools to defend against the threat, her quirk creates a new one that can protect her. So really, if she had been left alone, they would likely have very few quirks that did the bare minimum. But when fishermen discovered a crab they couldn't kill, well, they decided they just needed to try harder. There's no way that ended well. You're correct. In fact, it kept escalating until the Japanese government spent nearly a decade trying everything they could to capture or kill this creature. It only stopped once she acquired the intelligence quirks needed to understand the situation and negotiate an end to bloodshed. And all that time they spent trying to destroy Watatsumi only made her stronger with every attempt. No wonder she's so strong. Any chance we can convince her to be a hero? I have tried, but I doubt anyone would be able to convince her to do more than follow the whims of whatever interests them at the moment. Right now she wants to explore the world and make friends, and I think we shouldn't interfere with that. I guess you're right. I hope we never end up on the wrong side of those claws. Watatsumi was walking around campus with Aoyama and talking about fashion together. He truly did have the best ideas for how to be as shiny as possible. He had also suggested she take some ideas from an old movie and cover her shell in gold coins to be as sparkly as possible. All of a sudden her fashion buddy paused and looked into the middle distance. What are you looking at? I don't see anything there. Oh, I just like staring at the viewers sometimes to freak them out. Well, I suppose in this case they are readers instead of watchers. Are they dangerous? No, they just like to watch when interesting things happen, so I try to look my sparkliest for our audience. I don't like being watched without my permission. I'm going to go check it out. Watatsumi dragged a claw down through the empty air, causing a rip to form as space itself was split apart. Au revoir. Let me know how it goes. Watatsumi crawled through the rapidly closing tear and found themselves in a suddenly very different place. It was far less impressive than she anticipated. There were numerous paths available, but when she chose yours it was far more drab than expected for a being that could peer into their reality. It was odd. The human in front of them didn't seem to even notice Watatsumi's arrival. As they scuttled around you, they found that you were staring into the glowing rectangle. It took a moment, but they eventually remembered Izuku's explanation of the internet and how people access it. So many things had been explained that it was easy to forget some of them. So these humans use the internet to spy on other worlds? But they can't sense when a being from another world is right in front of them? Looking at the screen filled with words, Watatsumi realized that you were aware of them. Even if you couldn't see them with your eyes, all of their actions, and even their thoughts, were written out in front of you. Watatsumi got as close as possible and prodded your right cheek with a claw that was wet and cold to the touch to see if this human would react to it. Well, that answered that question. Hello, weird human from another universe? Can you hear me? After a moment, Watatsumi spoke up again. I've been told it's rude to read minds without permission, so you should either answer my questions out loud or consent to me just reading your mind. I'm assuming that means you're okay with the mind reading. Interesting. Your world is very similar but very strange at the same time. There seems to be an utter lack of quirks, but your technology is slightly more advanced. And you believe our world to be completely fictional. Well, there are other readers I wish to visit, so I'll be on my way, human. I can only be in this realm for so long, and I want to visit all of you at least once. Watatsumi looked over your shoulder and poked you again. Why aren't there more words on the page anymore? Does that mean our conversation is ending? Before I leave, what do the boxes at the bottom mean? I assume that the chapter buttons let you view events of the past, but what is comments? What are you commenting on? That is very helpful information. Thank you. Watatsumi plunged a claw into your screen and began crawling through your computer screen and into the comments section to look around.